Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter deeply fallen in love with Lucy? Harry Potter XOC. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Lucy stumbled, throwing out her hands to catch herself. She spent a moment on all fours, feeling terribly disorientated. Huh? She thought to herself. Are you all right, dear? An older lady with a posh, British accent asked her. Lucy lifted her head to reply to her. Then her heart stopped. Oh my God, can it be? It was glorious. It was majestic. It was red. It was everything she had ever hoped it would be. The Hogwarts Express gleamed in the late morning light, steam wafting from the engine. Lucy had to blink to keep the tears from filling her eyes. Dear, the lady asked again, nodding dumbly, not trusting herself to speak. Lucy scrambled to her feet and began moving further into platform 9 3/4. Don't forget your trunk, girl, the lady called after her. Lucy looked back in confusion. Indeed, there was an old-fashioned trunk there. It was even in the shade of purple that she liked. Slowly, tentatively, Lucy walked up to the trunk and placed her hand on it. When nobody shouted out thief, she began wheeling it behind her. Her head spun around in all directions as she walked. It really was platform 9 3/4 from Harry Potter. She rubbed the tears from her eyes. It probably wouldn't even look out of place to see crying children about to leave for school, but I'm a grown woman. Damn it. She looked at her hand, then down at the rest of her body. Or at least I was a grown woman, but I guess if I'm going to be going to Hogwarts, then it makes sense that I'm be 11 years old again. She checked that her hair was still blonde and that she was still tiny compared to everyone else. At least it's actually my 11-year-old body from when I was growing up and not somebody else's. I'd hate to have stolen someone else's life. I wonder, I was actually 11 in 2004. So, is it 2004, 2015, or some point in the Harry Potter story? Lucy was still staring at everything around her, trying to take it all in. She spotted a bored-looking man selling newspapers. I may or may not have money in this trunk that apparently belongs to me, but I don't need money to check the date. She ignored the headline, something about some scandal in the ministry, and looked at the corner of the page. September 1st, 1991. Oh wow, I'm not even born yet. 1991 is Harry's first year, right? She looked around again, this time focusing on the people. Nobody really stood out as one of the characters that she knew, but then again, they probably didn't look like how they did in the movies. Redheads, they'll be easy to spot. No, were they almost late in the first book? Lucy looked around for a clock and quickly found one. 10:55, I should get on, shouldn't I? She walked up to the nearest door to the carriages. Is this really happening? Am I really about to go to Hogwarts? Wait, is this really happening? She bit her tongue hard, but all she achieved was hurting herself. Ow, okay. But am I really a witch? She patted down her pockets. She didn't find a wand, but she did find a ticket. Her eyes widened as she read it. September 1st, 11 o'clock, platform 9 3/4. Well, that's as good a sign that I should get on the train as any, I guess. She placed a foot on the step, and when nobody jumped up and accused her of being an imposter, she climbed in, dragging her trunk behind her. I'm taking this very well, aren't I? But well, it's the Hogwarts Express. Of course I'm going to get on. Lucy continued to gawk at everything and everyone as she walked down the corridor. There sure are not very many students, Lucy thought to herself as she traveled down the train. I wonder if that fan theory is right about this year group being the smallest one because of the war. Most of the compartments had at least 1 or 2 people in them, but Lucy eventually found one that was empty. She closed the door behind her after she entered and pulled her trunk onto the seat next to her. She was certain that she wouldn't be able to lift it up to the luggage racks above her in her currently tiny body, and besides, she wanted to see what was inside. There was a combination lock on the top of the trunk, but after a moment's thought, the first 3 numbers of her phone password opened it easily enough. Lucy's breathing sped up when she saw the long, thin box at the top of the contents of the trunk. Hands trembling, she opened it. Inside was well, it had to be a wand. I guess I never really thought about what Harry Potter ones looked like. Shorter than I imagined. Glancing into her trunk, she spotted what was probably a pencil case. Taking it out, she found a ruler and measured her new wand. 8 inches. Is that a comment on my height? I get taller, damn it. Gingerly, nervously, she wrapped her fingers around the handle and lifted it up. What are you afraid of? She chided herself. Give it a wave. She slowly lifted her arm, holding the wand aloft like a conductor's baton. She held the pose for a long moment before screwing her eyes shut and swinging her arm down. She stopped, eyes still closed and ears straining. Nothing exploded, but I didn't feel anything either. Cautiously opening her eyes, she only just saw the last remnants of small sparks, just before they faded away. Of course you won't see the sparks if you don't have your eyes open, Lucy. She lifted her arm again and repeated her motion through the air. That might just be the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen. She repeated it several times before reluctantly stopping. There's plenty of time for that later. I should check the rest of my trunk. There were textbooks with titles that Lucy thought she recognized. A collection of 11-year-old clothes and toiletries. Lucy was not. Looking forward to going through puberty again. A potion set. Apparently Harry Potter cauldrons were really small. And, right at the bottom, a plastic case. Oh, a flute, Lucy thought, opening the case. This might actually be the same first flute I ever had. That means that it'll sound terrible, but at least I won't get out of practice. For now, though, I think I'll just... Lucy took the charms textbook out of her trunk and opened it to a random page, breathing in the new book smell. She had just settled down when, with a jolt, the train started moving. Students cheered up and down the train, and parents shouted out farewells. Lucy glanced out of the window as the platform slowly disappeared behind them, but didn't wave. She didn't have any family here, after all. I don't suppose I died. I don't remember jaywalking or going across any crosswalks. I don't remember much, actually. Did in my sleep? The last thing I remember is I went to work, went home, I had spaghetti for dinner, and then, I'm not sure. It'd be a shame if I did die. I mean, actually going to Hogwarts is amazing, but it'd really upset my mom and dad. Shrugging, Lucy returned to her textbook. Chapter 7, The Levitation Charm. Excuse me, do you mind? An older girl was standing by the door, holding all her things. Lucy looked at her in bewilderment. Can I sit here? The girl said impatiently. Oh yeah. No dash. Lucy stopped, her hand over her mouth, eyes wide. Yeah, no, which one is it? The girl said. Now her eyes were full of amusement. No problem, Lucy said weakly. That's my voice? I'm British. I can't be British. I'm an American. I had a passport and everything. I don't drink tea. I never met the Queen. How can I be British? The other girl used her wand to levitate her trunk onto the luggage racks. What's that you're saying? She asked. Lucy stopped furiously repeating. The rains of Spain fall mainly on the plain, under her breath, and looked up. No, nothing. Right. Do you want me to? She gestured with her wand. What? Sorry. Your trunk. Your first year, right? Don't know how to levitate things yet, do you? Oh, she's offering to levitate my trunk. That's nice of her. Must be Hufflepuff. It's Wingardium Leviosa, right? Lucy said. The girl gave her a look. You need to work on your pronunciation, she said. You're telling me? Do you want my help or not? All right. Please. This time Lucy watched closely. This was the first proper piece of magic she had ever seen, at least discounting that David Blaine show she went to once. The girl flicked her wand, and Lucy's trunk floated upwards. Silent casting. She must be an upperclassman. Upper-class witch? Oh, I'm a witch now, cool. I guess Bailey in 4th grade was right about me. I'm Lucy, by the way. Lynette, the girl said distractedly, going through her belongings. I don't recognize the name Lynette. I'd asked her what her last name is, but I don't want to seem like a blood supremacist. You're not allergic to cats, are you? Lynette asked. Cats? Oh no. The girl then opened what Lucy just then realized was a pet carrier. A beautiful black cat exited it and stretched in a way that made Lucy jealous. So gorgeous. Lucy squealed. Okay, one advantage of being 11 again is that people don't give you strange looks for acting like, well, a girl. She won't let you pet her, Lynette said, opening a book to read. Damn it. A few minutes later, Lynette had become engrossed in her book, and the cat was lying down among the trunks in the luggage rack. Lucy tried to read her charms textbook, but couldn't quite pay attention to it in the way she thought she should have paid attention to an actual book on how to do actual magic. It's not as if I'm ignoring the whole Voldemort issue, but I don't exactly know what I could do about it. Honestly, just writing an anonymous letter to Dumbledore seems like the best idea. I probably remember enough about. Okay, I definitely remember everything important about the whole series for Dumbledore to solve the whole thing in a week, minus, perhaps, the Harry is a Horcrux situation. Lucy watched the admittedly quite lovely British countryside pass by through the window. That way you can deal with Sirius and Quirrell. Oh my god, Voldemort is in the castle right now. I definitely don't feel up to dealing with this by myself. So Lucy began composing potential letters to Dumbledore in her head. She didn't dare write anything potentially revealing in front of Lynette, and her stationery was in her trunk anyway, beyond the reach of her 11-year-old arms. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I know that it's probably within your abilities to discover my identity, but I'd prefer it if you didn't, for reasons that may become clear. You see, Voldemort is in the castle right now. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I'm a new first-year student. There were always rumors in my family that my great-aunt Beatrice could see the future. I always dismissed it as nonsense, but now I'm not so sure. You see, I've had a vision. Dear Albus, I'm writing this letter to you from the future. Hey Albie, Voldemort's in Quirrell. Sirius is innocent, and Harry's a Horcrux. Good luck with that, bye. Dear Dumbledore, I know that I've addressed this letter to you, but I'm actually wanting to talk with J.K. Rowling. That's right, you. I've somehow gotten trapped in your fantasy world. Don't worry, I'm a big fan. But if you could make sure that I don't get killed or tortured or enslaved with love potions, that'd be great. Lucy sighed. I suppose there's nothing wrong with waiting a week or two until I found my feet. It's not as if Quirrell started butchering students in the first class. Anything from the trolley, dears? Lucy looked at the old lady standing at the doorway. Oh, no. Thank you, she said. Isn't she like some kind of monster or automaton? Oh, God. Is a cursed child canon? Am I even in canon? Lynette bought a couple of things, and the trolley lady left. Lynette peered at Lucy. You're Muggle-born, right? Huh. Your parents aren't magical, right? I guess I'm Muggle-born, aren't I? Oh, yeah. Lynette sighed. And they didn't realize that the train journey was so long and didn't give you lunch or any pocket money. That's right. Lynette sighed again, much more dramatically this time. Fine, here. And she picked one of the snacks she had bought and offered it to Lucy. Oh no, you don't have to. I'll be fine, really. Don't be silly. It's hours till the opening feast. She jabbed the food towards Lucy again. Take it. Lucy took it. Thank you, that's really nice. Lucy looked at what she had been given. It was a pastry something. She took a tentative nibble. So this is what a pumpkin pasty is. It's surprisingly nice. September is a strange time of year for pumpkins, though. It's just one more month. Oh, I guess it'll be a long time until I can get a pumpkin spice latte. Lucy silently mourned. The train sped onwards. Lynette read through her books studiously. Lucy tried to read her charms textbook some more, but her heart wasn't really in it. Instead, she made a mental list of all the important information that she'd want to give to Dumbledore. The cat slumbered above them. Lucy almost choked when who could have only been Hermione Granger poked her bushy head into their compartment and asked if they had seen a toad. Lucy could only shake her head dumbly. Well, she's certainly no Emma Watson, Lucy thought to herself, but she does experience a glow-up later on, I guess. She also had a sudden mad urge to ask Hermione what her parents' names were, but squashed it. There's plenty of time to satisfy your curiosity later, Lucy, she told herself. It was a long train ride, but eventually the sky grew darker and Lynette stood up. We should get changed, she said, levitating both of their trunks down. All right, do you want me to step outside? Lucy asked. Lynette quirked an eyebrow. It's dorm room life for the next 7 years for you, she said. You'd better get used to changing in front of others, or you'll never get ready for lessons on time. Don't be shy. We're all girls here. Lynette gave her what was quite a patronizing look. Bitch, please. I'm at least 5 years older than you, and I grew up with internet access. I've seen things that would blow your mind. Staring at the older, in a manner of speaking, girl in a defiant manner, Lucy began changing. She actually needed Lynette's help to work out how to wear robes, which made her feel all of 5 years old, not 11 and certainly not 22. I still think I prefer pants, Lucy thought to herself. But these are kind of cool. She spun a little back and forth, letting the robes twirl a little. Lynette coaxed her cat down and back in her carrier, but Lucy choked in surprise when she saw the other girl's green-trimmed robes. "You're in Slytherin?" she asked in surprise. "Yes?" "Oh, let me guess." Lynette's expression turned sour. "Somebody told you that Slytherin was an evil house full of evil people." "Something like that," Lucy said in a small voice. "Sorry, you've been so nice to me, but it does have a reputation." "There's bullying in every house," Lynette said dismissively. "What about the war? What about it?" "It ended years ago, before you were born." "Actually, I was born in I'll be 12 in October. 1991 minus 12 is minus 1979. "Whatever," Lynette said. "You know who is dead and his supporters are in prison. You won't get cursed in the back just because you're Muggle-born." "I heard rumors, though, that he's still alive," Lucy said, glancing back and forth as if Voldemort might pop out suddenly if she talked about him. "There are rumors like that about all dark wizards. Let me tell you, if it were possible to become an immortal Dark Lord, there'd be an awful lot of them running around." Lynette looked confident, and Lucy instinctively nodded along and tried to look relieved. "Poor girl. She's in for a rude awakening in a few years' time. That is, if I can't stop him. Or if Dumbledore can't stop him. That is." The train finally pulled to a stop. Lucy's heart started hammering in her chest. "You can leave your stuff here. It'll get taken up to the castle separately," Lynette said. "Good luck with the sorting. I hope I'll see you in Slytherin." "Yeah, thanks for everything," Lucy said, deep in thought. "Maybe Slytherin wouldn't be so bad, but I always considered myself a little more Hufflepuffy than anything. But if I want to be close to the action, shouldn't I be in Gryffindor?" She followed the sound of Hagrid's voice, and wasn't that accent hard to understand, and arrived in the gaggle of first years. She looked around, trying to recognize who she could. Malfoy was obvious, which made the two bigger boys next to him Crabbe and Goyle. Ron and Hermione stood out easily enough. That probably made the short boy next to Ron Harry, and again, they weren't Daniel Radcliffe or Rupert Grint. "Neville Dean, is that Lavender Brown? She's so cute. I guess I'll hear names later." "This way, Fur's years," Hagrid's booming voice called out. "Jesus Christ, that man's tall. How does he even walk through the castle?" Soon enough, they were all in the little boats. Lucy with a couple of girls whose identity she couldn't work out. But all her contemplation was forced out of her head when she saw Hogwarts Castle come into view ahead of her. For the second time in one day, she had to rub the tears of joy out of her eyes. "It's even more incredible than I imagined. I promise that I'm never going to regret that I've been ejected from my old life. This is amazing." The other two girls watched her warily as Lucy sniffed and wiped at her face with her sleeve, a stupid grin plastered on her face. But Lucy ignored them. They didn't know how magical this really was. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin. Lucy repeated the words in her head like a mantra, as if that if she repeated it enough, she would be inspired as to what was the best house to go to. "I'd hate to dismiss Slytherin out of hand, especially after that girl was so nice. But knowing what I know about the future, it's even less appealing than its terrible reputation suggests. Gryffindor would be the obvious choice if I want to get stuck in the action, but I really kind of don't. Let Harry or Dumbledore be the hero. All I want to do is learn magic." "Oh, and fly on a hippogriff, that sounds awesome." "No, Hufflepuff is the best for me. Calm and friendly. That's me through and through. All my friends know me as the hugger of our little group, or knew me at least. Well, if they knew where I was now, they'd be happy for me." The children screamed as ghosts floated through the wall. Lucy may have screamed, too, a little, but she was a child as well now, wasn't she? She looked at the ghosts as they chatted with and introduced themselves to the students. They had always seemed so jovial and friendly in the books, with some exceptions, but here they just seemed depressing. They were much more insubstantial than she had imagined, and they all showed signs of whatever horrible injury killed them. She knew that the Bloody Baron was somewhere in the castle, and he ended up killing his lover, and then himself, and then came to haunt the same castle as her. How horrible being a ghost seemed. Lucy decided then, and there to find out how ghosts came into being just so that she could make sure that it never happened to her. Professor McGonagall came back to lead them into the sorting ceremony. She wasn't as old as Lucy had thought. Lucy racked her brain for several minutes trying to work out how old she was based on what she remembered. It all comes down to what's canon and isn't. Or rather, what's real and what isn't. I think she's supposed to be younger than Voldemort, so about 60? McGonagall asked them to stand in alphabetical order. Lucy Williamson is kind of close to the end of the alphabet, isn't it? I know there's a Zabini in this year. I guess I'll be standing up for A. While the first view of the Great Hall was incredible, but honestly, Lucy was kind of tired out from seeing amazing things all day. Instead, she just felt uncomfortable and hungry as she waited for the dozens of students ahead of her to be sorted. One pastry at lunch is hardly a full meal, and she had appeared outside the train after breakfast time. She looked at the Slytherin table and saw Lynette, but the older girl wasn't looking at her. Sorry, Lynette. You made it look more inviting, but it's Hufflepuff for me, not Slytherin. She also made sure to pay attention to where everyone was sorted. She hoped that her arrival hadn't set off a butterfly effect that changed history by getting Malfoy sorted into Gryffindor or something. Hermione and Harry went to Gryffindor, and I think everyone else has gone where they're supposed to by now. Oh, here goes Ron. Gryffindor, the hat yelled, leading to a round of applause. Williamson Lucy, called McGonagall. I guess that answers the question of whether my name would be on her list, Lucy thought while walking towards the stool. Gingerly, she placed the hat on her head. Now, Mr. Ravenclaw? Huh? The Ravenclaw table was cheering, but Lucy paused for a moment after taking off the hat. I'm a dimension-hopping, time-traveling 22-year-old first year. That doesn't warrant me getting a hello? I don't even like riddles. McGonagall was looking at her sternly, so Lucy put down the hat and went to sit with her new house. Rude, she muttered under her breath. Her new housemates greeted her enthusiastically, so Lucy tried her best to look happy and to remember people's names. Luna is a Ravenclaw next year, and Cho is a Ravenclaw in the year above. This year it's Anthony Goldstein, Terry Boot, the Patil twin. There are quite a few Ravenclaws, aren't there? Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin, just as Lucy expected, and then dinner was served. Oh, great. British food, but, much to her surprise, the food was actually pretty great. She had a big slice of beef Wellington and a mountain of the creamiest mashed potatoes she'd ever tasted. The pumpkin juice wasn't actually pumpkin juice. How would you juice a pumpkin? In fact, I was thinking of pumpkin spice lattes earlier, but this isn't too different except that it's cold and uncaffeinated. Lucy mostly listened to the conversations around her. Pretending to be an overwhelmed 11-year-old, had people treating her very kindly, and they didn't press her to join in. The older students were talking about their summers, and the new first years were talking about what subjects they were looking forward to the most. To Lucy, even the oldest students seemed so young. And to think, I'm closer in age to the 7th years than they are to the first years. Dinner was replaced by dessert, and Lucy looked at what was available. Lucy, right? Can you pass the treacle tart? Lucy looked up. A youngish Asian-looking girl was talking to her. Cho. Treacle tart, right? Lucy looked at the dishes near her. What does treacle tart even look like? That one, by your elbow. All right, here you are. Lucy made sure to snag a slice of her own. She may as well pretend to be British now that she was here. At least she didn't need to worry about the accent, even if having hers magically changed was unnerving. The treacle tart was nice, but very sweet. In fact, everything on offer looked full of sugar. The British don't pull their punches when it comes to desserts, do they? Before too long, the other students and Lucy herself were starting to tire, and Dumbledore sent them all to bed. Lucy tried her best to remember the route they took up to the Ravenclaw common room, but she didn't trust her sense of direction one bit. Oh, great. Here it comes. To enter the common room, the prefect was saying, like Lady Ravenclaw who founded our house, you must prove your ability to reason and your attitude towards learning. Before you enter, you must answer a riddle. Then he reached out and tapped the knocker twice. I can already see this getting very old. Where do vanished objects go? Into non-being, which is to say, everything, Lucy said before she could stop herself. Nicely phrased, the door knocker replied. The other first years applauded, and Lucy cringed in embarrassment. Don't get used to it, Lucy thought. The common room was comfortable and impressive, but Lucy was suddenly too tired to take it in at all. I'll explore tomorrow or the next day. I am here for the next 7 years, after all. There's no need to rush. When she collapsed in a bed a few minutes later, her last thought before drifting off was that she'd never been happier to be going back to school. When she woke up the next morning, Lucy felt more energized than she ever had in her entire life. Being 11 again is great. How do children cope with all this energy? Screw coffee. Youth is the only stimulant I need. It was only just past 6, but she vaguely remembered the prefect last night saying that breakfast was available from 6:30, so Lucy got dressed. Lynette had been right. There really wasn't much space for privacy in the dorms, and left the common room. Finding her way back to the Great Hall wasn't too difficult. Just go down the corridor until you hit the main staircase and go down. So by the time she got to the Great Hall, the doors were still closed. Hey, Lucy, right? Lucy turned towards the speaker. There were 2 boys there, a Hufflepuff and a Slytherin. They weren't sorted last night, so they weren't first years, but they weren't that much older than her, though they still towered over her. The Hufflepuff boy had messy, brown hair, and the Slytherin had much calmer, black hair. Yes, I'm Lucy. Great, said the Hufflepuff. I'm Henry, and this is John. We were wondering if you'd ever heard of our friend J.K. Rowling. What? Oh, what? Lucy said, her voice shaking. I told you so, the Slytherin John said. Yes, you're very clever, Henry replied. Do you want to join us for a little gossip about our mutual friend? He was smiling warmly, and Lucy found herself nodding. What's going on, she asked. There's an empty classroom this way, John said. When the door closed behind them, Henry held up a hand. Silencio, he said, enunciating carefully and waving his wand at the door. It's probably not necessary, but there's no need to not be careful. What the hell is going on? Lucy half shouted, now feeling actually quite scared. Who are you? Henry pocketed his wand and held up his hands placatingly. It's all right, dear. We're friends. Lucy took a deep breath. How do you know who Rowling is? She asked. The same way you do, John said. We read her books. You mean that I don't know the word. You're real people too. A strange way to phrase it, Henry said thoughtfully. Everyone here is real. But yes, we were both in the quote-unquote real world before we found ourselves here. Lucy's mind was spinning. And I thought yesterday was strange. I assumed that you suddenly found yourself next to the train? John asked. And you don't remember exactly what you were doing before that? Lucy nodded, eyes wide. John nodded back in understanding. The same thing happened to us a year ago for Henry and 2 years ago for me. But no, before you ask, we don't have any idea why or how. Can I just have a moment? Lucy asked, sitting down at one of the desks. How did you know that I was in the same situation as you? Henry couldn't remember, said John. But I was pretty sure that there was no Lucy in Harry's year. All right. On top of that, you managed to get up at the crack of dawn, which most children your age couldn't, he continued. How old are you, by the way? Or were you, as the case may be? Henry shook his head, his messy hair swinging to and fro. Such an impertinent question, so early in the conversation. All right, Granddad. I was 22, Lucy said. And it was 2015, right? Yeah. Oh, so you two were plucked? From 2013 and 2014. That's right, John confirmed. I think we can be safe in assuming that someone new will arrive next year too, he said to Henry. So wait, how old are you two? Asked Lucy. 42, said John. 12, said Henry. John tried to kick him, but Henry jumped aside. Of course, by some reckoning, I'm 75. 75? That's old. She's thinking that you're old, John said to Henry. No. I mean, yes, actually, but sorry, Lucy finished in a small voice. Not to worry, Henry said cheerfully. I don't feel a day over 50. This time, John's kick connected. Well, I must admit that I'm relieved, Lucy said as Henry rubbed his ankle. I was pretty worried about the whole situation with Voldemort. Lucy's head was spinning. She could hear a roaring noise overwhelming everything else. Her consciousness was slipping away. Am I dying? Easy, easy, Henry was saying. You walked right into that one. Lucy opened her eyes slowly. Her head was killing her. At some point, she'd fallen to the floor. Henry had caught her. It seemed and stopped her from cracking her head open on the ground. What? You know whose name is cursed, John explained. Don't try to say it, especially not without practicing and building yourself up to it. How was I supposed to know? That wasn't in the books, Lucy complained. We think it's because Harry is a John said. Don't say that word either. Again, it probably doesn't matter, but it might lead to some unpleasant questions. Lucy nodded again. The last 24 hours had left her speechless more than she liked. Otherwise, all the Muggleborns would be fine with saying his name, wouldn't they? Henry said. All right. Anyway, what were you saying? Henry said, pulling her to her feet. Right, I was worried about the whole you-know-who situation. She mouthed the word Horcruxes, how he comes back. But I assume you've got that all under control. John and Henry shared a look. It's not under control at all, really, John said. You mean you haven't just told Dumbledore? That's what I was going to do, Lucy said. By all means try, said Henry. And you should try because it'd be stupid to not try, but we can't share any knowledge we have from reading the books. What? We can say the words or even write it down, but it just goes in one ear and out the other. Like a Fidelius charm? Yeah, pretty much, John said, impressed. That was pretty quick. Do you know the books well? Do I know the books well? Lucy gave him a look. Please, I'm in like the top percentile when it comes to Harry Potter knowledge. That's not even an exaggeration. I used to take Harry Potter quizzes online, and the results page would say top 1%. Good, because this one, John jabbed his thumb at Henry, can hardly remember the book titles, let alone the contents. I'm not that bad. He got the Hungarian Horntail and Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback confused, John stage whispered. That was one time. Lucy chuckled weakly. So, you've been here for a couple of years. You must have done something productive, right? Like freeing Sirius. John grimaced. It's not easy, being unable to share certain bits of information. Without Wormtail being at Hogwarts Dash. Scabbers was Percy's rat before Ron's, Lucy said immediately. He was, John said, shocked. It's not so nice when you're not the one who's ignorant about something, is it? Said Henry. Oh, shush. This doesn't actually change any of our plans. Yes, but it would have been nice to get more done sooner. Hold on, Lucy said. You guys do have a plan? Spreading rumors, John said. Lucy gave him a look. No, I'm serious, he said. I've been spreading rumors for years that McGonagall spies on students in her animagus form, and that Filch's cat is actually his human wife. And what? You expect that the whole school is just going to go around shooting anti-animagus charms at animals all the time? Mrs. Norris got hit 3 times last year, though nobody's got McGonagall yet, said Henry. Lucy snorted, but quickly schooled her expression. And you're sure that it's a better plan than, say, tackling Ron to the ground and casting the charm on the rat directly? John grimaced. I'd rather not bring so much attention to us, nor would we be able to explain how we knew he was an animagus. But every day that goes by is another day that an innocent man is suffering in prison, Lucy said emphatically. I always had a soft spot for Sirius. There are other reasons that I'd rather not come under scrutiny, John said evasively. But surely if you're happy to help get Sirius out of Azkaban, the sooner the better, Lucy implored. Henry held up his hands. You're right, Lucy. Sirius does need to be exonerated, but he's been in prison for 10 years. A few more months won't make much difference, but he saw Lucy about to interrupt. We've agreed to switch to more direct forms of intervention if Wormtail isn't revealed soon. How soon is soon? Christmas at the latest. It's not ideal, but these two have been here longer than I have. I can always change my mind later, I guess. Okay, she said slowly. Any other ongoing plots I should be aware of? Not really, John said. Our plan for this year was mostly just to stop Harry and his friends getting into trouble. I understand that their adventures built up the friendships and their capabilities, Henry said. But I can't condone letting children fight a troll, for example. Except for Quirrell killing the unicorns, the broomstick incident, and the events at the end of the year, said John. Not much terrible happens this year. That's not wrong. Exactly, Lucy, though, brow creased in concentration. But I feel like we should be doing something more proactive than spreading rumors. There are still all the Horcruxes, including the one in Harry, all the escaped Death Eaters, and that includes Crouch Jr., now that I think about it. We should probably do something about Voldemort's father's bones at some point, Arg. Lucy let her head drop to the table in front of her with a thunk. What? You know, she said, speaking directly into the wooden surface in front of her. I was actually looking forward to offloading all these problems on Dumbledore and then just enjoying my time at Hogwarts, making friends, studying magic. But no, now I have to fight Vo. You know who. Henry and John gave her sympathetic looks. Well, at least you have us here to help, Henry said. In my first year, I thought I was all alone, said John. At least tell me that magic is as amazing as I hope it is? Lucy asked, tilting her head and opening one eye to peer at them blearily. Oh, my dear, Henry said, a genuine smile on his face. As amazing as you hope and more. Lucy couldn't help herself from finding his smile to be very contagious. Do you have an idea what kind of magic you want to focus on? Henry continued. Lucy sat up, the same flicker of true excitement that was lit inside her yesterday, burning brightly again. Well, defense against the dark arts, naturally, and charms always seemed useful too. Oh, and I definitely want to get good at transfiguration, because there's no way I'm not becoming an animagus if we're going to be doing, what do you call them, covert operations? Then I'll definitely want to learn occlumency, but it'd be a good idea to get good at soul magic too, considering the Harry situation. Oh, and dash. Whoa. John was holding up his hands. Slow down there. You just mentioned half a dozen difficult and esoteric things. Lucy glared at him. I'm smart, and I'm going to put the work in. It's magic for crying out loud. If that was all it needed, dash, John began to say. And I have an 11-year age advantage on my peers, so dash. And I had a 30-year gap, John interrupted her back. And Henry had a million-year gap. Henry rolled his eyes dramatically. If it were easy, I'd do it myself, but magic is hard. It's great, to be sure, but it's not easy. My advice? Pick 2 things from your list and focus on those. Probably just one. Geez, what a party pooper. All right then, what do you 2 focus on? Well, John dragged out the word. I think you were right about the need for occlumency, or just mind magic generally. You're a legilimens? Lucy said skeptically. I mean, it's cool, but it's also kind of creepy, TBH. TBH? Henry asked, eyebrows raised. To be honest, was that so hard to say? Lucy looked at him in a new light. Wow, you are old. John let out a laugh, while Henry grumbled something about disrespectful children. To answer your question, John said, I am kind of a legilimens. I can read people's minds somewhat, but only if I'm using my wand and the incantation and I have eye contact. And I've only practiced against Henry here. Like I said, magic is hard. Well, there go my dreams of total magical mastery. Oh well. And how about you, Henry? What's your area of focus? Charms. Charms, Lucy said, a little skeptical. Isn't that a little, basic? Henry made a face. I've never understood that attitude. Magic is probably around 90% charms. Sure, potions and herbology and dash, he nodded at John. Mind reading are useful, but you're still going to be casting dozens more charms on any typical day. I guess you know more about it than I do, Lucy said. What I want to focus on. Lucy frowned, looking down at the table in front of her in concentration. Do you want my advice? John asked. Lucy nodded, looking at him expectantly. Don't decide anything. Go to your first week of lessons. Read your textbooks. When you have an idea of what you like and what you're good at, decide what you want to specialize in then. That's good advice, actually, thanks. Any other valuable pieces of advice? Oh, yeah. John's eyes lit up as he remembered something. Don't go into the room of requirement. The room? Why not? I'd had a vague idea of searching for useful things in the room of missing things. Because it's a little complex. John ran his hand through his hair. The magic which prevents us from sharing knowledge we have from reading the books only applies to things that we only know from reading the books. He saw the blank look on Lucy's face. Say, for example, you wanted to talk about the Fidelius charm with Flitwick. You wouldn't be able to because it's a secret from the books. But if you found a description of the charm in a textbook, then you could discuss it with him. But you couldn't tell him that Pettigrew was the Potter's secret keeper. This is going to hurt my head. I just know it. Okay, so how does that relate to the room? Because if Quirrell reads your mind after you've been inside, then he'll find out that you know how to access it. You know who may have him move the diadem just in case. Plus, the diadem is in the room. I don't want to go anywhere near any of them until I'm much more prepared. Lucy frowned. It seems a little overcautious to me, no offense. If you're not being overcautious, you're not being cautious enough, John said forcefully. Henry sat down, watching him speak, but John remained standing, his expression perfectly serious. We know far too much. We know the location of all of you know, whose you know what's in all of the Deathly Hallows and the full text of the prophecy. We know every important secret and every future event for the next 7 years. If you know who works out that we know something important, he could stick any one of us under the imperious curse. Even if he couldn't extract information from us directly, he could just command us to serve him faithfully and to help him as best we can. Do you want to rob Harry of his cloak and deliver it to the Dark Lord? If you were imperious, you wouldn't be able to help yourself. And that's just one possibility. If someone with bad intentions finds out a way to bypass the magic that protects our knowledge of the books, it could be an instant loss for the good guys. Our being here has already changed things. We don't know if the prophecy is still in effect. We don't know if the razor-thin path that Harry took to achieve his victory in the books is still possible. Do you realize how tenuous the method that Harry took to get ownership of the wand was? If even one part of that doesn't happen, who could win? That's why we've got to operate with an overabundance of caution. Whoa. But, Henry said softly, calmly leaning forward, also have fun and enjoy learning magic. John sat down, rubbing his face. What we know does give us a huge advantage over the forces of evil, Henry continued. There's no reason to suspect that the situation is hopeless. Quite the opposite, in fact. Just be careful. Sorry, Henry's right, John said, his head still in his hands. There's no need to get stressed. Me and Henry can probably do it all by ourselves if you just want to go and play Quidditch or whatever. You're certainly not required to join our crusade. No. I want to help, Lucy said earnestly. John stood up. Well, you can work out what you want to do later. For now, enjoy your first day, make some friends, learn some magic. Shall we meet up this evening? The grounds are lovely this time of year. For now, I'm going to go get a cup of tea. And without waiting for a reply, he strode out of the door and left it hanging open behind him. Henry stood up and pulled the door to, smiling at Lucy afterwards. He can get a little worked up, can't he? Lucy nodded, still a little taken aback. John's a good bloke, but he's not had an easy time of it. He was essentially alone for a whole year, with almost quite, literally, the fate of the whole world on his shoulders. He can't relate to any of the students because they're too young and none of the teachers because he's too young, so he was pretty lonely before I got here. I've tried to take on some of that burden since I got here, but to be honest, he's just better at the planning and plotting stuff than I am. I do want to help, Lucy said again, and she meant it, even if it was looking more daunting than she first imagined. Henry held out his hand, smiling in a way that seemed strange on his 12-year-old face, but he managed to make it work somehow. Welcome to the team, Lucy. Lucy stood and, ignoring his outstretched hand, stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Thanks, Henry. Call me Harry, he said. Lucy leant back, looking him in the eyes in confusion. Harry is short for Henry, he clarified. Lucy scoffed, as if that wouldn't get real confusing real fast. Henry laughed. Breakfast? Yes, Lucy groaned in hunger. You don't know if they serve biscuits and gravy here, do you? Henry pulled back from her, the most profound look of confusion on his face. What? Year 1, Chapter 2, and you're not thinking about it at all? It just comes out with that accent naturally? Henry asked. I can't even do my normal accent if I try, Lucy confirmed. And not even 7 o'clock. The Great Hall was still very quiet. Just a few of the older students who were ready to start lessons after the long break and a few other overexcited first years. John had come to join them with his cup of tea, but he had begged off joining in their conversation and was instead reading the third-year divination textbook, Unfogging the Future. He's going to have some visions about rats turning into men, Henry whispered to her. Ooh, that's clever, Lucy whispered back, looking around them furtively. She just so happened to glance to one side, just in time to see that one of the teachers was approaching them. Your timetable, Atkinson, Severus Snape said disinterestedly, holding out a piece of parchment to John. Thank you, Professor, John said politely, looking up from his textbook and taking the parchment Snape was offering. Did you have a good summer? It was fine, Snape said dismissively. He looked down at the divination textbook John was reading, and his lip curled. John caught the look on his face. Not everything can be as interesting as potions, sir. I'm Muggle-born, so I don't need Muggle studies. Care of magical creatures? I'm not spending winter outside, if I can help it. Quite, Snape said. He looked at Henry. Owens, he said coldly. Professor, Henry said back equally coldly. Snape glanced at Lucy briefly, his cold eyes seeming to drill into hers. But then he was gone, handing out more schedules. Did he just legitimize me? Lucy whispered nervously. No, John said. That's just his resting expression. Oh, Lucy said, relief flowing through her. What's he got against you, Henry? He's a sadistic and cruel man, full of nothing but bitterness and a hatred of children, Henry said, watching carefully to make sure they weren't being overheard. It's no wonder John likes him. John grunted in amusement while turning a page. Henry got a detention for telling him off in his first lesson. He made an 11-year-old cry by shouting at him. Henry protested. That's not just bad pedagogy, it's moral deficiency. What's pedagogy? Lucy asked. It's the study of education, Henry said. Henry used to be the head teacher of his own school, John said. Oh, that's so cool, Lucy said. Then she thought about it for a second. Oh, but I can see how that might be annoying to go from that to being a student again. Believe me, said Henry. I can see the irony of spending my whole life at school, only for my second life to start with school all over again. He was about to say something else, only to look over Lucy's shoulder and stop himself. Miss Williamson, said a voice. Lucy turned around to see Professor Flitwick standing next to her. How is even Flitwick taller than me? I hate being 11 again. It's lovely to meet you. I'm your new head of house, Professor Flitwick, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Lucy said. Sir, Henry whispered in her ear. Sir, Flitwick smiled at her. I'm glad that you've made friends already, but make sure to do the same with your fellow Ravenclaw first years too. Yes, sir. Here's your schedule. I'm sure that Messrs. Owens and Atkinson can answer any questions you have. Of course, Professor, Henry said. Right then, I'll see you in Charms after lunch, Miss Williamson. Henry watched as Flitwick went off. See? Much better with children. Lucy looked around at the gradually filling hall. I should probably follow his advice and hang out with the Ravenclaws. Shall we meet up later? Sure. It's bullshit, Lucy ground out in frustration. Watch your language, Henry said seriously. This is a school, remember. Henry and John were currently showing Lucy around the grounds. She had been looking forward to seeing all the famous sights around the castle, but she was currently too angry to take any of it in. I'm 22 years old, damn it, Lucy said, ignoring Henry's chastisement. How are middle school subjects supposed to be this difficult? Show me again, John requested. Lucy drew her wand, checked her grip was just like Flitwick had shown them, screwed up all of her determination, and gave her wand a little flick. Lumos. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a dim light appeared at the end of her wand. See? Lucy said angrily. John shrugged. Your gesture and wand work look fine to me, he said. Then what am I doing wrong? Do I just have a weak, I don't know, magical core or something? Henry smiled in amusement. I don't think I've ever heard of a magical core, he said. It's not weakness, John emphasized. Think of it like, did you ever play the violin? He asked. No, Lucy said slowly. I play the flute. Oh, that works as an example just as well. If you handed me a flute right now, showed me the fingerings, and I put it to my lips, do you think I could make a beautiful sound? No, Lucy said slowly again. You're talking about tone. Exactly. Just like there's a tone to music, there's a tone to magic too. How long did it take you to get a decent sound on the flute? There was that videotape that Mom always liked to watch at Christmas time of that recital I did when I was 6. The sound that came out of that flute. Years, Lucy admitted. Oh God, is it going to take me years to get good at magic? 7, Henry said. Then he pulled out his own wand and flicked it once. Lumos. A steady, white light bloomed into existence at the tip. But it gets easier with practice. And to think I thought the worst of practicing was behind me after I left the conservatory. Oh, that reminds me, said Lucy. Do you know somewhere I can practice? The flute, that is. There's an unused classroom on the 5th floor that has a piano in it, Henry said. That's probably your best bet. And when I say 5th floor, remember that in Britain we start from the ground floor, 1st floor, 2nd floor, and so on. Lucy grumbled under her breath, kicking out her feet as she walked. Homesick already? John asked. No, Lucy said. And I certainly wouldn't want to go back even if I could. It's just strange being a foreigner. And you're Muggleborn on top of that, John pointed out. How bad is it in Slytherin? Lucy asked John. It's fine, John said. Though Draco Malfoy was loudly complaining about Dumbledore and his Muggle-loving in the common room last night. Lucy looked around. Is Dumbledore actually, gay, said John. Somehow it's never come up in the exactly 0 conversations I've had with our venerable headmaster. Lucy giggled. You're just too cute, Henry said. I'm 22. Lucy objected. Not at the moment you're not, John pointed out. What are you? Are you even 5 feet tall? He held out his hand to her head height. She slapped his hand away. Yes, I am. Thank you very much, she said crossly. I'll have you know that I'm going to shoot up to a very respectable 5'6". When is that supposed to happen? Henry asked. Oh, why I'm about 15 or so, Lucy said, deflating. Like I said, he continued, very cute. Besides, one of my granddaughters was 22 as well. Lucy looked at him in surprise. You have grandchildren? Yes. How do you think I read Harry Potter? I read it to them, of course. Remember, I was 74 before I ended up here. Unlike the headmaster, I was very capable of falling in love and having children. Are they out there? In the Muggle world? Henry shook his head. I want to check during the summer. My house and my school are there, but are full of strangers. Old colleagues don't show up in the phone book. I even tried to visit my great-great-great-grandfather's gravestone, but it wasn't there. This is Britain, John said, but not the one we're from. There were a bunch of terrorist attacks and natural disasters in the 70s. The work of the Death Eaters, no doubt, that never occurred in the Britain we remembered. So, it's like a parallel universe? Lucy asked. Pretty much. Sorry about your family, she said to Henry, patting him on the arm because she couldn't hug him while they were walking. He gave her hand an appreciative squeeze. Thank you, but I was 74 and probably didn't have that long left in me anyway. They'd have been sad, but will do fine without me. He paused. My wife passed away 5 years ago. Now Lucy really did hug him, pulling him to a stop so she could make it a proper one. He let her hug him for only a moment, though. Now, that's enough self-pity, he said, breaking apart from her. Let's go in for dinner. I think it's Toad in the hole tonight. You goes. The sun was shining. The sky was blue. The birds were twittering. Well, one bird was at least. Well, more of the occasional squawk than a musical chirp. And the blue sky and bright sun may have been obscured by voluminous, gray clouds. Perfect weather for plummeting to one's death. Lucy thought, glancing skyward. The other first years waiting for their first flying lesson were exhibiting a mix of emotions. Some were excited, like Terry. Some were eager to show off, like Draco. Some were terrified but trying to hide it, like Hermione. Lucy was just resigned to something going wrong. After flailing my way through this week of lessons, I'll be happy if I merely break my ankle instead of anything more important. Her poor performance and charms had been the standard, rather than the exception. Changing a matchstick into a needle in Transfigurations and the spook animal's jinx in Defense had been just as difficult for her as the wand lighting charm had been. As a result, herbology, potions, astronomy, and history had been her best lessons, due to the lack of wand work required. Step up to a broom, Madam Hooch demanded. Why are some of the adults Madam, and some of them Professor? Lucy thought to herself as she resignedly stepped forward. She made sure to get the broom next to Neville's, just in case. Is it because broomstick flying isn't a real subject? It's discrimination against the less academically inclined, is what it is. Lucy listened to Professor Madam Hooch's instructions with half an ear, just waiting for something to go wrong. Instead of lifting off when instructed, she grabbed the tail branches of Neville's broom when he started to drift higher and pulled him back down to the ground. Even if he ended up crashing to the ground, rather than landing, he still smiled at Lucy appreciatively. Lucy just nodded dumbly in response, though, her mind preoccupied with composing an epitaph for her untimely death due to poor public school sports equipment. How about "Here lies Lucy, a psychic in her own magical adventure"? Longbottom, Williamson, stop lounging around and get up there, Hooch shouted at them. Come on, Neville, Lucy said after sighing dramatically. It's time for us to meet our maker. What? Neville whimpered. Despite the fact that her humor was as self-deprecating as anyone who had been a teenager in the 2000s, Lucy actually had a healthy streak of pride running through her, and if you asked her on a particularly honest day, she would agree that she didn't like to admit it when she was wrong. However, Lucy would have been willing to shout it from the astronomy tower if someone had demanded it of her. That flying, far from terrifying and dangerous, was perhaps the best thing about the wizarding world she'd experienced so far. "We!" Lucy screamed. "Williamson!" cried out Hooch. "I said no loop-de-loops." "Sure thing, Madam Professor Hooch," Lucy shouted back, switching to barrel rolls. "Merlin Sake girl. Just fly straight. And don't call me that." Lucy acceded to the instruction by flying straight towards the ground. She leveled out earlier than she wanted to, though, not willing to test Hooch's patience any further. "Having fun?" Anthony asked her when she leveled herself besides him. "You bet. I feel like I'm a child all over again," Lucy said breathlessly. "What's that supposed to mean?" But Lucy ignored him, as she had spotted competition in the form of the only other flyer as confident as her. "Hey, Potter," she shouted, speeding forwards to catch up with the scrawny boy. "Want a race?" "I'm not sure that Madam Hooch would allow that," Harry said. Lucy suddenly realized that it was the first time she'd actually spoken with the boy hero. "Sounds like loser talk to me," she said, rocketing forward, but when she looked back a moment later, he was hot on her tail. It only took 10 seconds for Hooch to order them to the ground. She gave Harry a stern talking to before sending him back up to practice and took Lucy's broomstick away from her over her stringent protests. She also took the first house points that Lucy had ever lost. She was surprised by how little she cared. Hooch couldn't keep her on the ground forever. Finally, something was going right for Lucy. "This is what I imagined being a witch and living at Hogwarts would feel like. I'm walking on sunshine, whoa. I'm walking on sunshine." "Lucy, what are you doing?" Lisa Turpin asked Lucy in the dorm that evening. "And don't it feel good?" "Yeah." Lucy continued rubbing her damp hair with a towel. "Lucy, it's been 2 hours," Padma Patil complained. Lucy grinned at her, but did stop singing. "Merlin, it's only flying," Lisa said. Lucy sighed contentedly, falling backward onto her bed. "Nah, it's more than that," she said. "I finally feel like I belong here." "In Ravenclaw?" Padma said skeptically. "Locked up in your room?" suggested Lisa. "At Hogwarts," Lucy clarified. Lisa and Padma shared a confused look. "Oh, come on. You know what I mean," Lucy continued. "Everyone here, except for the other Muggleborns, grew up hearing stories about Hogwarts, knowing that you were going to come here. I, however, didn't think that. I didn't think that magic was real or that magic schools existed. Then I get here, and everyone knows so much about magic and the magical world, and it turns out that learning magic is so difficult. I just felt a little bit like an imposter. That came out a little more heartfelt than I'd intended. I hope I've not made them worry about me." For a long moment, neither Padma nor Lisa said anything. "Well, that's just silly," Padma said eventually. "Yeah," Lisa agreed. "Wow, 11-year-olds are dense." Before Lucy could think any more uncharitable thoughts about her dorm mates, Sully burst into the room, visibly tired from having dashed up the stairs. "Lucy," she said breathlessly, "they're saying in the common room that you lost 10 house points earlier. Is that true?" "Yeah," Lucy admitted, rubbing the back of her head awkwardly. "Hooch took them from me for endangering the life of a student." "Who?" Sue asked in shock. "Myself," Lucy explained. "Oh, and by the way, if a prefect comes up to you and complains about you losing house points, what you shouldn't say is, 'Oh yeah, you should have seen it. It was awesome.'" Padma groaned. "And to think we've got another 7 years of this." Days turned into weeks, and one day halfway through October, Lucy suddenly realized that life in Hogwarts had become routine. Somehow, going to magic lessons, doing homework on magic, practicing magic spells, and even learning how to fly a magic broomstick had become ordinary. She did try to make friends with her fellow Ravenclaws, and she did make friends, but she understood John's problem. They were all just so young. Even when she would overhear the seventh years chatting, it just seemed so juvenile to her. They would be worried about their homework, desperately asking each other how to spell separate, while Lucy was knocking out top-mark essays in 30 minutes. Honestly, I once wrote a 3,000-word essay on Beethoven in 6 hours. 6 inches of parchment is nothing. She spent a lot of her free time with John and Henry, naturally, and they did talk about possible plans for the future. Lucy, it appeared, had a much better recollection of reading the books than the other two, and was able to clarify a few important things. Eventually, though, but soon enough to surprise Lucy, Halloween drew near. "How's it going? Befriending Hermione?" John asked her. They were sitting in the classroom with a piano that Henry had suggested. It was old and upright, not grand. Henry had spent an evening searching through the library for a tuning spell before giving up and asking Flitwick. Apparently, he was such a helpful student that all the professors loved him and were very indulgent towards him. Except for Snape, of course. Lucy didn't have any sheet music, so practice time was mostly just scales and pieces she had played before. Henry played the piano a little, and they had lots of fun playing movie music that didn't exist yet by ear. Nonetheless, she longed to visit a music shop and pick up something new, but it would probably have to wait until summer. She put away her flute, her heart not really in it. "Hermione is difficult to befriend," Lucy said. "I only share astronomy class with the Gryffindors, and sleepy preteens don't make easy conversationalists. But I've managed to corner her in the library on a few occasions. I'll be able to get her to the Halloween feast, don't worry." Henry was practicing some anti-troll charms just in case. Lucy had tried to learn one or two herself, but they were far beyond her level. The first years hadn't even gotten to the levitation charm yet. "At least my Lumos is much better now." Lucy checked in on Hermione twice during Halloween Day, once at breakfast and once at lunch. Even after the infamous Gryffindor charms lesson on the levitation charm, Hermione seemed fine and continued going to her afternoon lessons. Apparently, Henry, John, and Lucy had set off one butterfly effect or another that prevented Hermione from being upset by Ron. When the final lesson of the day ended, Lucy rushed to the defense against the dark arts classroom that the Gryffindors were leaving. Lucy looked through the gaggle of children leaving, all of them excited for the Halloween feast, except Hermione wasn't among them. Lucy didn't like being around Quirrell any more than was necessary, but she summoned up the courage to peek through the doorway and saw Hermione talking with Quirrell. Even more worryingly, Hermione was sniffing and rubbing at her eyes. "Fuck!" Letting out a sob, Hermione ran out of the classroom, knocking Lucy to the ground as she did. "Ow! Hermione, wait!" Lucy called after her, but Hermione disappeared around the corner. "PP, poor girl is TT, terribly homesick." Lucy looked around to see Quirrell looking down at her with what was probably supposed to be a sympathetic expression, but really was just freaking Lucy out. He held out a hand to help Lucy to her feet, but she just scrambled up by herself. "I'll GG. Go check on her," she stuttered, trying not to let the panic show on her face. "Oh, well done, Lucy. Genius. Now he's going to think you're mocking him." Quirrell frowned, looking her in the eye for a moment, but then he smiled again. "You'd better hurry down if you don't want to miss the feast, Miss Williamson," he said. "I think Miss Granger just needs some time alone." "The hell she does?" "Yes, Professor. Run along now." Quirrell made shooing gestures. Lucy practically ran away from him, but after turning a couple of corners stopped and hid behind a suit of armor, reviewing her options. Did Quirrell Imperio her? She seemed fine at lunch? Ah, never mind that now. What do I do? John and Henry will be looking out for Hermione and me, so I can assume that help will be on the way, so I just have to make sure that Hermione doesn't get splattered before then. Lucy looked up and down the hallway she was in. It seemed that in her haste to get away from Quirrell, she ended up in a part of the castle that she didn't recognize. Great, and now I'm lost. Lucy ran a hand through her hair. Quirrell has probably already gone to let the troll in. Hermione is probably bawling her eyes out, and I have no idea where. Well, there's nothing else for it. It'll have to be. Lucy sighed. Running. Damn these short legs. Hermione jumped from where she was standing in front of the mirror. She looked around to see Lucy, the strange Ravenclaw girl, by the doorway, her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Seriously, would it kill the teachers to give us maps? And Lucy, Hermione said, is stuttering contagious in this school? Lucy asked. No, don't answer that. We're missing the feast, let's go. Hermione didn't move, instead just staring at Lucy in confusion. Come on, girl. With the time it took me to find you, I don't know how long we've got left. I'm not sure I feel up to being around people tonight, Hermione said. Lucy almost growled, but managed to catch herself. Letting out a deep breath, she straightened her robes, walked over to Hermione, and gave the girl a big hug. You're supposed to hug me back, Lucy mumbled into Hermione's chest. Hermione did put her arms around Lucy then, but Lucy could tell that her heart wasn't really in it. Did one of the boys say something mean to you? Lucy asked. Just realize that all men are bastards and get on with your life is my advice. Don't swear, Hermione chided her. Fuck off. No, nobody said anything mean to me, Hermione said. I'm just feeling a little, you're muggle-born too, right, Lucy? Yeah. So, you know what it's like to feel like a foreigner. Girl, you have no idea. Yes. It's very difficult, Lucy said, trying to waddle backwards while still hugging Hermione, heading towards the door. We can commiserate together on the way to the Great Hall. Hermione was being very uncooperative to Lucy's attempts to maneuver them out of the bathroom. I said no, Lucy. Why are you so desperate for me to go with you? I'll be fine. Why are you so desperate to hang out in a dingy bathroom by yourself? For a brief moment, a look of confusion passed over Hermione's face. Then it was gone. I'm allowed to hang out where I wanna, she said curtly. Okay, Lucy said through gritted teeth. What if I told you that a troll was coming? So we need to get out of here. Lucy looked at Hermione expectantly, but Hermione just continued to stare at Lucy passively. Okay, what? Lucy, you didn't finish your sentence. Damn, that stupid Fidelius thingy. Gah, please just trust me, Hermione. We need to go. Again, Hermione got a confused look on her face for an instant. No, she said again, though this time she didn't seem quite as sure. Her feet were still stuck in place, and she easily resisted Lucy's efforts to manhandle her. Giving up on moving Hermione, Lucy went to the door and strained her ears. She couldn't hear anything, but she did become aware of a foul stench. God, don't the house elves clean these bath fuck? Closing the door as quietly as she could, Lucy crept back to Hermione, a finger on her lips. Thankfully, this much Hermione understood, and she let herself be led to the far end of the bathroom. So long as we keep quiet, there's no reason for the troll to come in here. The door was smashed open suddenly. Oh, come on, Hermione screamed. Lucy whimpered. Seeing it with her own two eyes, Lucy thought that the movie troll didn't look half as dangerous as this. That troll was dopey and cartoonish. This troll looked more carnivorous than comical. Hermione was still screaming, which was probably for the best. Lucy put herself in front of the girl. Though not only was Hermione bigger than her, but she was probably better at magic too, but Lucy wasn't going to let a 12-year-old put herself in more danger for her own sake. Lucy! Hermione! Henry! In here! Lucy screamed. Henry and John both rushed into the bathroom, wands out, and didn't hesitate to start casting. Glisho! Obscuro! The problem with trolls, Henry had explained to her a few weeks beforehand, is that they're big, strong, and resistant to magic. I can see why that would be a problem, Lucy had replied casually. Considering that we are small, weak, reliant on magic, and vulnerable to splattering. Henry had laughed. But they're also really quite stupid and can't do any magic of their own. The troll slipped and fell on the unnaturally slippery floor, howling in rage as a blindfold wrapped itself around its eyes. The two boys followed up by wrapping cords around its legs and arms. It wouldn't be strong enough to resist being snapped by the troll, but it would help to keep it unbalanced enough for Hermione and Lucy to escape. Hopefully, feeling much more scared than she was letting on, Lucy grabbed Hermione's arm and ran around the edge of the bathroom furthest from the troll. They slipped a little at the edge of the charmed area, but managed to get to Henry and John. Go, John said. His voice was calm, but his face was the picture of focus and concentration. The troll managed to grip on to one of the torch sconces hanging on the wall for balance, so Henry pointed his wand at it. Relatio, the screws holding the sconce in place began to unscrew themselves, until the sconce fell from the wall, bringing the troll back down to the ground with it. Lucy got Hermione to the doorway, but Hermione jolted to a stop at the threshold. Hermione, Lucy said, exasperated. What is it now? I want to stay in the bathroom, she said, though it was difficult to hear her over the howling of the troll. Are you insane? John, unwilling to entertain a conversation, left dealing with the troll to Henry and physically dragged Hermione through the doorway, over her stringent protests. Being much bigger than Hermione, he succeeded where Lucy had failed. But, even when blinded, lying on the floor and half immobilized, the troll was still dangerous. Either due to supernatural hearing or just luck, the troll flung its club towards the four children. It missed Henry by inches, but Lucy was not so lucky. When she had been young, long before arriving at platform 9 3/4, Lucy had visited a stable to go horseback riding. It had been the first and last time she had gone. On the trail, her horse had been startled by a snake on the path and threw her off. Holding out her hands as she fell, she managed to break her wrist in 2 places. She spent a whole month in a cast and missed an important musical recital she had been looking forward to. She had cried and cried on the way to the hospital. Her dad driving a breakneck speed down the bumpy country roads hadn't helped at all. But that was like a stubbed toe compared to this. Pain erupted in her arm. It was painful beyond her comprehension, like her whole arm had been dipped in a molten steel. She lost sense of the passage of time for a few moments. She suddenly became aware that somebody was screaming, and a moment later, she realized that it was her own voice. John had dragged her away from the bathroom, Hermione nervously standing next to him. Whatever had been compelling her to stay in the bathroom had ended when she had passed through the doorway. She was very vaguely aware of raised voices around her. She opened a single eye for a moment and saw Professor Snape, McGonagall, and Quirrell before shutting her eye closed again, the bright light making her head spin. A moment later, she threw up. Oh God, I hope I don't choke to death on my own vomit, like some freshman girl trying to join a sorority. That would be kind of embarrassing. Someone obviously noticed, because a moment later the vomit was vanished by some spell, and then there was blessed relief, followed by a deep sleep. Year 1, Chapter 3. Whatever they put in these magical painkillers is good, Lucy said thickly. And a good morning to you too, young lady. Lucy opened her eyes very lazily. Henry was sitting at a very strange angle. Then Lucy realized that Henry was sitting normally and that she was laying down. How long was I out? She asked. Just the one night? You broke basically every bone in your arm, so Madame Pomfrey vanished them all and regrew them with Skeel Grow. She thought it would be kinder to keep you asleep during the process. Lucy blinked slowly. Whatever potion they had given her was certainly messing with her head. She didn't do that for Harry and Sis. COS. Chamber of Secrets, Lucy clarified. Ah, Henry nodded in understanding. I think she took pity on you because, well, you're so small and adorable. Damn straight, Lucy agreed. Henry gave her a disapproving look. I don't know whether to blame your terrible language on your youth or your being American. Probably both, Lucy admitted. It felt weird having a conversation with someone while they were sitting down and she was lying in bed, but she couldn't quite find the energy to sit up. Henry smiled in the way that he did. Thank you, by the way, for saving Hermione's life. Wasn't that the plan? Lucy said, closing her eyes and wiggling in her bed to find a more comfortable position. The plan, Henry said, was to not have anyone need rescuing in the first place. What happened? Lucy's thoughts, which had been slowing down, suddenly sped up, remembering details and connecting ideas at a rapid pace. Groaning, she opened her eyes again. Can you get John here? And probably Hermione, too. It sounds more like a confundus charm than the imperious curse to me, John said. It was the evening of the same day. Madame Pomfrey had offered to let Lucy go to lessons or rest in bed, and Lucy had readily chosen to take it easy. Partly, she wanted to relax after a somewhat stressful day, but mostly she just didn't enjoy any of the lessons she had on Fridays. I don't know what either of those spells are, Hermione said, disappointed in herself, as if it had been expected of her to learn about every possible spell in her first 2 months of exposure to the wizarding world. The Confundus charm, John explained, is used to confuse and suggest, like, oh, these aren't the droids you're looking for. Lucy giggled. Or, you're feeling homesick, Hermione said. Exactly. Whereas the Imperious Curse is just total control over a person. It's absolutely illegal and 100 times worse. In the last war, it was used for all sorts of horrible things. But Hermione doesn't need to hear about them, Henry interjected. Hermione harumphed, but John moved on. The way Lucy's described it, it sounds quite likely that Quirrell did. Confund you. Hermione frowned. Well, leaving aside the question of why a professor would want me to get killed by a troll, she said, her voice only just catching on the word kill. It still doesn't make sense, because Professor Quirrell never had the chance to charm or curse me. Lucy opened her mouth to speak, but Henry held up a hand. What do you remember of yesterday? He asked. From the end of your defense against the dark arts lesson. Hermione looked upwards as she searched her memory. I had been feeling all right all lesson, but right at the end I just felt a bit lonely and… It's all right, Henry said kindly. You can just tell us what you did. Hermione nodded. When the lesson ended, I ran straight to the bathroom and stayed there until Lucy arrived. See, I didn't even talk to Quirrell. But that's not what happened at all, Hermione, Lucy said. Quirrell was talking to you at the front of the classroom at the end of the lesson. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. And why did you refuse to leave the bathroom when the troll was right behind us? I didn't, Hermione said, her brow creased in confusion. What are you talking about? A memory charm? Henry asked. Maybe right after the professors arrived outside the bathroom, said John. We were all pretty distracted. He could have modified her memory then, trying to cover his tracks. Hermione looked rather horrified by the suggestion that her memory might have been altered. But why? She cried, before nervously looking around the hospital wing, afraid to have attracted Madame Pomfrey's attention. Why would a professor want to kill me? Am I that bad a student? Lucy desperately wanted to give Hermione a hug then, but she was still in bed. Instead, she looked at Henry imploringly. Of course not, sweetheart, he said quickly, patting her hand comfortingly, a poor substitute for a hug by Lucy's reckoning. The entire reason behind letting the troll in was to serve as a distraction. Putting a student in danger just adds to the pressure the other teachers are put under. Plus, having a student die under his watch would put the headmaster under intense scrutiny and maybe even get him ousted from the school. Add to that you are a smart, hardworking, muggle-born student, he probably is just opposed to you in principle, John added. Lucy glared at him, but Hermione seemed to find his comment relieving. A distraction for what? She asked. Where's the one place that Dumbledore told us not to go? Henry asked. The Forbidden Forest? Hermione frowned. Oh, the 3rd floor corridor. But what's in it? I don't know. John lied. But there's probably a reason that Quirrell said the troll was in the dungeons, as far away from the 3rd floor as you can get. The question is, Lucy said, is a potential Confundus charm and memory charm enough to get him arrested? Lucy glanced at Henry and John significantly. The real question, which they couldn't discuss in front of Hermione, literally couldn't, was whether it was enough to get Dumbledore to act. We know that he was suspicious of Quirrell from the beginning of the year, but surely even Dumbledore wouldn't let him teach students if he knew that Voldemort was clinging to the back of his head. But isn't a student almost dying enough to get him to kick Quirrell out? Avatar of the Dark Lord or no? It wasn't enough in the books. Plus, we got to consider what the whole 3rd floor gauntlet is for. It certainly looks as if it's a trap for Voldemort. Whether for Dumbledore to confront him personally or for Harry to face him as some sort of test or practice. For Harry. But that means that he does know that Voldemort is possessing Quirrell, which makes Dumbledore even more reckless than he sometimes seems. Honestly, Sorcerer's Stone always seemed like a fever dream after the rest of the series came out. Well, with all the retcons and things added later on. If we can get some more testimony from other Gryffindors who may have seen Hermione talking with Quirrell at the end of the lesson, John said, then we can at least plausibly show that Hermione's memory has been altered, which means that something untoward was going on. They all glanced at each other before nodding in agreement. Do you think Quirrell might have used a Confundus charm in the books? Or should I say, in the original timeline? Henry asked. Henry, Lucy, and John were currently sitting outside of McGonagall's office. When they had suggested the idea to her, along with Lucy, backed up by Neville and Dean Thomas, telling her that they definitely remembered seeing Hermione talking with Quirrell, which contradicted Hermione's own recollection. McGonagall was concerned enough to summon Dumbledore. Hermione was currently undergoing a very careful examination of her mind from the headmaster, which was being conducted privately, for her sake, so the others had been sent outside to wait. "I'm not sure," Lucy said. "I get confused by what's in the books and what's in the movies sometimes, but I think that all Ron said to upset her was something along the lines of she hasn't got any friends, which is kind of true. Certainly not enough for her to spend the whole day sobbing. But then again, if it was her first time living away from home, in a new school, in a new world, and she didn't have any friends, then maybe I could imagine it either way." "Poor girl," Henry said. "If Dumbledore does oust Quirrell this early," John said, "then we've definitely changed what happens in the books. When the troll almost killed Hermione anyway, despite our best efforts to keep her safe, I was worried that there was some outside force that would make the events from the books happen regardless. But hopefully that is not the case." The door behind them opened, and a very disturbed looking Hermione stepped out, followed by Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. Lucy and the others jumped to their feet, looking at Dumbledore anxiously. "I think," he said, "that it would be for the best if you all went back to your respective common rooms. It seems as if I need to have a slightly awkward conversation with one of my professors." "That's one way to put it," Lucy thought. "Hopefully it's the kind of conversation that starts Petri Ficus Totalis. If you would be so kind as to not mention this with anyone, at least for the moment," Dumbledore continued. "Professor McGonagall, if you escort the young Miss Granger to Gryffindor Tower." "Of course, Headmaster." They all broke off to head in their separate directions, but Lucy shared a look with Henry and John before they went. "I'm honestly kind of surprised," Lucy thought to herself as she walked back to the Ravenclaw common room. "Part of me was sure that he was just going to brush us off, but no. But again, it does raise the question of what he was thinking in the books. It's not as if Hermione didn't almost die originally. Did he think that Quirrell didn't try to put Hermione in danger? But then he almost killed Harry at the Quidditch match. Is it different for Harry because he's the prophesied one? Is Dumbledore afraid that Henry or John, or maybe McGonagall, is going to go over his head and cause a fuss? I wouldn't put it past any of them, but still, maybe he just saw something in Hermione's head that pointed towards Voldemort himself being involved and not just Quirrell acting independently. Maybe this just isn't the same Dumbledore that I read about. That Dumbledore was a character following a script and a plot, but this Dumbledore is a real person who is responding to real events. There's no guarantee that everyone is going to behave exactly the same way in every circumstance. It's not as if I can ask Dumbledore why anyway." Lucy eyed the common room guardian warily as she approached. Apart from that very first night, she hadn't been lucky in her riddles. Hesitantly, she rapped the knocker. "What walks with 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs during the day, and 3 legs in the evening?" Lucy frowned. "I mean, I did read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them in this life and the past one, but am I expected to remember every entry? A boggart changes forms, I guess, but it doesn't quite ring true. To hell with it. A boggart, which first changes into a dog, then a meerkat, and then, what is 3 legs? Oh, a man." For a long moment, the door knocker said nothing, and then, silently, it opened and let her in. "Lucy, you're a genius." She spotted Terry Boots sitting at one of the tables doing homework and decided to go help him. Henry had apparently organized a very successful homework club for the younger Hufflepuffs, his history as an educator shining through. Lucy didn't try as hard as him, but she could at least spell check her fellow first year's essays, even if the perverse British English spellings messed her up sometimes. She was just helping him rewrite one of his sentences to make its meaning clearer, when from above them, multiple loud bangs and crashes could suddenly be heard. "Did somebody let off a bunch of fireworks indoors?" Terry asked. "It's not bonfire night until Tuesday." "Are those Weasley twins at it again?" somebody else asked. But Lucy had a worrying thought about what it might have been. All students are to remain in their current locations until further notice. McGonagall's magically amplified voice resounded through the castle. I guess that Quirrell didn't want to go quietly. The rest of the Ravenclaws gossiped madly for the next hour, even though the ominous sounds above them had ended almost as soon as they had started. Lucy didn't join in their wild rumor-making, though. Instead, she eyed the entrance cautiously, fingering her wand. Not that I could do much if Coral did come through. I can only get the leg locker curse to work about half of the time, and I can't see it doing much against an adult. Lucy let go of her wand and collapsed back into her chair. Why can't magic be easy? Another 20 minutes passed before the lockdown was ended, and several of the other Ravenclaws immediately left to try and find out what happened. But Lucy didn't bother. It was almost curfew, and besides, she'd find out in the morning anyway. Lucy was halfway through her scales the next day when Henry slipped into their commandeered classroom. He very politely waited until she's finished before he spoke up. "Quirrell's dead," he said into the silence that followed Lucy lowering her flute. "I didn't think that Dumbledore was quite that ruthless," Lucy replied, opening her case. "From what I can tell, he died when you know who abandoned him. Actually, did Dumbledore actually kill anyone in the books?" Lucy paused. "I don't think he did. Actually, Dumbledore is in the enviable position," Henry said, "of fighting in a war where he is so much more powerful than almost all of the other participants, that he can afford to not go for the killing blow without risking losing. If we ever get into life or death fights, we're going to have to be willing to kill, or else we will be fighting at a dangerous disadvantage." Lucy carefully disassembled her flute. "That's not a thought I've actually had yet. I'm very happy that your generation grew up in a time of relative peace and safety," Henry said. "But I grew up in the 30s and 40s. Though I was too young to fight in the war, I had uncles and grandparents that did. A V-2 rocket even landed on my street. It was always easier back then to think of dying and killing. I'm not sure that I could kill someone," Lucy said quietly. "Even if they were, one of the bad guys." "Lucy," Henry said seriously. "That's good. You realize?" "Yeah, but even so, it might become necessary in the future." Henry finished her sentence for her, nodding gravely. "My advice is to think about it later." Lucy closed her flute case. She didn't really know what to say. "I think, when it comes to important matters of philosophy and stuff like that, Henry just beats me by sheer volume of experience." Without anything to say, she settled for giving him a big hug. "You're not too upset about almost getting killed the other day, are you?" Henry asked her. "Nah," Lucy said with false bravado. "If I didn't almost die at least once, could I even say that I had a real Hogwarts experience?" Henry was cut off from his probably disapproving reply to Lucy by a knock at the door. Shaking her head in response to Henry's look to say that she didn't know who it was either, Lucy stepped over and opened the door. "Hermione, how are you doing?" Henry asked her kindly after she had been ushered inside. "I'm fine," Hermione said, as if being almost killed and then having one's mental faculties manipulated was something that wasn't worth mentioning. "I wanted to ask you something." Lucy examined Hermione's overall demeanor. She clearly was still upset by the events of the last couple of days, but there was something deep inside her that was giving her strength. Some source of steely determination, which might bend, but wouldn't break, might be small, but would hold under pressure. She was a Gryffindor for a reason. After all, "Ask away," Henry said. "I want to join you," Hermione declared. "Your team." "Our team?" Lucy asked. "You two and John." Lucy and Henry shared a quick, awkward glance. "What exactly do you think we get up to?" Henry asked. "Practice spells together," Hermione replied straight away. "Investigate the strange things that are going on in this castle. Fight trolls. Friend stuff." A very small part of Lucy's heart just upped and died at hearing that. That's not quite. Even the normally unflappable Henry seemed a little flapped at the moment. "What's wrong with me?" Hermione didn't say. "I'm Muggleborn too. I'm smart." "Am I?" "Just unlikable." Henry was at a total loss for words. "I know exactly what to say," Lucy thought to herself. "Which is nothing at all." Lucy walked right up to Hermione and gave her the biggest, best hug she could. Hermione wasn't initially very receptive, but Lucy was a very determined and well-practiced hugger. It took only 5 seconds for the first whimper to escape Hermione. "I thought I was going to die," Hermione said between racking sobs. There," Lucy said into the taller girl's chest. "It's okay." Henry stood awkwardly to the side while Hermione cried, and Lucy made meaningless, soothing sounds. How come you're comforting me when you're the one who got hurt? Hermione wept. Hermione, I spent all day in bed yesterday, Lucy said. I dealt with a lot of my emotions then. I don't really like lying to her. But what else can I say? I'm actually 23 and was half expecting to run into the troll anyway, so I wasn't blindsided by it like you were. Hermione tried to pull away from the hug a couple of times, but Lucy could tell that she was just trying to be polite or put on a strong face, and Lucy didn't let her go until Hermione's hugometer was filled back up to full. Hermione looked very tired out from her big cry, but better for having done it anyway. Here's a cup of tea, Henry said. Lucy looked around in surprise. Indeed, there were 3 steaming cups of tea on one of the desks. Is there a spell to just produce cups of tea? Lucy exclaimed. That's so British. No, Hermione said, giving Lucy a strange look. Food is an exception to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Damn, I even knew that one. Oh well, at least Hermione is mostly recovered. Mostly. Hermione's right, Henry said. But as soon as I knew a spell to heat water and to transfigure teacups, I always made sure to keep water and tea bags on me. There's no milk, but it's Earl Grey, so you don't need any. Look at Hermione nodding along as if it's perfectly natural. They're all mad. Henry had produced 3 cups, so after he and Hermione had taken theirs, he looked at Lucy challengingly. Gah! It's vile. Why can't they have real drinks, like a caramel frappuccino with extra whipped cream and raspberry syrup? Lucy drank her tea in the tiniest sips, silently wishing she could wordlessly vanish its contents. At least Hermione seemed cheered up. If I might make a suggestion, Hermione, Henry said. I run a homework club for the younger Hufflepuffs, and there's no rule against Gryffindors joining. I don't need help with my homework, Hermione replied. Of course, Henry said with a tight smile. But maybe you can come along and help somebody else with their homework. I promise that no one will be upset that you're trying to help them after they asked for help by coming to a homework club. Hermione glanced at Lucy, who nodded furiously and gave her a double thumbs up. All right, she said slowly. And invite Neville to come with you, Henry added. After Hermione had agreed and left, Lucy put down her almost entirely undrunk cup of tea. You were very good with her, Henry said. That's the wonderful thing about hugs, Lucy said. Everyone has a limitless supply of them. Do you need a hug? Henry asked. You probably came closer to dying than young Hermione. Lucy held out her arms for a hug, even if she wasn't feeling too upset. It's probably not the only brush with death we're going to have to face in the next 6.5 years, Lucy said, squeezing Henry tightly. No, I suppose not. The first surprise for Lucy and the others came a week later on Saturday. Breakfast at the weekends was always a quiet affair. The majority of the older students never got up before 10 during the weekends, so it was only half of the school who got to hear Dumbledore's announcement. As always, it only took a few moments for the Great Hall to quieten when the headmaster rose to his feet. Lucy wasn't sure whether it was due to some obscure magical effect, or merely due to his force of personality. I have a very brief announcement to make, Dumbledore said. The issue regarding the third-floor corridor has been resolved. The area is no longer out of bounds. Thank you. Even before he had sat down and resumed his conversation with McGonagall, a wave of excited whispering had broken out across the hall. Lucy managed to catch both Henry's and John's gazes. There was no real reason for them to go and see it, but by an unspoken agreement, they joined the dozens of excited students who rushed to the now unforbidden corridor. The other students looked around the corridor as if they were committing some terrible taboo by being there, even though it now didn't look any different from any other part of Hogwarts. Lucy managed to find the very faint markings of where a trapdoor may have been, but was now filled in with stone. Henry swore that he could smell the barest hint of dog. The second surprise came just a few weeks before Christmas. The first Quidditch match had come and gone. Harry had apparently still impressed McGonagall enough for her to conscript him as the Gryffindor Seeker. Though without Quirrell to bewitch his broom, he had a much more gentle introduction to the wizarding sport. Lucy had nodded along to a very enthusiastic Henry, who was explaining how actually Quidditch made a ton of sense, and the rules were really quite clever if you thought about it, but most of it went over Lucy's head. She did enjoy flying. In fact, she loved flying and went up on the school brooms at least twice a week, but sports. Harry had made a somewhat impressive catch of the snitch about an hour into the game, but it only gave Gryffindor a 30-point victory over Slytherin, which John wasn't too upset by. It's Higgs' first game as a Seeker, too, he said. He'll do better when he has more experience. Lucy, Henry and John were hanging out in their room when, for the second time in just one term, McGonagall's voice resounded through the castle. All students are to clear the corridors and remain in their current location until further notice. The three of them exchanged a confused look. Neither of you were expecting anything to happen today, were you? John asked. They both shook their heads. Some dead man's switch that Quirrell left? A final revenge? Another troll in the castle? If it is, I refuse to help fight a second one. What else could it be? Oh, wait! The map, she exclaimed. Why didn't I think of it before? Couldn't we cajole, or even just steal it outright, from the Weasley twins? Oh, right, John said. I forgot about that. You forgot about the map? No, I mean I'd forgotten to mention it, John said. I'd remembered that the twins had filched it from, well, Filch in their first week, which also happened to be my first week. Unfortunately, he caught me rifling through his office before I could find it. Now, he's got that place locked up tighter than the Tower of London. Henry opened his mouth to respond, but any chance to respond was cut off by the sudden sound of spell fire and an explosion from just outside the door. Immediately, Henry pulled Lucy back behind him and John drew his wand, pointing it at the door. There was another volley of spell fire from outside. This time they could hear voices afterwards. He's turned back into a rat again, cried out Flitwick's voice. Contact the headmaster and tell him to seal the castle. I'm on it, said another voice, which Lucy thought belonged to Professor Sinistra. The sounds of spells, shouting, and running feet disappeared further down the castle, and the three friends relaxed. Well, I guess that answers that question, Henry said. It wasn't until the next day that they were able to get a clear picture of what had happened. John's best source of information in Gryffindor was the Weasley twins, who would never miss an opportunity to spread an outrageous rumor instead of the truth. Henry still had Hermione and Neville coming to his homework club, but neither of them had seen the event in question. In the end, it was Lucy gossiping with Lavender Brown of all people who got the whole story. Lucy had struck up a very easy relationship with the talkative girl, talking about hairstyles and makeup and other things that John hadn't been interested in hearing about. As Lavender had told it, and she had seen it with her own eyes, the Weasley twins had finally managed to get Scabbers. Apparently, they had been trying to hit the rat with the anti-animagus charm for while not because they suspected anything, but because it was something of a tradition in Gryffindor Tower. By all accounts, all three other animals in the tower had been hid at least once. But Ron had been very protective of Scabbers, and Percy had been helping Ron protect him. On the day in question, though, Percy had been distracted by Hermione asking him a question about arithmancy, for some reason. When the short, disheveled wizard had appeared in the middle of the common room, initially, everyone had been quite surprised, especially the twins and especially Ron. In the split second before anyone else could react, the stranger had wrestled Ron's wand from him and blasted his way out of the portrait hole, significantly damaging the fat lady as he did so. Thankfully, whether by chance or due to some alert charm, McGonagall was on the scene in a matter of moments and began the chase. The rest of the story Lavender had heard secondhand, but Lucy had trusted her gossiping ability. After McGonagall had ordered the students to stay where they were, the professors began their rat hunt. It was made difficult by the mystery Animagus' impressive knowledge of secret passageways, but once Dumbledore had sealed the castle shut, it had only been a matter of time. Eventually, McGonagall had pounced on the rat in her own Animagus form, according to some Hufflepuffs who had seen it from the library, and Flitwick had stunned him when he turned back into a human. I've got to admit, Lucy said, I didn't think that plan would work. Never underestimate the power of teenage gossip, Henry replied. But their plan didn't go exactly as they had hoped. Daily Prophet, Saturday, 14th of December, 1991. Pettigrew alive. Black innocent of Death Eater affiliation. Peter Pettigrew, previously a holder of the Order of Merlin, First Class, has been discovered alive and has been determined to have been the true culprit behind the murder of 12 Muggles in November 1981 and the betrayal of the Potters to he who must not be named. Black, who had not been formally charged for his presumed responsibility for the events of 1981, will now serve a 2-year sentence for possessing an illegal animagus form. I had thought that I had a reasonable idea of just how bad the ministry was, but this is ridiculous. The anger and indignation bubbling up in Lucy was preventing her from sitting down. So instead, she was pacing from one side of their room to the other. I don't think it's quite as bad as it seems, John said. Not as bad as it seems, Lucy half shouted. Hold on, John interrupted her. Let me finish. First of all, they've moved him to a different cell, much further away from the Dementors. He has a limited sentence now, so he will definitely be getting out. Reading further on, somebody, Dumbledore, I presume, has hired a solicitor on his behalf to argue his case. I think because he hadn't actually been convicted, his time served wouldn't normally count, but hopefully the Wisegamot will see common sense dash. Lucy scoffed and let him out sooner. Plus, Sirius now knows that Harry knows that Sirius is innocent, which is probably no small comfort to the man. He'll probably be able to write letters from his new cell. From what I understand of the appeals process, Sirius' solicitor will file dozens of nonsense petitions to the Wisegamot. None of them will amount to anything, but Sirius will be moved to the ministry for each one. He'll be able to get a decent meal and some chocolate. Lucy stopped pacing, but she was still glowering darkly. I assume that somebody will talk to Harry, Henry said. Lucy sighed and finally collapsed into a chair. Poor Harry. It's a lot to have happened to him at only 11 years old. He'll be all right, Henry said reassuringly. He's got friends. He's got responsible adults looking out for him. He doesn't have the specter of a Dark Lord out to get him this year. Yeah, said John quickly. He's got at least 18 months before that problem comes up again. Lucy shivered involuntarily as the three of them walked through the snowy grounds. It's very pretty, she said, gesturing across the frozen landscape around them, before returning her hands to the warmth of her pockets. But it's food dash, she caught Henry's glare. Bloody cold. That's still actually swearing, Henry pointed out. It is. Lucy's continued ignorance of Briticisms aside, John said, ignoring Lucy's noise of indignation. It'll be even colder come January and February. That reminds me, Henry said to Lucy. Are there any Christmas traditions that you'd like to do this year? There's probably lots we can't do, but if there's something simple that might make you feel more at home. Lucy pondered his question while watching her breath form into mist in front of her. You mean except for my dad drinking far too much cooking brandy? Lucy asked rhetorically. I normally do a little flute recital for my family. Oh, that's a lovely idea, Henry said, genuinely happy. Could we include my homework group in the audience? Sure, Lucy replied nonchalantly. I could never do it, John said. Perform in front of people. Didn't you demonstrate how to solve an arithmetic problem in front of like 30 students this morning? Lucy asked him. That's different, John protested. Only different in your mind, Lucy said sagely. Oh, speaking of Christmas, what do you guys do for money? Huh? Well, Lucy began to explain. I haven't thought about it much because I haven't actually needed to buy anything while here, but some of the other Ravenclaws who were staying for Christmas were talking about Al ordering presents, and I realized that I don't have any money. I signed up to stay here at Christmas without even thinking about it, but then I asked myself what I was going to do during the summer. In fact, what did you do the last 2 summers? John and Henry were looking at her, both their faces expressionless. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Henry said. Well, you didn't have any family here to stay with, and you didn't have any money for a hotel, so what did you do? I resent the implication that I might have done anything untoward or illegal, John said. No, Lucy said quickly. I didn't mean to imply. I was just wonder dash. Then she stopped, eyes narrowing. What did you do? Henry sighed dramatically. Harry, John said warningly. She's going to find out at some point, Henry said. John looked around the snowy landscape, but there was nobody in sight, let alone in earshot. All right, he said quietly and reluctantly. Just know that I'm not exactly proud of it. Neither am I, Henry said. Proud of what? Lucy asked, a note of fear entering her voice. My first summer was particularly hard, John said. It was just me, and I wasn't sure what to expect. I actually waited at platform 9 3/4 until everyone else had left, wondering if someone was going to appear and claim me, But when that didn't happen, I had to go about it alone. So, what did you do? Lucy asked. I had managed to scrounge up a little money from other Slytherins, writing homework for them, that kind of thing. I had enough for a tent. Not a wizarding tent, but a simple muggle one. I took the cheapest train out to the countryside that I could find and stayed at various campsites until the owners started wondering where the 12-year-old's parents were, and I had to move on. What about food? Lucy asked, fully engrossed in John's story. I'd managed to pack a lot of dry food from the kitchen's dash. You know how to get into the kitchens? Lucy asked excitedly. Oh, sorry. That can wait. John gave her a bemused look. Well, anyway, between that and the little money I had left, I managed to not starve for the 2-month break. It sounds terrible, Lucy said. It wasn't great, I'll admit. Then what about last summer? Well, last summer we knew what we were getting into, Henry said, taking over the storytelling. Lucy smiled despite herself. Henry told stories so well. And we had 2 heads to consider the problem. We're not proud of our solution, and we fully intend to make things right when we can. What did you do? Henry paused, thinking, do you know about permanence and non-permanence and transfiguration? Lucy frowned. It's a new level concept, she said. Basically, you can make permanent transfigurations, but it's very demanding and only works for certain classes of things, like only inanimate things. Very good, Henry said. So, wait, you made some permanent transfigurations, and what, sold them for cash? No, John said. We made some non-permanent transfigurations and sold them for cash. But if they were non-permanent, then they'd just disappear after a few. Oh, exactly, Henry said with a guilty expression. We were careful about it. We only made as much money as we might need, and we visited half a dozen chain brands, so the damage would be spread about and wouldn't be enough to get anyone closed down. What did you make? Jewelry, said John. I prepared and took a solution of aging potion and told the jewelers that I was selling heirloom jewelry. We made a few £1,000, and it was enough to rent out some simple hotel rooms until September came around again. Oh, Lucy nodded in understanding. It's quite clever if you think about it. Wait, isn't that illegal? John gave her a look. Yes, he said, in both the Muggle and Wizarding legal systems, which is why you shouldn't talk about it where we might be overheard. Understood, Lucy said. Then she shivered again. Right, it's very pretty. Can we please go inside now? We'll need to come up with a plan for the summer, Henry said, as they trudged back to the castle, through the snow. We could visit Little Hangleton, Lucy suggested. And go after Riddle's bones, said John. It's a good idea, but even if we can get there, we're not going to be able to dig up a grave in the middle of the day. We could transfigure some TNT, Henry suggested. If we get there before the transfiguration wears off, then we could just blow it all up. John frowned. It's a little more overt than I might like. It could tip who off that somebody is acting against him. We could just bury a note in the ground just beneath the grass, suggested Lucy. Something like Albus Dumbledore was here. That way if he does try to remove the bones, he'll think that they've been sabotaged. A bluff, John said, impressed. That's quite clever. I'm not sure, though. Let's keep thinking about it. Otherwise, the only significant thing I can think of is the diary. Please don't tell me we're going to let it possess Ginny, Lucy implored the others. Of course not, Henry said. But there's a question as to whether it's easier to get it in Diagon Alley or in Hogwarts. I've got some ideas about that, John said cryptically, but I'd rather not discuss them at the moment. It got him strange looks from Henry and Lucy, but she didn't want to object. Any news about Sirius? Lucy asked as they passed into the entrance hall. More of the same, Henry said sadly. Petition after petition to the Wisingamot, who listened to every one very politely and then delay their decision for another session. Lucy growled. Are they all evil or are they just stupid? It's politics, John said, as if that explained their terrible behavior. I'm sure they're all wrangling behind the scenes, trying to see how many favors they can extract from each other before bringing it to a vote. I think the general consensus is that he'll be set free with an apology, but it could be months longer yet. Poor Sirius. Poor Harry, Lucy said. I really hate politics. That just means you're a decent human being, Henry told her. Year 1, Chapter 4. Eventually, the last day of term came around, and Henry corralled his homework group, Hermione and Neville included, into the classroom with a piano. Lucy felt the tiniest pang of nerves, but quickly squashed it. She had performed in front of full theaters, both in orchestras and individually. A dozen teenagers wouldn't have the musical knowledge or experience to actually know how well she performed, let alone criticize her. She had written a program on the blackboard. Normally, with her family at Christmas, she would print out copies on nice paper to really add some elegance to the event, but she didn't want to write it out by hand, and she hadn't got the hang of the writing replication charm yet. She had chosen a selection of popular carols and a couple of more technically impressive pieces. She considered performing a couple of things that hadn't actually been written yet. All I Want for Christmas Is You always brings the house down. But Henry advised her not to, and she acceded. She observed the audience as well as she could once she'd started. She knew that there were professional musicians in the wizarding world, Celestina Warbeck and the Weird Sisters for starters, but maybe more classical music wasn't performed. Neville, the only listener who Lucy was certain was a pure blood, was enraptured as if he had never heard Mozart before, which might have been the case now that she thought about it. It's nice to perform properly again, even if it was just in front of school children. She started to lose herself in the music, but before she could really find herself, her performance came to a close. Everyone burst into applause, and Lucy smiled and bowed in appreciation. "Encore!" Harry shouted from the back of the room. Lucy glared at him as the children demanded more music. "Fine," she half-shouted. "This is something I wrote myself, years ago. Well, not too many years ago. I'm only 12 after all." Before anyone could think about that too much, she began. "Eek, honestly, this is far too modern for even 1991, but this is the only piece of my own that I ever really liked." For this last piece, Lucy really let herself get lost in the music in the way that she didn't earlier. It wasn't the kind of music that one would describe as soulful, but Lucy was playing from the heart. It wasn't a long piece, but when she finished, rather than clapping, she was met with a stunned silence. She opened her eyes to see looks of amazement and awe on the faces of the children, even John and Henry. Soon, everyone remembered themselves, and they broke into enthusiastic applause. "How do you do that?" Neville asked breathlessly. "After years and years of daily practice," Lucy responded. Soon afterwards, everyone else left, leaving Lucy, John, and Henry alone. "Come to think of it," Henry said, "you may well be the best 12-year-old flautist in the world." Lucy snorted. "Hardly," she said. "I'm certain that there's some 6-year-old somewhere giving flawless performances in front of thousands. Me? I once came second in the Ohio State Regional Music Competition, and that's the limit of my achievements." "What was that last piece?" John asked, his forehead creased. "It doesn't have a name," Lucy said. "It's something I wrote years ago." "Did you like it?" "Yes, but that's not what's bothering me. Something strange happened while you were playing. Something magical." "Ah, thanks." "No, I mean something magical." Oh. Lucy looked down at her flute. "You know, I did feel something at the end there. I just really got into it, you know." "Did you notice it, Harry?" John asked Henry. "Maybe a little," Henry replied. "It was certainly one of the most moving things I've ever heard. Don't blush, Lucy, it's true, but you're better at this kind of esoteric, mind and soul stuff than I am." "I think it's worth some experimentation," John said. "Let's try again, but this time dash." "Hold on," Lucy said quickly. "I can't just give heartfelt performances on demand." "Just when you feel up to it," John clarified. "I've never heard of magical music before. I'll double-check in the library during the holidays." "It won't be busy then." "There you go, Lucy," Henry said. "You were looking for an area of magic to focus on." "It's true that none of the subjects so far have really clicked for me. Transfiguration, charms, potions. Defense would be dull if I hadn't been secretly terrified of the old professor. The academic side is trivially easy, but the practical side is just as frustrating as always. If there is some kind of magical music that I can do, at least I've already put the work in to learn an instrument." "Okay," she said slowly. "Magical music sounds interesting. I guess I'll join you in searching the library." "You don't have to sound so upset," Henry said. "Isn't the library a Ravenclaw's natural habitat?" "Stupitat, Lucy mutat." Christmas came and went, and Christmas at Hogwarts truly was magical. Even though the population of students who remained over the holidays was small, the staff and house elves, the latter of whom Lucy still hadn't seen, turned the castle into a winter wonderland that young women who used to read and fantasize about the Harry Potter books could only dream of. For gifts, Lucy gave her fellow book readers sketches of the Ravenclaw common room and had received boxes of magical sweets in turn. It had been a while since she had put pencil to paper to draw something, but she had thought it had turned out all right. In any case, she didn't want to borrow money from the boys to buy them presents. That just felt silly. Without Quirrell, the stone, or the mirror in the castle, there were no tantalizing hints about mysteries for Lucy, her friends, or even Harry and Ron to follow. Even Fluffy had gone to his forever home, and Norbert, or rather Norberta, wasn't going to appear. By everyone's estimation, the rest of the year was shaping up to be entirely uneventful, and the most dramatic happening would either be the rivalry between Harry and Draco heating up or the Quidditch Cup. Hermione returned to the castle with the other students, happily chatting with Neville as they sat at dinner the first night. Her lack of friendship with Harry and Ron was another change to the canon timeline which Lucy didn't know was good, bad, or a sign of the apocalypse. She and her fellow readers had searched the library for references of magical music, but other than some obscure references in a book of myths and legends, there was nothing, no guidebook to help her understand what she was trying to do. Maybe wizards just didn't like the right kind of music. Maybe you had to be a capable musician before you started studying magic, so you could learn to infuse magic into your music while your magical potential was still growing, which would give a flautist from the future an advantage. She had managed to replicate her feat on a couple of occasions. Henry had described it as the most emotionally charged performance he had ever heard. John described it as a mixture of soul and mind magic which bypassed his, admittedly weak, acclimacy barriers and left him vulnerable to further manipulations. Lucy had preferred Henry's description. A few weeks into the spring term, she was practicing by herself, trying to evoke a feeling of happiness and joy in her magic. She found melancholy and bittersweet easier to summon up, and she didn't know what that said about herself. Eventually, though, she managed to summon up a little bit of magic into her playing. It wasn't a lot, but it was getting easier and easier to find the more she tried. She finished on a dramatic trill, then let go of the magic, taking a moment to catch her breath. "Bravo," said a voice behind her. "Jesus fucking Christ." Lucy cried out, whirling around. Sorry, headmaster, you surprised me, that's all." "Oh, nicely done, genius. Why don't we start by cussing out some of the junior members of staff before blowing up at fucking Dumbledore?" Dumbledore gave her a bemused look, eyebrows raised. "That's quite all right, young lady," he said. "It was my fault, I'm sure, for sneaking up on you, but when I heard such beautiful music, I had to listen in and I didn't want to distract you." "Oh, thank you, sir," Lucy said, cheeks reddening. "And if you'll be so kind as to indulge an old man's curiosity, were you aware that you were channeling some of your magic through your music?" Lucy swallowed, trying to calm down and soothe her rapid heartbeat. "Honestly, there's no reason to hide anything from Dumbledore. Hell, he might even be able to give some advice, so why am I filled with a vague sense of dread in his presence?" Yeah, I was trying to. One of my friends noticed I was doing it before Christmas, and I've been trying to replicate it. Marking your mark in the wizarding world with some novel magic, he asked. "Well, I like music," Lucy said. "Oh, really? What a way with words I have. Idiot. And, I couldn't find anything in the library about it. It'd be nice to be good at something, and cool if I discovered something new. You yourself said that music is a magic beyond all we do here." Dumbledore nodded along politely. "You have a very good memory, Miss Williamson." "No, I just read it 50 times. "Indeed. What you are doing is unique," he continued, "so far as I am aware. Although it is similar to a few things I could mention, Phoenix Song, for example, such unique abilities aren't common, but perhaps they are less rare than you might imagine." "You mean no one has done magic like this before?" Lucy asked, slightly taken aback. "I wouldn't go that far," Dumbledore said kindly. "The older I get and the more I learn about magic, the more I realize how much I don't know about the great mystery. I suspect that others in the past have discovered to do what you do, or perhaps something similar, but either didn't realize what they were doing or didn't tell anyone what they were doing for whatever reason." "Oh, right," Lucy said. "It seems like such an innocent ability not to share, though." "There could be any number of reasons not to," Dumbledore said vaguely. That mysterious old wizard shtick won't work on me. Such as? Lucy asked in her most innocent voice. Well, if you use magic that affects others without their explicit consent, some people might consider it rude, Dumbledore said. Or some kind of attack. Perhaps. Pretty dumb if you ask me, Lucy said. What about a Veil's allure? That seems far more dangerous. You are a remarkably well-informed first-year Muggle-born student, Dumbledore said, peering at Lucy over the top of his half-moon glasses. Lucy blushed, but powered onwards. In any case, I see no reason not to share what I can do. Dumbledore paused, then hummed thoughtfully. Could you teach it to somebody else? Lucy hesitated. What's he thinking about? The prophecy? The power he knows not? Seems far-fetched to me. Plus, we don't really have the time needed. Maybe, she said, shrugging. But even if he were a musical genius, which I don't think he is, Harry would still need to spend years with daily practice to achieve any competency, and even then I suspect that he'd need to be a capable musician before he starts learning magic, so he can learn to put magic into his music before his magic settles. Dumbledore nodded along seriously, as if what Lucy was saying was reasonable and believable, instead of the blind assumptions of a girl with less than 5 months of magical knowledge. I see. And why did you think I was speaking of Mr. Potter? Oh shit. Oh well, I mean, he was the first person who popped into my head. You know, he's the boy who lived and all. Of course, Dumbledore said, smiling. Great. Now he knows I'm lying. So, Lucy dragged the word out. Right, Dumbledore said, clapping his hands together. I'll let you return to your practice. I apologize again for interrupting you. No problem, Lucy said. Wait. Dumbledore stopped, his hand on the door, and turned back towards her. Yes, Miss Williamson? Lucy paused, then took a deep breath and spoke in a quiet voice. You know, who has multiple Horcruxes. For a moment, Lucy thought it had worked, that Dumbledore was immune to the magic that prevented them from sharing their knowledge from the books. For a moment, Lucy had a burning hope that she could drop all her troubles about Dark Lords and soul pieces on him and just enjoy her time at Hogwarts properly. I'm sorry, dear, I didn't quite catch that. The hope died. Never mind. Thank you, sir. Good day. Dumbledore closed the door behind him, and Lucy collapsed into a chair. She suddenly felt exhausted. I need to leave all this subterfuge for John. A few more weeks into the spring term, they finally got a new defense against the dark arts teacher after Quirrell's fatal meeting, with Dumbledore and weeks of canceled lessons and self-study. The new teacher was an Auror that Lucy had never heard of, Professor Jones, who had agreed to a 6-month sabbatical from her Auror duties. Neither Lucy, John, or Henry knew if that would be enough for the curse on the position to trigger, and it started another discussion about whether it would be safe to approach the diadem. John again insisted that they wait, pointing out that, with the exception of Quirrell, the curse never killed the professors, and it wasn't even clear if the curse was linked to the diadem anyway. They knew that they still had time until the war would start up. Lucy had corrected the others by reminding them that actually Bertha Jorkins was the first victim of Voldemort in his second war. But even if that exact chain of events repeated itself, which seemed unlikely, they still had more than 3 years to prepare. It had been a very civil discussion, in any case. The two older men often made Lucy feel very immature by comparison when they talked seriously about serious things, which was why she was surprised when she walked into them having an argument in their commandeered classroom one day. It's exactly the kind of thing that the statute is there to prevent, Henry said hotly. I never sign up to it, John shot back, equally fiery. I cannot conscience just sitting back and letting things play out as they did. And how do you know you're not going to end up making things worse? It's hard to imagine that it could have gotten any worse, John said, gesturing at Henry with a newspaper. Then you're not imagining hard enough, Henry said with an uncharacteristically cold expression. Guys, Lucy shouted. What's going on? John and Henry looked at her, both letting out breaths and taking a step back. John pinched the bridge of his nose, and Henry ran a hand through his unruly hair. We're having a slight disagreement, Henry said after a moment. That much I could see, Lucy said sardonically. About what? By way of response, John relaxed his hand that had been crushing the newspaper and passed it to her. Here, he said. The paper was folded in such a way that showed only one story in full. Central Balkans Ministry to temporarily relocate, Lucy read. Okay, what does that mean? It means, John said, that the Yugoslav wars are about to kick off. Oh, said Lucy. I don't really. The breakup of Yugoslavia into its constituent states, Henry explained, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo, and FYROM. FYROM? Lucy asked. The former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. Oh, of course. How could I have forgotten? It's a bloodbath, John said darkly. Ain't grimasid. It's not good. If my memory serves me, about 100,000 people die, and many more times that suffer. Okay, Lucy said, dragging the word out. So, what's all the arguing about? John and Henry both started at once. It's dash. Henry gestured for John to go first, who took a deep breath. What I'm suggesting is that with a very few subtle interventions, we could bring about the conclusion with as little bloodshed as possible. Magically? Yeah. Lucy looked at Henry. It's risky, he said with a troubled expression. It's certainly illegal to interfere in Muggle affairs like John's suggesting. We have no way to know if any intervention we might make could lead to unintended consequences, maybe even making things worse dash. John scoffed. The causes of the issues in the Balkans will still be there no matter what we do, Henry said emphatically. They go all the way back to the breakup of the Roman Empire, and no amount of magic can change that, even if you brought Tito back from the dead. I'm not suggesting being random or careless, John said. And I'm not accusing you of that, Henry replied. But the way the region ended up, as we remember, it was all right. The countries were stable. There was some lingering resentment, but it didn't seem as if it was going to break into open conflict again. So it's all right for 100,000 people to die, if otherwise the outcome is all right, said John. What I'm saying, Henry said, is that 100,000 people dying may be better than the possibility of millions dying. Lucy pressed her fingers into her temples. Okay, I think I understand the issue, though I don't think I even know where to begin before offering an opinion. Also, Henry said very carefully, causing John to glare at him, I have some moral objections. Moral objections to what? Asked Lucy. To saving lives, John answered for Henry, his voice dripping. No, Henry said, volume rising. To using magical mind control to force the countries of the world to follow my view. Why? Lucy asked calmly. Henry took a deep breath. The statute of secrecy is not just policy, it's philosophy. It's the principle of non-interference. It's the prime directive. Who are we to force ourselves into Muggle affairs and make them adhere to our standards of morality? I'll tell you who we are, John said. We're people with the power to help. Yes, we have superpowers, but we don't have super morality or super knowledge. The only advantage we have is that we come from a future which won't occur again, in an alternate timeline, which is fundamentally different to this one. We'd basically be taking on the responsibility to make hundreds of decisions in complex ethical dilemmas. Let's say we do start intervening in Muggle affairs. How should we settle things in the Balkans? Can you do it without upsetting anyone? John frowned. But let's not stop there, Henry continued. Next, we have to liberate the North Koreans from their oppressive government. Actually, that sounds like a good idea to me, Lucy said. And to me too, Henry said. Except that now, the South Korean government, and by extension, the U.S., has a land border with China. Had relations between China and the West improved in the year since I arrived here? Lucy said knowledgeably. Maybe not. That's another issue we could deal with, said John. Except that it would take millions of imperious curses to reform China. Their government probably knows about magic, at least at the upper levels, and the Chinese have their own Ministry of Magic too. Prevent what you're suggesting. You'd have to overthrow both governments. Lucy could see from his expression that John was still considering it. You'd need to be the despot of the world to make it work, Henry told him. I think I'd prefer the term benevolent dictator, John said after a beat. Sorry, but I'm still not willing to sit back and do nothing. Could you even do it? Lucy asked. Even you know who couldn't conquer one little island, and he's supposed to be this super powerful genius. John spent a moment gathering his thoughts. It's no excuse to not try and help. I know your heart's in the right place, Henry said quietly. And anyway, Lucy spoke up, you won't graduate for another 4.5 years anyway. Well, yes, John said. We were arguing about the principle of the thing, I guess. I realized that my ability to affect things immediately is almost zero. Exactly, Lucy said authoritatively. So there's no need to be arguing, is there? Now, shake hands and make up. The two boys shared a bemused look for a moment, but did step towards each other and shake their hands. Good, Lucy said. Honestly, can we focus on one country-sized thread at a time, please? Finally, the days became warm enough for Lucy to even consider spending time outside. The others hadn't stopped going outside, even during the depths of Scottish winter. But Lucy had refused to spend any more time than she had to outside until April. She was sitting on the grass, a sketchbook open in front of her. She had been trying to sketch out the castle, and while she managed to get the shape and most of the details right, there was some mysterious element which she hadn't been able to incorporate into her drawing. With a defeated sigh, she tossed her sketchbook to the side half, wishing that she was good enough at magic to set it on fire with just the force of her frustration. But it's not the drawing that's bothering me, is it? Lucy looked out across the grounds. Dozens of other children were sitting around, chatting or studying. Some were splashing in water at the edge of the lake. One older student was sleeping under the shade of an old oak tree. In the far distance, she could see the tiny figures of people flying around the Quidditch pitch. Lucy looked down at her sketch again. It's like Hogwarts, but it isn't quite right. Right now, Hermione is probably in the library and probably dragged Neville with her. It might be Harry and Ron playing Quidditch up there. There aren't any Cerebuses or immortal villains hiding in the school. Is this really Hogwarts? I feel guilty even thinking it, given how many people would do anything to be in my shoes, but something about the whole school just feels un-Harry Potter-like. Maybe it's me, and John and Henry, of course. We're not meant to be here, and we've pushed the world from one story to a new one. This isn't Harry Potter after all. I don't know what's something else. I guess I'm just disappointed that I'm probably not going to end up as some super powerful witch and the heroine of the story. On top of that, there's no one I can really interact with at my own age. I have lots of friends, of course, and Henry and John are in the same boat as me, but there's no one I can really relate to as an equal. Thank God, I don't have to worry about my love life for the next half-decade. I suppose it just isn't all that I hoped it would be when I saw that big, red train from the platform. Lucy slapped her knees and forced herself to her feet. This won't do, she said to herself. Pull yourself together, girl. She started back towards the castle, bringing her abandoned sketches with her. Henry and John had started work on the aging potions they'd need for summer, and even if the potion was beyond her abilities, she could help chop ingredients or just watch. And that's 30, John said, pushing a rubber stopper onto a tiny glass vial. He had magicked up a small wooden box with a foam interior to hold the whole collection of vials. Henry opened a window to let the last of the potion fumes out. That should be enough for the summer if we're careful, John continued. We'll have to be careful, and we'll probably have to pose as children or nieces and nephews of each other. But I think we're ready for summer. Any last disagreements about the plan? Sell jewelry in London and then straight to Little Hangleton, Henry said, leafing through notes. You Brits have such funny place names, Lucy said, turning the pages of an old atlas they had found in the library. Puddletown Crackpot. Great snoring. Focus, please, John said. I'll be transfiguring jewelry the morning we leave, and Harry'll be transfiguring the dynamite. It still seems like an inelegant solution, Lucy said. After much brainstorming, the simplest and therefore, according to Henry, best solution was to just blow up Riddle's grave with TNT. I'm pretty sure I can make us a 10-minute fuse, Henry said. And by the time it takes the groundskeeper dash, Frank Bryce, Lucy supplied, can get out of bed, discover the damage, limp down to the nearest phone box, call, and convince the police that there really was an explosion and for the local Bobby to get to the house, we'll be long gone. It just doesn't seem a good idea to so openly tell you no who that someone is acting against him. He knows that Dumbledore is working against him already, John pointed out. Using TNT? Lucy said skeptically. Well, if he thinks that multiple parties are acting against him, said John, it could make him more cautious and less willing to act. That could just as easily make him more dangerous, Henry pointed out. John threw his arms skyward. Look, did we agree to this plan or not? Henry and Lucy shrugged, but nodded anyway. Thank you. Now, is there anything else we'll need for summer? If there's one thing I'm sure of, Lucy thought to herself as the other two began checking through lists, organizing, and preparing for the time away from school, it's that I'm not serious enough to contend with these two. Year 1, Chapter 5. Are there any last questions? No? Then you may begin. Unlike the OWLs and Newts, which took place in the Great Hall, exams for the other years took place in their classrooms. Their previous lesson that week had been their written exam, but now Lucy, along with the rest of the first-year Ravenclaws and Gryffindors, were sitting in the Transfiguration classroom, a variety of objects on their desks, variations on transfigurations they had studied during the year. Lucy tried. She really did. She had been practicing her transfigurations for weeks in preparation for this exam, but was still not getting the results she wanted. Lucy looked around the room, trying to not make it look obvious. Terry Boots' handkerchief, transfigured from a sheet of parchment, was much more colorful than hers. Ron's needle was much shinier. Hermione had successfully turned her mouse into a snuff box and was now adding shiny decorations to the top. Well, that's just showing off. Before her suffering could drag on too long, the exam came to an end. The other students cheered now that all their exams were over, but Lucy just let her head drop onto her desk in frustration. Her non-transfigured mouse took the opportunity to escape. She kept it there as the other students left the classroom and McGonagall. "Chin up, Miss Williamson," the professor said. "Exams are over now. Can you just fail me now so I don't have to suffer waiting?" Lucy asked, raising her head and holding up her patchy, misshapen and pale handkerchief. McGonagall took it from her with eyebrows raised. "A valiant effort," she said. "Hardly the worst I've seen in my career. Hardly worth a passing grade, though. I wouldn't fail a student for lacking talent," McGonagall said sternly. "You put in more effort than most of the first years. Besides, you deserve a passing score from the written exam alone. I don't think even the headmaster could have written such a clear and concise essay in his first year. And still I end up with this." Lucy screwed the handkerchief into a ball and raised her arm as if to throw it across the room, but stopped herself at the last moment. She let her arm collapse onto the desk in defeat. The chair next to her screeched as McGonagall pulled it out and sat down. "How are you doing in your other classes? I know that the professors are happy with your work. Charms, defense. I can do the wand movements and my pronunciation is fine. It's just the other part. I've tried the visualization exercises and techniques for magical mastery. But you've read Oberon's book?" McGonagall interrupted her. "Most of my Newt students haven't even read Oberon. The academics are easy," Lucy said. "It's just the actual magic part of magic. Ironically, it's probably potions that I'm going to get the highest grade in." "Mark, not grade," McGonagall corrected her. "You and your Americanisms, Miss Williamson." Lucy almost growled. "There are plenty of witches and wizards who graduate and go on to live perfectly ordinary lives with only a rudimentary grasp of magic," McGonagall continued. "It's just when I found out I was a witch," Lucy said, "I had this idea in the back of my head that I was going to become this almighty sorceress, throwing fireballs around, defeating my enemies and unraveling the secrets of the universe. But it turns out I can't even blow my nose properly. Sorry, it's probably something you hear from lots of Muggleborns." "It's not exclusive to Muggleborns," McGonagall said with a small smile. "But you actually did turn into this amazing, successful witch. Young lady, I studied Transfiguration under Albus Dumbledore. Believe me that I am fully aware of the distance between my powers and what is possible. Well, sure, compared to Dumbledore. But it's not just doing well in exams. Some of these things might be really useful." McGonagall's brow creased for a moment. "I hope you're not planning on trying to throw fireballs around at school." "Only if Death Eaters attack," Lucy said without missing a beat. "Of course, you've read about the war." McGonagall her breath. "You needn't worry, Miss Williamson. The war has been over for a long time, and he who must not be named is gone. Don't think I didn't catch that wording. Gone, but not dead. Right, Professor?" Lucy said with a challenging stare. "And are all of his Death Eaters in prison? Don't think I've not noticed the strange happenings at school this year. Peter Pettigrew, whatever happened to Professor Quirrell, whatever was going on with the out-of-bounds corridor. Not to mention the troll. I'm Muggleborn. I have to be aware of this stuff. I'm going to be in danger if, and when there's another war, and I'm not going to be able to defend myself with this." Lucy held up her dull needle. McGonagall had a very weary look on her face. "We're not in the business of training students to be child soldiers," she said tiredly. "Sure, I wouldn't expect you to, but—" McGonagall looked at Lucy for a long moment and then sighed. "If you're reading Oberon, then you're already pursuing the right ideas. Just keep that up. Oh, and pick a couple of useful spells from this year and practice them religiously. Then next year pick a couple of spells from the second-year curriculum. By the time you graduate, you'll have 14 useful spells that you can cast well. If that includes a good shield charm and something like the stunning or disarming charm, and you know how to apparate, then you'll probably be as safe as you can be, which probably isn't very. That'll be much better than hundreds of spells you can only sort of cast," McGonagall concluded. "Thank you, Professor," Lucy said sincerely. "And stick close to your friends Henry and John," McGonagall added. "I was planning on that. And finally, we must say our farewells to Professor Jones, who will be returning to her work in the Auror office." The Great Hall was decked out in Gryffindor red and gold for the leaving feast. Harry's skills on his Nimbus had won Gryffindor both the Quidditch and House Cups. The students applauded politely for the now ex-professor. Her lessons had been fine, and it was clear that she knew the material, but she had not been a natural educator. Lucy stifled a yawn. She had stayed up late the previous evening for the Ravenclaw 7th year's farewell party, which Flitwick had reluctantly stopped at 2 in the morning. He also intentionally missed the badly hidden bottle of fire whiskey. They still had one more night before they all left on the train the next morning, but the 7th years from all houses had a tradition of spending their last night all together, before they all went off to the rest of their lives. However, Dumbledore continued, heedless of Lucy's battle with fatigue, "It does mean that she does not require defense against the dark arts homework from you in September." This garnered a much more enthusiastic round of applause. Soon, they were all being sent off to bed. Most students were too excited to actually go to bed, but Lucy was in her pajamas and under the covers in a matter of minutes. Most everyone else was just going home tomorrow, but she, John and Henry had a busy couple of days ahead of them before they could rest. With a shrill, almost sad, whistle, the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled away from Hogsmeade Station. "Wingardium Leviosa," Lucy carefully chanted. Slowly and slightly unsteadily, her trunk rose from the floor and floated onto the luggage racks. "That spell's come along really nicely," John observed. "Thanks," Lucy said, a little embarrassed. She'd taken McGonagall's advice seriously and had been spending at least an hour a day in the last week practicing just the levitation and severing charms. The ability to make objects fly was obviously useful, and Lucy had little trouble justifying it being one of the 2 spells she focused on. The severing charm did have its practical applications, but with a horrible feeling in the pit of her stomach, Lucy chose it for its offensive capacity. Granted, she wouldn't be able to do more than give paper cuts at the moment, but hopefully that would change. "Do you want me to do yours too?" she asked Henry. "I could use the practice. Maybe I should do it by hand," he said. "There's 20 pounds of TNT in here, remember." "Oh yeah, good point." Henry and John lifted the trunk in question up to the luggage rack together. Then John placed a cushioning charm on it, just in case. Lucy let out a long sigh as the train picked up speed and the Scottish mountains began to speed past the window. "Long day?" Henry asked with a smile. "Long year," Lucy replied. "What's your final judgment on your first year at school?" John asked, eyeing Lucy speculatively. Lucy threw her head back and stared at the ceiling while she pondered what to say. "It's been great, of course," she said eventually. But, she agreed, "when I was sitting on this train last September, I had such high hopes for what I could achieve." "Lucy," John said, "not only are you one of the best flyers in your year, you got the highest marks in both history of magic and astronomy and, oh yeah, saved Hermione's life." "Maybe it wasn't so bad," Lucy admitted, smiling at him. "Well, except for the troll and my transfiguration exam, their last few hours before they were really set free for the summer slowly flitted away. They boys played some old man card game that Lucy had heard of but didn't know the rules to. Lucy herself took the chance to practice the levitation charm before it would become illegal for her to do so. A thought suddenly occurred to Lucy, and she reread the note the professors had given to all the students. In accordance with the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, she read aloud, students below the age of 17 are reminded that they are not permitted to cast spells or brew potions outside of school. Huh, it doesn't mention the exemption. What's that, sorry? Henry asked, looking up from his game. It doesn't mention the exemption allowing us to use magic in life and death situations. All right, John said. Though, you have to be careful with that. Be careful with it? Why? Because there are actually two relevant pieces of legislation at hand. Two? Lucy asked. This decree and what? The International Statute of Secrecy, John answered her. Even if you can justify using magic within the restrictions of the British decree, the international statute still requires you to hide the existence of magic. So what? Lucy asked. If I'm in front of muggles and I could save them, if I can't hide magic from them, I'm supposed to just let them die? Yes, Henry said, technically. In practice, minor infractions can be rectified very easily. Most adult wizards can cast a very simple memory charm to erase recent memories. However, if there are too many witnesses, you're not allowed to intervene. That's ridiculous, Lucy exclaimed. You mean? I would just have to stand by and watch. Oh, but it's worse than that, John said. Even if your own life were in danger, if using magic to save yourself would seriously risk the exposure of the magical world, you're not allowed to do so. That's... Lucy couldn't put her thoughts into words. Now do you understand my position a little better? John asked. The ministry and the international wizarding community take it very seriously, Henry said. We spent a while looking into it last year when we were figuring out what to do in the summer. We thought we might be able to get away with some minor spellcasting, but when we learned how harshly those who risked the secrecy of the wizarding world were punished, we decided not to risk it. Lucy looked down at the note in her hands again. Is the statute of secrecy justified? She asked the others. What? Said John. Do you think that I have a strong opinion on everything? Lucy just gave him an unimpressed look. Well, okay, I do, but the statute? Who knows? Was it justified too? 100 years ago? Probably. Could a lot of good be achieved if the statute were abolished and muggles and wizards could work together? Yes, I'm sure. Could it also lead to a huge amount of chaos, suffering, and conflict? Yeah, probably. So, in the end, who knows? Lucy concluded for him. Pretty much. On balance, it's probably best to stick with the status quo. We can agree there, Henry said. Lucy brought her wand up to cast the levitation charm again, but found her gaze drifting to watch the landscape flash past the window. Strange to think that there might be someone else with us come September, she said almost to herself. Another reader? Do you mean? Henry asked. Yeah, it's just that I've gotten kind of used to it being just the three of us. None of us are going anywhere, John said. Touch wood, Henry said quickly, rapping his knuckles on the window frame. I didn't take you for the superstitious sort, John replied. We live in a world of magic and prophecy, where luck is a measurable and affectable phenomenon. I'm just playing it safe. It's just that 4 is such an unbalanced number, Lucy said, ignoring them both. Isn't 4 a very well-balanced number? Not of people, Lucy clarified. How many famous groups of 4 are there? The Beatles, John said immediately. Famous literary groups, said Lucy. Groups who have adventures and stuff like that. There are plenty of individuals and duos. Then you have the Golden Trio, the famous 5, the main 6, the secret 7. You see what I mean? Who are the main 6? Henry asked. Never mind that, Lucy said, blushing. There are the 4 Musketeers, John said, his face thoughtful. Oh, and what book are they from? The 3 Musketeers. Exactly. I rest my case, Lucy said, nodding emphatically. I'm not sure that stands up to scrutiny, Henry said. The point is, Lucy said defensively, that I'm just feeling a bit nervous about meeting someone new. Henry gave her a sympathetic look. I think you're worrying over nothing, he said. I'm sure whoever it is will be fine. Touch wood, John murmured. All things must come to an end, especially journeys back to reality. as the gleaming red engine pulled her carriages into King's Cross Station that evening. Lucy carefully placed her wand back into the case she had originally found it in on that exciting first day. Henry and John refreshed the transfigurations they were maintaining and packed away their wands, too. Trunks were pulled down. Henry shouldered a backpack. John slipped a vial of potion into his pocket. There was a lot of activity and hubbub at the station as families were reunited and friendships temporarily put on hold. Lucy shared some very brief farewells with a few other Ravenclaws and people in her year. She made sure to give Hermione an extra strength squeeze. Still, they didn't wait long until slipping away. They didn't want a concerned adult wondering where the parents of these 3 young children were, so they quickly disappeared into the Muggle world. Lucy took one last look at the outside of King's Cross. It was actually the first time she had seen it from the outside. Somewhere out there, back in the real world, and I mean the real world, not the Muggle one, someone is walking around, unaware that in a few weeks' time, they're going to be dragged into this crazy world of evil wizards, incomprehensible magic, and teenagers. I wonder who they will be. And welcome to Not for the Timid. As I mentioned at the beginning, updates will be very slow. I have had positive changes in life circumstances lately, which have drastically cut back on how much time I have to write. It would be best if you considered this story on immediate hiatus. I hope you enjoy it nonetheless. All 7 years are planned out. I hope it comes across as creative and fresh, and maybe even funny at points. Sincerely, Lordrowantree. Year 2, Chapter 1. Gravel crunched under tires as the chief inspector brought his car to a stop. The side of the picturesque house sitting on the hill overlooking the village, with its well-maintained grounds and graveyard, was marred by the half-dozen police vehicles parked haphazardly on the grass and a score of men trying to look busy. As he stepped out of the car, the chief inspector glared at the beautiful blue sky, where there was hardly a cloud in sight. He just knew that it was going to be hot later. Spotting his arrival, one of the sergeants from C.A.D. hurried over to meet him. "Morning, sir," the younger man said. "Good morning," the chief inspector replied gruffly. "What have we got?" Having expected that his superior would want to get right to business, the sergeant had his notebook already open. The groundskeeper made a 999 call from the phone box down the road at 1:06 last night. He reported that a bomb had just landed outside his house. The local constable was woken up and sent over, and that's when he called into Greater Hangleton Station that something had exploded. The patrons at the local all agree that they heard something at about 12:30. The chief inspector looked at the huge hole blown into the ground and the tons of earth spread out around it. People in white overalls could be seen working in and around it. "What do the experts say?" he asked, nodding towards them. "Dynamite," the sergeant said. "Dynamite?" "Yes, sir. At least 15 pounds of the stuff." Mentally shelving that mystery for the moment, the chief inspector looked towards the impressive house. "And whose lordship's lawn are we stepping on at the moment?" "No one's," the sergeant answered. "The house has stood empty for decades. I checked, and it's owned by some banker in London. I spoke with his secretary, but she said it was just for some vague tax purposes." "So, it's just the groundskeeper then," the chief inspector concluded, spotting the man in question at the far end of the cemetery. "Who's he?" The sergeant turned a page in his notebook. "Frank Bryce, 74. He's been working the grounds and living here for the past half-century. No criminal background." "And who's the Aham victim?" The chief inspector nodded towards the disturbed grave. "Tom Riddle, not to be mistaken with his father, Thomas Riddle. 1905 to 43. Not much left of him now. He died young. In the war." "No," the sergeant said. "And here's where the story gets interesting. The maid goes down one morning and finds Tom and his parents all dead at the dinner table, still in white tie from the evening before. They arrest Mr. Bryce, but they can't determine the cause of death and let him go. Bad lab work, do you reckon?" The chief inspector spared his subordinate a glance. "You think he did kill them, and then what?" he asked rhetorically. "He patiently waits for 48 years before finishing the job by blowing up one grave with dynamite? What's his motive? Where's his means?" "Yeah, I thought you'd say something like that." The chief inspector looked over at the old, grumpy man sitting on a chair that clearly one of the constables had taken out of the man's kitchen. "What did he do in the war?" "Serve in a rifle company in Egypt." caught a nasty piece of shrapnel in his leg, was sent home, and he's had a limp ever since. He had nothing to do with explosives, though. I checked. He thinks that some local teenagers are responsible, but I seriously doubt that children had anything to do with this. The chief inspector hummed thoughtfully. Anything interesting about Tom? Other than his manner of dying. Another page turned. He worked with his father, all set to take over the family's investments. Somehow weaseled his way out of military service. Then he ran away with some local girl, far below his station by all accounts, for 6 months. Came back alone, tight-lipped about the whole affair. The girl's name? Something Gaunt. The chief inspector sighed. It's not much to go on, is it, Sergeant? No, sir. Well, ask around the village if anyone knows the name of the girl. These types love to gossip. Someone will know. You think she might have done it? The sergeant asked with a slightly skeptical tone. She'd be, well, pretty old by now, sir. Possibly. It could also be a child by the two of them. Getting payback on the rich father who abandoned the mother of his child to single parenthood and poverty. Ah, that's a good point, sir. The chief inspector looked around the whole scene again. It was certainly one of the stranger cases he'd come across in his long career. Everything about it just seemed abnormal, especially the tall, elderly gentleman examining the torn-up grave. Who's that man, Sergeant? The chief inspector asked. The sergeant turned to look at the strange man, his forehead slightly creased. He's a professor of something. He had all the right documents, though. He said he was personally interested in the case. Part of the original investigation, perhaps? The chief inspector's curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to go ask some questions, but the desire was suddenly banished from his mind. Instead, he turned back towards his car. Try your best to find the Gaunt girl, Sergeant, he said, or any children she might have had with him. I doubt you'll have any luck, but the chief superintendent will be wanting results when he hears that somebody planted a bomb. Ask any questions you want to, Bryce, but don't bother bringing him in. Yes, sir. Oh, and Sergeant, the chief inspector stopped, his car door open. Good job today. Thank you, sir. The young boy stared out of the window, but he didn't pay attention to anything the train was leading him past. It rumbled and jostled as it steamed along the tracks. The door slid open, and the boy glanced at the 3 children at the threshold. Do you mind? One of the boys asked with a smile, gesturing at the almost empty compartment. The young boy paused, then shrugged by way of response and returned his gaze to the window, though he did pay attention to the reflection of the 2 boys and a girl as they levitated their trunks to the luggage racks and made themselves comfortable. Hi, I'm Lucy, the blonde girl said to his back after she had sat down on the seat next to him. He blinked, a little surprised that she was talking to him when he was trying so hard to radiate that he didn't want to be disturbed. Kyle, he eventually responded, sparing her a brief look before returning his gaze to the window. In the reflection, he saw the girl give a helpless look to her 2 companions. You know, she said to them, after a moment had passed, I always thought that Chamber of Secrets was one of the weaker books. Kyle spun around. His previous disinterest vanished, and a look of shock on his face. You think so? The older of the 2 boys replied to her casually. It's got a mystery, a big monster fight, and some neat twists. I didn't say it's bad, she protested. Just compared to the other installments. Kyle's eyes were wide and his mouth worked, but no sound came out. Oh, stop teasing him, you 2. You're scaring the poor lad, the other boy said. Kyle spent a moment continuing to gawk at them, then visibly composed himself and turned himself around properly. He sat up, his body tense, as if he was ready to dash for the doorway. Who are you? He demanded. I told you I'm Lucy, the girl said, smiling cheekily. This is John and Henry. She pointed at them in turn. That doesn't answer my question. It's all right, Henry said, holding his hands up placatingly. You're not in any danger. We're friends, and we're in the same boat as you. I thought we were in a train, Lucy said, looking around in an exaggerated manner. Hush you, Henry said before turning back to Kyle. We're readers too. Kyle absorbed that for a moment, recognizing that that word had significance. I don't know what you're talking about. John shook his head, smiling slightly. That won't work, he said. You don't have all the reasons to understand why, but we can tell that you're also someone who read the Harry Potter books then, found themselves in this fantasy world on platform 9 3/4 this morning. Instead of denying it, Kyle pushed himself to his feet. Not that it made an impressive sight as an 11-year-old. Tell me what's going on, he demanded. Okay, John said, holding up a hand. We will. But like we said, you're not in any danger. We're here to help you. In any case, there's a lot to talk about, and it's a long train journey. So why don't we calm down and take a seat? Everyone watched Kyle's face as he considered this, and eventually he nodded and sat down slowly. Sorry, he said. You shocked me, that's all. Which is totally understandable, Henry said. So, John said, 3 years ago today, I suddenly found myself stumbling onto platform 9 3/4 just like you did a short while ago. I went to Hogwarts, got sorted, studied magic, and then 2 years ago today, Henry appeared too. And then I did last year, Lucy interjected. In that time, we've been practicing, planning, and working towards defeating you-know-who and saving the world. Are you with me so far? Kyle hesitated, then nodded slowly. Also, we've been having some fun sometimes as well, Lucy added. Probably the most important thing to explain, John continued, is that there is an effect of an unknown source that prevents us from revealing information that we know from reading the books, intentionally or otherwise. As I'm sure you can imagine, this has made things quite complicated, but we have managed to get Pettigrew captured and Sirius on the path to freedom. Oh, and Quirrell outed, but that should have happened without us. Oh, and it's 92, by the way, so Harry's second year. Kyle coughed lightly into his hand, buying himself a moment to think. It was quite a bit of information to receive rather quickly. I know, he said finally. About the year, I mean. I heard Colin Creevey all excited about his first year, so… Oh, I forgot that he was coming, Lucy said morosely. He's 11, Henry said. He's allowed to be excitable. I'm just glad he's not going into Ravenclaw, said Lucy. Can we try and resist becoming sidetracked, please? Asked John before turning his attention back to Kyle. There are a couple more things you should be aware of. First, you know whose name is cursed, so try to avoid saying it out loud. Second, we're not on script anymore. We're not following the plot of the books, so don't get complacent. Anything could happen. Yeah, said Lucy. And don't get your hopes up too high about magic, because, let me tell you, that stuff is harder than you think. Can I just have a minute? Kyle said, placing a hand over his face. Lucy observed the new guy while he was reeling from the multiple revelations. Even if it's petty, I am upset that it's not another girl joining us, although at least Kyle doesn't tower over me like almost everyone else does. Dirty blonde hair, glasses, he didn't really stand out in appearance. But it's hard to tell, isn't it? John and Henry are starting to show the kind of men that they'll grow into. But Kyle isn't even a teenager yet. Neither am I suppose, but 13 is just a few months away now. She glanced at her early birthday present, carefully stowed with their trunks. The sales witch said that it wasn't the top-of-the-line broom like the new Nimbus 2001 was, but the Clean Sweep 6 was fast and nimble, which suited Lucy's build well. Honestly, those two, with such a strict budget, they spend so much on me. And I already bought a new flute on the Muggle side. Okay, Kyle said, placing his hands on his lap in a show of calmness. Please continue. So, John continued. I'm John. I'm a fourth-year Slytherin, which is 14 going on 15, but I'm actually 43. I used to be a business analyst, which basically meant I stared at spreadsheets all day. Besides the core subjects, I'm taking arithmancy and, well, divination, but don't ask why, because I'm not a seer. Anyway, what I'm really focusing on is occlumency, legilimency, memory, charms, that sort of thing. You're a mind reader? Kyle half-shouted, suddenly breaking eye contact and scrambling to his feet. Relax, John said quickly. It's only actively, not passively. So, unless you see me pointing a wand directly at you, your secrets are safe. Don't worry, Lucy said to Kyle. I had almost the same reaction. Kyle sat back down again, visibly calming himself. Poor guy. It is rather a lot to pile on at once, isn't it? Well, I'm Henry, Henry said. Nice to meet you. Feel free to call me Harry. But for some reason, Lucy refuses to. Lucy stuck her tongue out at him. I'm a third-year Hufflepuff, 13 going on 76. I was a primary school teacher for 40 years. Here at Hogwarts, this year I'm taking up care of magical creatures and arithmancy, but I'm probably best at charms. He looked at Lucy expectantly, and she jumped when she realized it was her turn. All right, so I'm a second-year Ravenclaw. I still have no idea why. I used to work part-time at a cafe, but I did some work for some local orchestras every so often. I'm not taking any electives yet, obviously, but well, I've got good grades in history and potions, I guess. Oh, and I'm an all right flyer. And the flute, John supplied. All right, I play the flute magically. You'll understand when you see it, hear it. Right, John said, turning to Kyle. So, do dash. Oh, Lucy interrupted. And I'm actually 23. Do you want to dash? Oh, and my name is Lucy. Sorry, John. John was doing his best not to react, but Henry wasn't even trying to hide his sniggers. Anyway, John said, would you like to tell us a little about yourself? Kyle took a breath. All right, I'm Kyle. Kyle Smith. I was a student. I'm only 19, see. To be honest, I'm still feeling a little overwhelmed. Lucy suggested. Yeah, that. What were you studying? Henry asked. At college? I was majoring in computer science with a minor in French. Lucy gasped. You're an American too? Thank goodness. I need all the help I can get with these tea-drinking, umbrella-wielding dash. Hey, Henry objected. Color misspelling Brits. All right. So, do you know why my accent has changed? Not a clue, sorry. Kyle ran a hand through his hair, looking between his lap and the other occupants of the carriage. So, what have you actually been up to for the last 3 years, John said. Yeah, that. What followed was quite a long explanation of what John, Henry, and Lucy had been doing for the last 3, 2, and 1 years, respectively. As they talked, the scenery gradually transitioned from the countryside to cities to the countryside again. The trolley lady came and went, though John, Henry, and Lucy had brought sandwiches from the Muggle side. The excited cries of children up and down the train were replaced by the murmurs of hundreds of distant conversations. Kyle mostly listened quietly to their summary of their time already spent in the wizarding world. He asked questions, but mostly appeared to be deep in thought. I have a question, actually, Lucy said, after their summary of the previous summer had come to an end. How come I didn't get this? Get what? Asked Henry. This gentle, immediate introduction on the train. Why did I have to stumble my way through the train journey and the sorting ceremony alone? Well, said John, we didn't know you were a reader before you were sorted. How did you not see me at the station? I was wandering around like some gormless idiot, staring at everything and rubbing tears out of my eyes. Well, we were almost late, John admitted. And why was that? Henry asked. Look, John said hotly, the food at Hogwarts is great, but 10 months without pizza is a long time. You were almost late because of pizza? Lucy asked, incredulous. It was good pizza, John said. You know what? That's fair. Kyle cleared his throat, getting their attention. So, you've given me a lot to think about. Do you mind if I ruminate on things for a bit? I haven't actually had a chance to look through my trunk yet. That's fine, John said. I'm going to give you the same advice I gave Lucy last year, which is to not make any decisions about what you want to do yet. Wait until you have a better grasp of how things work here. Wait for the shock to wear off. In a week or so, then you'll be in a much better position to decide what you want to do. Anyway, we've been mostly on the Muggle side all summer, so I wanted to catch up on the wizarding news. He rummaged through his pockets for a copy of the newspaper. And I'm going to say hello to some other people, said Henry. Oh, good idea, Lucy said. I should check in with friends, too. It was nice meeting you, Kyle. Oh, you too. Over the next hour or so, Lucy managed to say hello to all of her dorm mates, plus Hermione, who was still hanging around with Neville. She reluctantly had to rescue an excitable Colin Creevey from getting squashed by Malfoy's goons. Like most bullies, the two half-trolls gave up as soon as someone confronted them. She had to hide in the toilets to get Creevey to stop following her around, though. When she stepped out into the corridor, though, she ran into someone else that she didn't really want to interact with. Oh, you must be the new Weasley, Lucy said. Yeah, Ginny said. She even has the damn diary with her. The thin, black, leather-bound book was clutched tightly in her hands. I could just grab it and run, or throw it out the window, but then we'd lose it. And honestly, I think that Ginny would probably beat me in a fistfight. Even a year younger, and she still got 2 inches on me. On top of that, she grew up with 6 older brothers. No, immediate violence is not the solution here. Are you finished in the loo? Huh? Oh, right. The bathroom. Uh, sure, kid. Lucy continued down the length of the train. Poor girl. We did try to intercept the Horcrux in Diagon Alley, but Lucius Malfoy was sneakier than we expected. Still, perhaps we could have tried harder. Even when we get the diary away from her, we're still taking away a preteen girl's friend. Lucy spent much of the remaining train ride reading in a compartment with Padma and Lisa, having found herself unwilling to continue plotting with the others. Besides, it was nice to hang out with other girls for the first time in many weeks. So, what did you think of Kyle? Lucy asked Henry and John as they walked away from the station. John pondered the question for a moment. He was very quiet, reserved. Cautious, Henry added. That's right, cautious. Oh, stop it, you two. Lucy chided them both. He's just gone through what was certainly the most shocking day of his life. He's allowed to take it at his own pace. What house do you think he'll be in? John and Henry both considered the question for a moment. With how little he shared, it's hard to say, John said. I couldn't guess. Me neither, said Henry. It was only a short walk from the station to where the carriages were waiting for them. Even though she knew that she wouldn't be able to see the Thestrals, she hadn't seen somebody die in either her current life or her previous one. She was still slightly disappointed. She caught the direction that Henry was looking and the frown on his face. You can see them? She asked out loud, then realized what she had said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right, he responded quietly. My wife's parents, when you get to my age, you end up spending time at quite a few people's deathbeds. That's not the theatral's fault, though, Lucy said, reaching out and slipping her hand into Henry's and giving him a comforting squeeze. No, I know that. I guess they just remind me of unhappy times. When the Perfects had corralled the last of the stragglers into the carriages, they began to trundle down the path towards Hogwarts. Happy to be going back? John asked Lucy. Lucy hummed thoughtfully. You mean despite my mixed experience last year? Almost failing half my subjects. Almost being turned into a Lucy pancake by a troll? Lucy only kept her face straight for 3 seconds before grinning widely. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Ugh, I'm starving. Why is this kid taking so long? Finally, after what had felt like 10 minutes, the Sorting Hat shouted Hufflepuff. There were cheers from all the tables then, but for 3/4 of them, it was just because they were now a little closer to food being served. Creevy Colin, Professor McGonagall called. And we're only in the CS? Hang on. Is this going to be a big one? Because of some post-war baby boom or something? Lucy tried to quickly count how many first years were waiting to be sorted, but they kept shuffling about, and she couldn't remember how many had already been under the hat. I'm not even sure how many are in my year off the top of my head. Let's approach this another way. The current second years were born from September 1979 to August 1980, which makes the current first years born from September 1980 to August 1981. Harry beat who in October 1981. So after these kids were born, next year's cohort, though, they'd have to be conceived in November or December to get in, but then again, there were probably lots of celebrations on November 1st. Colin was sorted into Gryffindor, which made Lucy think that it was strange that none of the changes they had wrought on the timeline had affected anyone's schoolhouse, and the sorting continued. She had already checked that Ron and Harry hadn't arrived, which probably meant that Dobby had stopped them at the barrier again. Lucy thought more and more uncharitable thoughts about the first years as they continued to delay her dinner until it was Kyle's turn to be judged. Smith Kyle, suddenly looking much more nervous than he had at any point during the day, Kyle approached the stool and slowly lowered the hat over his head. And it's another slow one. I know it's an important moment and all, but come on, people. Lucy has needs, and right now those needs start with M and ends with ash potatoes. Why does it get such a long conversation anyway? I didn't get 2 seconds before the hat plunked me here. Evidently, the hat came to some conclusion, because the nervousness on Kyle's face was replaced by relief, and a moment later the hat said, Gryffindor. Do you remember that after my first day of lessons I said that it was bullshit? I remember, Henry answered her. Well, I take it back. That was fine. This is bullshit, Lucy said, gesticulating at the scene in front of them. Oh, I quite agree. Before them, in their classroom, John was directing Kyle through some wand movements. Wingardium Leviosa, Kyle cried. For a moment, Nothing happened, and Lucy felt a small pang of hope, which was mercilessly crushed by the sight of the feather of Kyle's attention rising into the air. It took me hours to get that far. Weeks even, and he manages it just like that? After a single day of lessons? When he was supposed to be learning Lumos? It's just not fair. Ignorant of Lucy's internal complaints, Kyle continued to practice the levitation charm, quickly deciding that she didn't want to be outdone by someone whose time in the wizarding world would be best measured in hours. Lucy rummaged in her bag to find her own feather that Flitwick had given to her last year. She had taken to bringing it with her and using it sometimes when practicing the charm herself. She was glad to see that her long break from casting magic hadn't lessened her skills too much, and she quickly engaged Kyle in an aerial game of tag. Her experience gave her an advantage, but Kyle was catching up in competence quickly. Lucy stopped playing before she could embarrass herself any further. "How is this possible?" she asked John and Henry. "How is what possible?" asked Kyle, but Lucy ignored him, looking at her two friends. "It's not unheard of," John said. "Every so often, someone turns up who just has a natural aptitude for magic. You know who, naturally, was using magic before he even came to Hogwarts. On the slightly less incredible side, there's Hermione in your year and Cedric Diggory in mine. Both of them are famous for picking up new spells quickly." "What's the big deal?" Kyle asked. "It's just," he gestured randomly, swish and flick. "Believe me," Henry said, "you're ahead of the curve." "Far ahead," said Lucy. "Huh." Kyle was thoughtful for a moment. "I've been thinking," he said, "and I know you said I should wait a week before deciding, but I honestly don't think I'll change my mind. With all the foreknowledge we have and without the ability to share it, it would be stupid to not work together to defeat Vol. You know who." Lucy cheered softly, and Henry smiled. John nodded. "That's good, because there's something you can help us with right away. But first, Henry has to leave. Just act like you belong, and no one will even look at you twice." "That's easy for you to say, John," Lucy said back, fiddling with her robes. "You're safe down here." "No one is suggesting you won't be safe," he said. "Now hurry up, dinner has already started." Lucy grumbled half-heartedly, but stopped fidgeting and turned to the door. "Come on then, Kyle." "Sure." It was a little ways from their destination, so Lucy had her first chance to talk to her fellow American alone. "So," she stretched out the word, "how are things back in the States? Anything interesting happen in the last year?" Kyle said, a strangely troubled look on his face. "You've been gone since September 2015, right?" "Yes, so?" "Well, it's an election year, yeah?" "Oh, that's right," Lucy said. "It must only be a few months away now." "So, who's running?" Now Kyle had a very troubled look on his face. "Well, on one side is Hillary Clinton." "Oh, I guess that makes sense," Lucy said. "And on the other side?" Donald Trump." "Donald Trump? The reality TV star? And who's running for vice president?" "Kanye West?" Lucy giggled to herself, then let her thoughts settle for a moment. "Who's going to win?" she asked eventually. "Well, they say that Clinton's going to win by miles, but you never know." Before either of them could consider what a Donald Trump presidency might entail, they reached their destination. "Hang on." Lucy held up a hand. "I know this." "Kappa Draconis?" "No, wait. That was last year." "Wahlberg," Kyle said. The fat lady swung open to let them into Gryffindor Tower. "Hey," Lucy protested. "I knew that. I would have gotten it eventually." Kyle ignored her and climbed up through the portrait hole. He held out a hand to help Lucy, but she was too proud for that. Maybe a little help would have been all right, Lucy thought to herself as she heaved herself into the Gryffindor common room. "I'd almost prefer the Ravenclaw riddle to climbing through this every day almost." They had timed their daring mission during dinner, so the Gryffindor common room was almost deserted, just a couple of older students studying and someone sleeping in one of the armchairs. "It's nice. Warm and comfortable, even." John had charmed the trim of Lucy's robes to Gryffindor red earlier, but none of the occupants of the room even looked up as Kyle led Lucy to the bottom of the stairs leading to the girls' dorms. "I don't know how high up it is," he said quietly. "You got everything?" Lucy patted her school bag, which was slung over one shoulder. "All here." "Okay then. Good luck." Hesitating for only a moment, Lucy put a foot on the stairs and began climbing. If it can detect boys trying to climb up, why didn't they make it able to detect non-Gryffindors? The first year's dorm wasn't at the bottom, so Lucy continued climbing. Knowing my luck, it'll be on the 7th floor. It ended up not being on the 6th floor. Lucy gingerly opened the door and peeked inside. She let out a sigh of relief when it was empty. It was easy to spot Ginny's bed when all the beds except one had bright, shiny, brand new trunks next to them, and only one was old and scuffed. Lucy checked the school bag thrown at the foot of the bed and opened the trunk before berating herself for being stupid. She's an 11-year-old girl hiding her diary, stupid. Returning to the bed, Lucy picked up the pillow. Gotcha. A handsome, black, leather book had been hidden there. It's smaller than I expected. Oh shit. That's a part of whose soul. This is suddenly a lot more daunting than I first imagined. No. Come on, Lucy. You can do this. Reaching into her school bag, she retrieved her dragon-hide gloves. Slowly, she reached out her hand and tapped a finger against the leather for a split second. When her hand didn't burst into flames or fall off, or both, she picked it up and stuffed it into her school bag. Wasting no more time, she put everything in the room back the way it was, then hurried down the stairs again. Did you dash? Kyle began to say. Let's go, Lucy whispered urgently, moving as quickly as she could without making it look as if she were fleeing the scene of a crime. She crossed the common room, pushed open the portrait hole, and sped off towards where John was waiting, Kyle following closely behind her. My biggest worry at this point is probably the young Miss Lovegood, Professor Flitwick said to his colleagues. Her father has never really recovered from his wife's death, and now I'm worried that Luna hasn't grown up to be very well adjusted. The other staff members nodded along, sharing his sentiment. She is a strange child, Professor McGonagall agreed. We can hope that in time, being around other children will help her, Professor Dumbledore said. In the meantime, let's pay a little extra attention to the girl, agreed. Good. Next, the new Gryffindors. Minerva. But before McGonagall could speak, there was a knock at the staff room door. Enter, Dumbledore called. The door opened, and Henry took a step inside. I'm sorry for bothering you during a staff meeting, he said to the group of professors. But I have a piece of lost property. He reached into his book bag and pulled out a black leather book. Is there a riddle in the new first years? Before he had even finished his sentence, Dumbledore was out of his chair and was striding across the room. He took the book out of Henry's hand and peered at it severely. There is not, he said seriously. Where did you find this? I just found it in my bag, Henry said honestly. I don't know how it got there. Dumbledore turned his attention away from the book and looked into Henry's eyes. For a moment their gazes met. Then Dumbledore blinked and looked away. Thank you, Mr. Owens, he said. I'll be sure to take care of this. Run along now. Yes, sir. Henry closed the door behind him, and Dumbledore slipped the book into his pocket and turned back to his staff. Now, where were we? Year 2, Chapter 2. Okay, explain it to me one more time, Kyle said. It had been about half an hour since John had slipped the diary into Henry's bag. Henry had given them all strange looks when he had noticed, but when they had all feigned ignorance, he immediately left the room. Things we know from the book can't be shared, John said. Except with each other, Lucy pointed out. Yes, but that doesn't apply to things we learn naturally by observation and investigation. So, Kyle asked. So, Henry sees the diary and he knows that it's one of who's dash. He mouthed the word Horcruxes, which was given to Ginny Weasley by Lucius Malfoy in order to open the Chamber of Secrets, which contains a dash basilisk, ready to drive the unworthy from the school. Okay, Kyle said. However, John continued, the only thing he knows from his own observation is that the diary has the name Riddle in it. He knows that he should bring it to Dumbledore, but if Dumbledore legitimises him, all he'll find out is that Henry found the diary in his bag, but not that Henry knows it's a dash Horcrux. Protecting us from scrutiny, Kyle finished. Exactly. I'd rather not have authority figures asking us questions that we literally can't answer. I considered slipping it to someone like Percy Weasley, but this way should be safe enough. It had taken Lucy a while to calm down from her bit of burglary, which was strange, she thought, because she was much more level-headed after the incident with the troll. So, is that the whole plot of this year derailed? She asked. John thought for a moment. Depending on what Dumbledore does. I hope so. Won't that mean that the monster will still be alive in the chamber? Kyle asked. Isn't that for the best? John asked rhetorically. I don't know, replied Kyle. I reckon I could take it. He waved an imaginary sword around. Well, we can always ask Harry to open it, if you want to try your hand at heroics, Lucy pointed out. I'm a Gryffindor, you know. That's a good point, John said. We may need access to it in the future to get the venom. If that's the case, we'd need some way to ask Harry for help without being suspicious, Lucy said. Unless you want to ask, who for his help. Can't Dumbledore speak Parseltongue? Asked Kyle. Lucy sighed. It's not clear, she said after a long pause, what's canon or not. Everything from Sorcerer's Stone to Deathly Hallows is real, so far as we know. And the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and Quidditch Through the Ages books are pretty much how I remember them. But the films are obviously not canon, at least with how everyone looks. Cole put a finger on his chin, thinking, is Flipendo a real spell? I don't know, Lucy said. It isn't, said John. That means most of the games aren't true, Kyle said. And I think Cursed Child used that spell at one point. What's Cursed Child? Said John. Don't ask, Kyle said. John frowned, but didn't argue. Remember that Dobby will still be acting as if everyone is in danger, Lucy said. They were already hearing students excitedly discussing Harry and Ron's daring arrival by Flying Fort Anglia, which means there'll still be the rogue bludger to deal with. Plus, who knows what else he might come up with if he gets more desperate, John added. Are you sure we can't do anything to save him? Lucy asked, looking at John imploringly. Save who? Kyle said. Dobby, said Lucy. Now that Harry isn't going to get the diary, go to the chamber and confront Malfoy at the end of the year. He won't trick Malfoy into freeing Dobby. All right, said Kyle. Look, John said, if you've come up with some brilliant idea to save him, Lucy shook her head. Then there's nothing we can do, and frankly, I'm considering it a pretty low priority. Lucy harumphed. Can you at least pass some house elf reforms when you take over the government? She asked. What? Kyle asked. She's joking, John said flatly. I just feel sometimes that none of you bring up house elves, centaurs, merfolk, heck, even goblins, as much as you should, considering that they're sentient creatures too. She sent them both challenging looks, but received an apologetic look from Kyle and an unsympathetic look from John. I have quite enough on my plate at the moment, John said, plotting against you-know-who and all that. Lucy shifted her gaze to Kyle. What? He said defensively. House elves are weird little gremlin creatures. I don't have any more of a natural impulse to care about them than I do to care about dolphins, or whatever. Lucy gasped. You don't care about dolphins? She said in a wounded voice. Kyle was saved in that moment by Henry returning to them. All dealt with, he said, closing the door. I don't know what you're talking about, John said, but he was smiling and shook Henry's hand. Now, it's late, and I'm going to bed. Just admit that you're running away from me. Me too, Kyle said. Cowards, the both of them. Lucy spent the rest of that evening, and even the majority of the next day, in a funk. Sitting alone in the Ravenclaw common room the following evening, she was only half paying attention to the potion's homework in front of her as her quill glided across the parchment. She wasn't truly upset by John and Kyle's attitude towards the plight of the house elves. The general consensus, so far as Lucy had been able to glean, was that house elves were generally well treated, if not much thought about, and that situations like Dobby's were rare. It's not as if I want to get started on Spew a few years early. She scratched out a few more sentences half-heartedly. But Dobby's is another life that we have to save. I refuse to forget about him just because he looks different from us. Williamson, said a voice, breaking Lucy out of her reverie. What are you doing here? Lucy looked up, staring at the owner of the voice blankly. Roger Davies, the fifth-year boy, was looking at her impatiently. Potions? Lucy said after a moment. I mean, Davies said, why aren't you down at the Quidditch pitch? Well, it'd be pretty hard to do my homework with the wind blowing all my pages around and Davies ground out, interrupting her. Get your broomstick and get down there for the Quidditch team trials. Lucy let out an awkward laugh. I'm not really the sporting type. I don't care if you're the sporting type or not, but you're the most natural person on a broomstick out of everyone in the 5th year and below. What about Harry? Lucy asked. Everyone in the common room had heard the Quidditch team loudly complaining about the resident Dark Lord Defeater and his prodigious flying skill. Davies rolled his eyes dramatically. I meant among the rest of us mere mortals. Harry's not a mortal dash, not yet, but whatever. Do you really think I could be on the team? Playing what? Chaser? With those spindly arms? Hey, no, Davies said, ignoring her outburst. You're a shoo-in for Seeker. Lucy debated hitting him with her spindly arms, but decided to be merciful. What about Cho? Cho's good, and she won't like being replaced, Davies said, but she knows that putting the best team together is more important than her ego. Besides, she could play Chaser easily enough, or even just be a floating reserve player. Lucy thought about it for a few more moments. Come on, Williamson. Where's your house pride? Drowned by incessant riddles. Fine, Lucy said in resignation. I'll show you young whippersnappers how a real expert flies. It might be fun, and will at least be a good distraction from the Dobby situation. Whippersnappers? Davies said in confusion. The whole team is older than you. Van the bet. Ugh. When does this thing start, anyway? In about 15 minutes. Scribbling down a conclusion to her potions essay in 30 seconds, Lucy stuffed everything into her school bag and trudged up to her dorm to change into more appropriate flying clothes. Whoever thought that young girls, robes, and flying broomsticks worked well together was a creep. She doesn't even know how to play Quidditch. Lucy was currently flying in lazy circles above the small crowd of Ravenclaw Quidditch players and disappointed hopefuls, both hands off the broom and steering with just her knees. She'll learn, besides, at least she can make a whole circuit of the pitch without falling off her broom. Boot, Davies said sternly. I had kind of forgotten how not everyone found flying quite as easy as I do. Terry blushed. I told you a fly flew into my mouth. Oh, come on, Boot. Cho Chang, previously Seeker, currently Chaser, said. If I can handle it, you can too. She's obviously the best choice, what with her build and natural skill. Don't be a sore loser. Terry grumbled and turned around to march back up to the castle with the rest of those who hadn't made the cut. Stop showing off and get down here, Williamson, Davies called up to her. Once she had joined them, he began outlining grand plans for the whole season and started hashing out the training schedule so that it didn't interfere with everyone's prior commitments. Do we really need 3 hour-long practices a week? There are something like 40 weeks of lessons a year, so 120 hours of practice for 3 games. On top of music and spell practice. Ugh. And I still need to choose 2 new spells to focus on this year. Are you even listening to me, Seeker? Davies demanded. Not in the slightest, Lucy said immediately. Davies sighed. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? You could have just let me do my homework, Lucy pointed out. Lucy sighed in contentment as she finished her nightly routines and re-entered the dorm room. Henry and John had been very considerate, but having to share a bathroom with boys had been getting on her nerves after 6 weeks. She wriggled under the covers of her bed. And, did you see her pajamas? Padma said to Lisa. I know, right? Ooh. Who are we gossiping about? Lucy said eagerly as she rolled over to talk with them. Gossip was another vice that John and Henry couldn't provide her with. That new first-year Lovegood. The smile dropped off Lucy's face. Oh, and she still had those earrings in. Lisa continued. Are they real butterbeer corks? That can't be hygienic. Stop it, Lucy said. Don't bully Luna. Padma rolled her eyes. We're not bullying her, Lucy. Yeah, agreed Lisa. We're just talking about her behind her back. Well, don't do that either. What's got your knickers in a twist? Padma asked. There's nothing wrong with my knickers, Lucy said. Luna is 5 times the witch you are. Possibly some kind of seer. A poor girl who lost her mother and only has a half-mad father looking after her. Probably somewhere on the spectrum. She's a harmless first year and a member of your house, Lucy settled on. Ugh, you're such a goody two-shoes, Padma huffed. Lucy raised an eyebrow. First my knickers, now my shoes. What's next? A wet blanket? Lisa supplied. Padma glared at her friend, but Lisa couldn't hold back her giggle. Ugh, good night. Padma ground out. Lucy bid everyone good night as well and rolled over. Poor Luna. Lucy had tried to befriend the strange girl on the first day of classes, But Luna was so far detached from ordinary social convention that Lucy had quickly made her excuses and left before the awkwardness grew too severe. I honestly can't blame her year mates that she doesn't get any friends until her 4th year. Or might not, depending on how events play out. Lucy was struck by the sudden thought that all the changes they made might result in Luna never making any friends, which would be so unfair to the girl. It took Lucy a while to fall asleep. The next day, Lucy bumped into Kyle on the way down to breakfast. "Whoa there," he said, holding out a hand to help her back to her feet. "Thanks," she replied, blushing. "You headed to breakfast?" "Yeah. Let's go then." "Go. I'm starving." Kyle gave her a strange look. "I saw you take 3 helpings of beef stew last night," he said. "Hey, I'm a growing girl." "Are you sure?" Kyle said, eyeing the top of her head. "What was that?" Lucy said warningly. "Nothing." "Yeah, I thought so." They walked through the doors of the Great Hall together. As usual, they had arrived before the majority of students were awake. "Is there any rule that says you have to sit at your house table?" asked Kyle. "No," Lucy said. "Feel free to join me if you'd like." Kyle smiled and nodded. "Now, today we're going to sit." Lucy looked up and down the table carefully. "There. Is there any particular reason?" Kyle asked as they walked past dozens of empty spots. "Because there are like 50 pots of tea on every table and only 1 pot of coffee," Lucy said. "And it's not even good coffee." "Ah." They sat, and Lucy poured coffee for the both of them. Kyle sipped his drink and looked at what was available, while Lucy was busy putting milk and 5 teaspoons of sugar into her cup. He took in the racks of toast, all manner of jams and preserves, mountains of juicy sausages and thick slices of bacon, scrambled, fried, boiled, and poached eggs, beans, grilled tomatoes, fried mushrooms, hash browns, black pudding, white bread, brown bread, rye bread, sourdough bread, plain rolls, seeded rolls, raisin rolls, porridge, yogurt, a dozen varieties of cheese, and 24 varieties of fruit. "Is there any Captain Crunch?" he asked Lucy. She shook her head sadly. "No cereals, no biscuits and gravy, no SpaghettiOs, no pancakes, only Canadian bacon. You get used to it." "It's not so bad." Kyle frowned. "Maybe we can convince the house elves to switch up the menu a little." Lucy shook her head again. "I doubt it. While the headmaster is nominally in charge of them, the day-to-day management of the house elves is delegated to Filch, and I can't imagine him indulging us. John knows where the kitchens are, but he got caught sneaking in once, and McGonagall made him promise not to tell anyone how to get in. John's the kind of guy to take that kind of promise seriously, too. I know the entrance has something to do with a portrait and a bowl of fruit, but for the life of me, I can't remember the details, which is annoying, because normally I'm really good when it comes to Harry Potter trivia. You don't know how to get in, do you? No. Shame." Lucy spread some strawberry jam on a slice of toast, and Kyle contented himself by constructing a truly monstrous sandwich. "Teenage boys," Lucy said, eyeing Kyle's creation warily. "In fairness," Kyle said, trying to work out how to eat the creation of his own ego, "I was a teenage boy before I got here, too." "Oh yeah, though, I can't say I'm looking forward to bunking with 11-year-old boys going forward, though," Kyle said, wrinkling his nose. "Set the male perfects on them," Lucy suggested. "And when that doesn't work, set the female ones on them." "Good idea." "I know." Kyle busied himself with his breakfast, while Lucy examined her new schedule. "Defense later," she said to herself. It's my first defense lesson of the year, this afternoon, with the legend himself. Lockhart? But he's a fraud. With looks like that, I don't really care," Lucy said nonchalantly. Kyle didn't look like he was particularly willing to agree. "Don't look like that," Lucy said. "Just wait till you see how the male population looks at Professor Sinistra. My appreciation of Lockhart is far more innocent than that." Kyle frowned. "Which one is Sinistra?" he asked, looking at the staff table. "She's not there. She's the astronomy professor, remember? So she only has evening classes and doesn't take breakfast here. Don't worry, you'll understand when you see her. Seriously, I'm not looking forward to fending off advances from teenage boys 10 years my junior in a few years' time." Kyle was examining his own schedule with his brow creased. "Potions," he said darkly. "Just don't get on his bad side," Lucy recommended. "He's not the best teacher, but he does know his stuff. He's stern, but he doesn't berate anyone unless they're being particularly stupid for the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, at least." Kyle let out an uneasy laugh. Somehow, that doesn't fill me with confidence. Oh, don't be like that, Lucy said. It wouldn't be Hogwarts unless half the staff aren't wildly incompetent, a danger to children, or actively evil. Or all three in Lockhart's case, Kyle said. I could care less. Lucy made sure to arrive at the dark arts classroom early and hurried to get a seat front and center. She wasn't the only girl crowding the front benches. Most of the boys slouched into the room just moments before the lesson began, but still managed to get there before Lockhart. Me, Lockhart said, bursting into the room. Lucy smiled dreamily without thinking about it. Okay, I've got to ask him about his hair care routine. But it probably has some tricky spells in it. That'd suck. Then again, Lockhart managed it, and he's supposed to be terrible at magic. Me, Gilroy Lockhart. Order of Merlin, 3rd class. His smile widened, flashing his bright teeth at the whole class. Honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League. Winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. He made eye contact with Lucy, causing her breath to catch in her throat 5 times. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her. He actually winked at me. Okay, move aside, all you pretenders. My new most favorite professor is here. Now, just to get an idea of how well prepared you all are, I have a very simple quiz prepared. Oh, right. We were supposed to read his books, weren't we? The only questions I know the answer to are the ones mentioned in Chamber of Secrets. Okay, so his favorite color is lilac. A man after my own heart. That's question 1. Question 2. Lucy had a guess at most of the answers, but for some of them she could extrapolate from the snippets she did know. In the end, she didn't think she had done very well. Why do I feel like I've disappointed him? When Lockhart had collected their answers, he happily announced that Michael Corner had got all but one question correct, much to his embarrassment. Now, Lockhart's face and voice suddenly grew deadly serious, silencing any murmurs in the classroom. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizardkind. You may find yourselves facing your darkest fears inside this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I can ask is that you remain calm. He's so dramatic. I love it. With a final warning, Lockhart whipped the cover of the large cage before them. Hold on. That's not a pixie. Small, though larger than a pixie would have been, squat, with black fur and a long nose. The creature stared at the class with great intensity. A niffler, someone said disbelievingly from behind Lucy. Oh no, let's see what you make of it, Lockhart cried, opening the cage. The next few minutes were chaotic, to say the least. Lucy spent the first few moments patting herself down to ensure that she didn't have anything shiny on her, but the cries of consternation and pain from behind her were proof that not everyone was so lucky. Somebody grab it. It's too quick. Hit it with a spell or something. No, don't hurt it, Lucy shouted, having quickly discarded the use of the severing charm as inhumane and an overreaction. The niffler was bounding between students, grabbing anything that glittered and scampering away before it could be caught. Do something, Professor! Someone with a higher estimation of Lockhart's magical ability than Lucy shouted, but Lockhart was already hiding under his desk after the niffler had snatched a golden label pin from his robes. It's too small and fast to hit with a spell. It's attracted to shiny things. Use color-changing charms, Lucy shouted. Make everything dark and dull. A dozen voices shouted out in unison, though it took Lucy 3 tries to cast the spell successfully. In the room, its contents and everyone in it had all color washed away. It's like a black and white movie. One very bright student had thought very quickly and cast the charm again, this time making the cage on Lockhart's desk glitter in silver and gold. The niffler stopped trying to steal Mandy Brocklehurst's hair clip and almost flew across the room towards the cage, dropping its collected treasures as it went. Anthony Goldstein, entirely in grayscale, stood ready and slammed and locked the cage shut once the niffler was back inside. A tired cheer went up from the assembled Ravenclaws. Lockhart poked his head above his desk, looking surprised for a moment before comporting himself. Well done, everyone, he said jovially. A point for Ravenclaw House, each. This prompted a slightly more enthusiastic cheer. Color-changing charms were an interesting approach. Inventive use of the spells you know, is the hallmark of many a great wizard or witch. That almost sounded like he knew what he was talking about. They spent the rest of the lesson undoing the color-changing charms and repairing the damage the classroom and students had suffered. Lockhart instructed them to write about another inventive use of a first-year spell as homework and dismissed them for the day. Lucy wanted to ask Lockhart some questions, though, and remained behind, but there was already a crowd of girls around his desk. Lucy got started on his homework assignment. "And let's just say I'm glad that I had a tea strainer at hand," Lockhart said, prompting giggles from his crowd of admirers. "Now off with you," he said genially. "Go and enjoy the rest of your day." There were more giggles and excited whispers from the gaggle as they left, leaving Lucy alone with Lockhart. "And what can I do for you, young miss?" he asked with a charming smile. Lucy took a breath, trying to soothe the beating of her heart. "Lucy Williamson, I just have to ask your hair." Lockhart smiled. "One. It's just so, I do," he said, basking in the attention. "How do you dash?" But Lockhart was shaking his head. "Trade secrets, I'm afraid, Miss Lucy." "But dash," Lucy protested. "You must understand," he continued. "I don't want to stay in the business of fighting dark creatures forever. When I retire from that career, I intend to be the foremost producer of hair care products in Europe. No, the world. I can't just give away years' worth of research and experimentation to anyone, even if they do have luscious locks themselves." Lucy blushed. "I'm sorry, dear." "Damn it. He's right. You're right. I can't ask that of you," Lucy agreed dejectedly. "Oh well, here you are." And she thrust a sheet of parchment towards him. "What's this?" he asked. "The homework. You asked for 6 inches dash. Don't even think about it, Lucy. On incentive charm usage." "But it's only been 10 minutes, Lockhart said, looking at her in surprise. Lucy just shrugged. "That's only like 200 or 300 words," she said, then turned around towards the door. "Wait," Lockhart said, scribbling on a scrap of parchment. "You seem like a bright kid, a real up-and-coming girl. If you can work out how these interact, you'll be a step towards one of my shampoo secrets." Lucy took the parchment curiously. "Potion ingredients?" Her eyes widened in understanding, one hand absent-mindedly reaching up to tug at her hair. "Not a word to anyone," he told her, winking. "Yes, Professor. No, Professor. Dash," Lockhart laughed. "Off with you." Lucy carefully put the parchment into her copy of Magical Me, snapped it shut, and hurried to the door. She turned back at the threshold. "Thanks. You're the best." As summer let out its last breath, everyone got settled into the Hogwarts routine. Lucy got back into the rhythm of balancing schoolwork, homework, practicing spells, and music, and with the new addition of Quidditch practice 3 times a week. Despite her best efforts, she was starting to get the gist of how the game was played and what her role in the team was. John was as serious as ever, and Henry took another gaggle of first years under his wing, though Kyle swore off joining a homework club of little kids. Kyle was a source of frustration for Lucy. "I wouldn't mind him being just so good at everything. If he could just see how unusual it is. Charms, potions, transfiguration. He's just annoyingly good at all of them. Even in just the few weeks he's been here, he's already overtaken me in some areas. And he's just so clueless about how unfair that is. At least I have him beat when it comes to essay writing." After poring over her textbooks for this year, Lucy had decided to add the general counterspell, Finite Incantatum, and the slowing charm, Arresto Momentum, to her minuscule repertoire. Professor McGonagall's advice to focus on a limited number of spells was slowly making a difference. Her levitation charm was now as good as anyone else's in her year, though she had had to practice for 10 times as long as anyone else. Lucy served herself a bowl of oatmeal. No, I won't call it porridge, as the post owls swooped down to deliver their deliveries. She watched as one of them landed in front of John and offered up the newspaper it was carrying. Her interest peaked when John took one glance at the headline, made a surprised face, then immediately stood up and walked quickly towards Henry, throwing a significant look her way as he went. "What is it now?" she thought to herself as she went to join the two of them. "I didn't think anything significant was going to happen soon." Lucy half gasped. "Unless, is it serious?" she whispered furiously, clutching Henry's arm to help stop her speed walk across the Great Hall. "He's out," John said with a rare smile. He held out the newspaper, which Lucy almost snatched away from him. A deal was struck, where he'd serve the rest of his sentence for having an illegal animagus form under a limited house arrest. A limited, does that mean that he won't be able to? Lucy looked around to check that no one was listening in on them. Adopt Harry. Probably not yet, Henry said sadly. If that's ever going to be possible, John said, glancing at the staff table. They could see Dumbledore perusing his own copy of The Prophet. His typical, genial expression made it impossible to guess at what he was thinking about. Is this something he has a plan for? Lucy thought to herself. What happens if Sirius eventually tries to take Harry away from the Dursleys? Will Dumbledore try to stop him? Will Sirius listen to Dumbledore? He did in canon, but at that point, Sirius was still on the run from the law, and Dumbledore was helping to protect him. If he were free, would he accept Harry's treatment at the hands of his relatives? These conditions aren't too restrictive, Henry said, reading the details in the paper. Will Harry be able to visit him for Christmas, at least? Lucy asked. Henry hummed, his eyes flitting to and fro. Maybe with supervision. Lucy nudged him to the side so that she could read beside him. For a long moment, they read silently. Then, suddenly, Lucy was overcome by the most peculiar feeling that she was being peered at intently, like she was being examined under a giant microscope. She gave a start and looked around the hall. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and when she swept her gaze to the staff table, Dumbledore was still reading the newspaper, his eyes looking nowhere near her. This is boring, Kyle said. Lucy ignored him and started the F minor scale. Seriously, I thought music was supposed to be, I don't know, beautiful or exciting or something, but you've just been going up and down for the last 30 minutes. Lucy finished F minor and gave him an unimpressed look. Then she started G major. Gah, Kyle exclaimed. Lucy knows what she's doing, Henry told him, not looking up from the book he was reading. Proper practice is important. Kyle made a face. Normally, I just coast by on my massive talent. Lucy's eye twitched, but she didn't let that distract her. That may work now, when you have such an advantage over your peers, but you're only shooting yourself in the foot, long term, Henry said. Some of the stuff that the upper years study gets really complex, and if you don't start good habits now, you'll struggle when your natural talent isn't enough. Lucy saw Kyle's dismissive expression out of the corner of her eye, but he let the matter drop. 5 minutes later, Lucy finished her scales for the day and finally got around to playing an actual piece of music. She hadn't intended to infuse any magic into her music that day, but Kyle's attitude and his annoying aptitude for magic had really gotten on her nerves, and she wanted to vent and maybe show off a little. A layman might not have thought that the flute was the best instrument for exciting and bombastic music, but Lucy wasn't a layman. She knew the flute as well as anyone else and knew how to get the audience's hearts pumping even without magic. With magic, it almost felt like cheating. She had been practicing subtlety and nuance for some time, but threw it to one side. This might be a little much for Kyle's first introduction to me using magic in my playing, but I feel like showing off. 10 minutes later, she wasn't going to wear herself out if it wasn't a special occasion. She let the magic fade away and she lowered her flute. Henry and John had had enough exposure to her music by now that they could control themselves a little better when she really got into it, but because it was Kyle's first time, he had no resistance whatsoever. For several long moments, Lucy watched with amusement as he stared at her blankly, mouth agape, until John whacked him on the arm. Are you still with us, Kyle? He asked. Kyle blocked a few times and gave his head a shake. Yeah, I've fine. What was that? That's Lucy's secret talent, Henry said. Not that secret, Lucy said. Everyone in Henry's homework group has experienced it, and even if most of them didn't realize something magical was happening, Hermione is observant to have recognized that something was happening. Plus, Dumbledore knows too. He does? John exclaimed. Oh, Lucy's face flushed. Didn't I mention that? John shook his head with an unimpressed look on his face. Oops. John sighed. Hopefully he doesn't think too much about it. Okay, seriously, why are you obsessed with being secretive? Kyle asked, still visibly recovering from Lucy's performance. Well, for one thing, there's an immortal Dark Lord who wouldn't be too happy if word of our actions against him got out, John pointed out. Another thing is that Dumbledore wouldn't be too happy to learn of all the illegal things we have done, and for another thing, well, let's just say that I don't like attention on me. Why not? Because he's plotting to take over the world, Lucy said. No, I'm not, John snapped. You've made that joke before, Kyle said, looking between Lucy and John. John gritted his teeth. I'm not planning to take over the world, he said. It's just that there are a few situations where a little intervention would be in everyone's interest. Ah, the shadow government running everything behind the scenes, Kyle said. No, John said. Yes, Henry objected. Or what else do you call using mind control to influence world affairs? But not for my own sake, but for the big things, preventing wars, genocides, famines. There's probably already a secret society of wizards and witches doing so, legitimately or not. Are you honestly telling me that you don't plan to be in New York City on the 11th of September, 2001? Ah, Kyle said. Don't rush off on a flight of fancy, Henry said. The thing you've got to consider is, how should I? Oh, have you ever seen Star Trek? Yes? Oh, the prime directive. Don't interfere in the natural development of a species, or a group, I guess, in this case. What a load of nerds. You know, I agree with John, Kyle said dismissively. The world's a fucked up place. It doesn't take a moral paragon to see that. Thank you, said John. Oh, here they go, right? Enough of that, Lucy said loudly. She pointed at John. You're supposed to be studying. She pointed at Kyle. You're supposed to be practicing legitimacy. And you, she pointed at Henry. You're going to help me with my featherlight charm. Lucy was deep in thought. Okay, so the inclusion of Vila hair is obvious, and I think I can see how the powdered mermaid scales, ethically sourced, naturally fit in, but for the life of me, I can't see where the Murtlap essence goes. I mean, obviously the man knows what he's talking about. Just look at him, but I've been studying these reagents for weeks, and are you even paying attention to the game, Seeker? Lucy gave a startled start. She had been dutifully looking out for the snitch, but it was pretty dull floating 100 meters above the game, so that the bludgers didn't bother her. Whoops, she shouted back to Davies. Don't you sorry cat me? Davies shouted back at her. Evidently, he had abandoned his chaser duties in order to come and talk to her. We're 2 goals down dash. Hufflepuff score? Lee Jordan's amplified voice called out. Hufflepuff lead 90-60. Dash 3 goals down. Davies corrected himself. Get down there and play interference. Sure thing, Cap, Lucy said, throwing him a salute and angling her broomstick downwards. She heard him spitting out expletives as he followed her towards the melee of players, but she ignored him and focused on what she was about to enter. Davies had given her 2 roles to play, depending on how the game was progressing. To Lucy's complete disinterest, Davies had explained how the Seeker had more to think about than just catching the snitch. When the chasers are out flying their opponents, he had told her, she was just to make sure that the snitch remained uncaught. But when the chasers were conceding more goals than they were getting, she was supposed to dive into the middle of the action and disrupt the other team's plays. Just be annoying Lucy, she told herself. You can do that. In the last moment that she had the advantage of height and could see the whole game, she saw one of the Hufflepuff beaters line up a bludger and send it streaking towards Cho, who had the quaffle and was heading towards the Hufflepuff goals. Re-angling her descent, Lucy used the speed she had gained from losing so much altitude to speed in front of the bludger before it reached Cho, causing it to start chasing her instead, and sped away, pulling the bludger with her and keeping Cho safe. Then she had the problem of the bludger trying to knock her off her broom, but a couple of spins, a roll, and flying straight through the Hufflepuff chaser formation caused it to switch to a new target. Lucy just managed to hold in her squeals of joy, but she caught sight of Davy's expression when they next passed and decided to focus on the game more than enjoying flying. Lucy started harassing the Hufflepuff chasers and interfering with their beaters. It was apparently a foul to target the Seeker with a bludger when the snitch wasn't in play, so Lucy would fly right next to the Ravenclaw chasers when they had possession, forcing the Hufflepuff beaters to either target someone else or concede a penalty. With her help, the Ravenclaws managed to claw back a few goals and retake the lead, but it meant that Lucy was ignoring the search for the snitch. Lucy was congratulating herself for just successfully leading a bludger into the Hufflepuff keeper when she heard the crowd's cheering increase. And Diggory has seen the snitch, Lucy said something worthy of getting detention and swiveled her head around, trying to spot her rival. There he is. Diggory was moving fast. He was diving from height and was rapidly converting his altitude into speed. Lucy couldn't see the snitch, but she aimed herself to where Diggory was heading and willed her clean sweep to accelerate as fast as possible, pressing her body flush against the broom. For several long moments, Lucy struggled with several priorities simultaneously. She was trying to spot the snitch, keep an eye on Diggory's position, plot the best path forward through the melee of chasers, all while listening out for the telltale thump of a beater's bat against a bludger. There, she finally saw the snitch. She was even closer to it than Cedric was, but it didn't matter. His meteoric descent had him shooting across the pitch at ludicrous speeds. In a last-ditch attempt to stop him from winning the game, Lucy veered into his path, but Cedric proved that he wasn't the Hufflepuff seeker for nothing by gracefully slipping past her by a hair's breadth. Lucy follows him in the faint possibility that he would overshoot the snitch, but it was an empty gesture, and she knew it. Diggory catches the snitch. Lee Jordan shouted to the crowd. Hufflepuff win, 250 to 140. It was good flying from the new Ravenclaw seeker, but her inexperience showed by not paying enough attention to the whole game. Lee continued to commentate, but Lucy tuned him out, annoyed that she had lost the game. Roger was waving her and the rest of the Ravenclaw team to leave the pitch, so Lucy descended to the ground, wincing as she dismounted her broom and stretched her legs. Why broomsticks? She grumbled internally. A short shower and a change of clothes later, and she was sat in the locker room with the rest of her team. Roger launched into a debriefing, praising everyone and giving calm advice for areas to improve. It was a decent bit of leadership, in Lucy's opinion. He wasn't even upset at Lucy for missing the catch, nor did the team let her apologize. They all agreed that the snitch turned up in a better position for Cedric. Soon enough, Roger let them go, most of them at least. Can I have a quick word, Williamson? If she were truly 13, that sentence might have filled her with trepidation. But as it was, she was just curious what he wanted to talk about. What can I do you for, Cap? She asked. First of all, don't call me that, he said. No deal. Second of all, he looked at her severely for a moment. Do you still want to be the seeker? What? What? Yes? I mean, of course I do. Is there something I've done to upset you? No? Roger, if this is about the snitch dash. No, he said. No one could have caught it from where you were. Your flying today was pretty damn good. Okay, Lucy said slowly. Then, what's the problem? Roger took a deep breath. It's your attitude, he said eventually. Huh? Quidditch is a team game, yeah? And were you paying attention to the rest of the match? Did you even know what the score was before Diggory caught the snitch? Air. Yeah, I thought so. And it's during practice, too. You treat this like it's an amusing diversion, and that's all. Lucy huffed, embarrassed to be called out and unable to deny it. It's only Quidditch, she muttered. And some of us actually care about Quidditch, Roger shot back, a little heat entering his voice. Some of us might want to make a career out of it. She didn't say anything, but Roger saw her expression. It's very rare for a fifth year like me to be picked as team captain, and I could very easily lose it next year if I don't succeed. Okay, Lucy said in a small voice. And it's not just me. There are 5 other members of this team, and the whole house supporting us in Dash. I said, okay, all right. Lucy told him. I'll take it more seriously from now on. Thank you. Roger relaxed a little. Sorry for telling you off. Lucy smirked, a hand on her hip. You're really not very scary, Roger, she said. That wasn't me flirting with you, honest. He gave her a strange look. Not that I wouldn't flirt with you, she said, suddenly remembering that this was the guy who had bagged a date to the old ball with Fleur Delacour. Now that I look at him, he's pretty nice, isn't he? For a teenage boy, that is. Lucy, he said flatly. You're a second year. I'm 13 and you're 15, she said equally flatly. Lucy. Roger struggled to find words for a moment before giving up on being diplomatic. You look like an 8-year-old. I do not. You sound like one, too. Why, you little... Are we done here, Cap? She ground out. Run off and go play, he told her, hefting her broomstick onto one shoulder. She threw him one last glare before stomping off, in a very mature way, of course. Hey, Williamson. She was only half a minute away from the Quidditch pitch, long since empty of students. So she turned around, ready to show Roger that she was older than 8 with some very colorful language. "Yeah," she said, before noticing that it wasn't Roger. "Oh, Cedric." The fourth year was casually strolling in her direction, a broomstick slung over his shoulder in a much more effortless way than Lucy's was. His hair was damp and tousled, his having obviously just got out of the shower recently. "Nice flying today," he said. "You too," Lucy replied. "Nice catch." "Oh, that was just luck," he said nonchalantly. "No, it wasn't." "Yes, it was." "No, it dash." Lucy let out a breath. "Oh, whatever. You're not upset over missing the snitch, are you?" he asked. "Only, I couldn't help but notice that you're not with the rest of your team." "Oh, Roger just wanted to talk," Lucy said. "He hasn't been giving you a hard time, has he?" Cedric asked seriously. "Well, kind of," Lucy admitted. Cedric frowned. "I'll go have a word with him." "Oh, for the love of..." "Of course he wants to defend the little girl from the big, bad bully. Cedric's a prefect, too, isn't he?" "Oh, wait. Not until next year." "Oh, stop it," Lucy said. Cedric had already taken a few steps towards the Ravenclaw locker room. "He was calling me out for my attitude, and he was right. I'm not some precious flower who can't take any criticism." Cedric was still frowning. "If you're sure," he said uncertainly. "I'm sure. Anyway, I want some lunch, and I need to put away my broomstick." They discussed the match amicably as they walked up to the castle. Cedric was a charismatic and engaging conversationalist, but even so, Lucy had to fight to keep her tone light and the frown off her face. "I know that the chances of him dying in the same way as he did in the books is vanishingly small, but I can't help feeling like I'm talking to someone terminally ill or something. Why is it all the good-looking ones who fall victim to you-know-who?" "Cedric, Professor Lockhart. Bill Weasley's supposed to look cool, right?" Eventually, Lucy and Cedric separated to go to their common rooms, and Lucy managed to make her way to lunch. Kyle, John, and Henry gave her enthusiastic praise and commiserations. Henry didn't even gloat that Hufflepuff had won. Year 2, Chapter 3. Time passed, and their world grew colder. Halloween passed, and the castle remained calm. There were no monsters roaming the hallways and no mysterious threats written on the walls. Christmas came and went, and one day, going into the new year, Lucy guiltily realized that she hadn't thought about her old family from back in America for weeks. One day, not long before the next Quidditch match against Slytherin, the 4 readers were spending the evening in their classroom. Lucy was actually reading a book about famous seekers, trying to develop her repertoire of techniques. Henry was practicing some 5th-year charms years ahead of time. To show off, John and Kyle, having realized that the first-year curriculum was just slowing Kyle down and that the professors were unlikely to approve of him studying the esoteric and potentially dangerous topics that he wanted to, were constructing a personalized study plan for him. "It's the slow way of doing it," John said, his slightly disapproving tone breaking Lucy's attention from her book. "Not that I was enraptured by it anyway." "What's that?" Lucy asked. John turned to her. "I was just telling Kyle that he's picking the slow way of learning a clemency." Lucy scrunched her face into distaste. "I don't know. A clemency always struck me as something that sneaky, suspicious people do." "But I'm an Clemens," John said. Lucy met his gaze passively, and he rolled his eyes. "In any case, it's probably a useful skill to have considering what we get up to." Lucy shrugged. "All my secrets are magically protected." "You can never be too careful," John said seriously. "No, I agree with Lucy," said Henry, joining them. "Yeah," Lucy cheered. "Just learn enough to recognize someone's attempt to read your mind and call it quits," Henry continued. "But if you don't know a clemency, how can you eject them from your mind?" Kyle asked. Henry turned to John. "Care to give them a demonstration?" he asked. John made a face. "Not really." "Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud," Henry goaded him. John sighed dramatically, but got to his feet. Lucy, intrigued, put her book aside and gave them her full attention, as did Kyle. "Is this supposed to be a sneak attack?" John asked. Henry agreed and went to look out of the window, appearing to be totally relaxed. John waited a full minute, so that Henry would have no idea when to expect the attack, then pointed his wand and murmured a word. Henry stiffened, spun around. "Protego! Expelliarmus!" John's wand leapt from his hand, and Lucy almost jumped from her seat at the ferocity of the counterattack. "There you go," Henry said, passing John his wand back. "Mental assault repulsed." "Well, if you're going to be obvious about it," Kyle said. "But how about misleading a legilimens to feed him the wrong information?" "Not worth the effort," Henry said dismissively. "I'm not a double agent. If someone wants to read my mind, I'll fight them, not trick them." Kyle didn't look convinced, and John's disagreement showed clearly on his face. "What's the slow way?" Lucy asked, blatantly changing the subject. "Oh, the slow way of learning a clemency is to meditate until you can feel the edges of your own mind," John explained, then strengthened the barrier that naturally exists there to resist attacks. "And the fast way? I'd batter Kyle's mind with legilimency until he can see the holes in his defenses as I break in and he learns to repair and strengthen it that way. It will be lots faster. You're welcome to that kind of training too, Lucy." No, thanks." Lucy held up her hands defensively. "I don't want some boy rummaging around in my thoughts. I'm not some boy. I'm more than 20 years older than you. That just makes it worse." "Even so, John," Henry said seriously, "if she doesn't want to do it, don't pressure her. She doesn't need a reason to refuse." "And neither do I," Kyle said. John threw up his hands in defeat. "Besides," Lucy said, "who will want to read my mind?" Lucy performed much better in her second Quidditch match. She was much more focused than in her first game and managed to interfere with many Slytherin plays and catch the snitch from right in front of Malfoy. Ravenclaw had still struggled against the superior Nimbus 2001. The Slytherins were flying. But after observing the Gryffindor-Slytherin match, which was still marred by Dobby's rogue bludger, Roger had carefully strategized how to combat the top of the line brooms, and the Ravenclaw chasers had managed to keep the score mostly level before Lucy had beaten Malfoy after a short chase. Ravenclaw had pulled in a second place in the school league, and Roger was very grateful to Lucy. Indeed, Lucy was pretty pleased with herself. Unfortunately, showing up Malfoy had some unforeseen consequences. Look at the little girl, all by herself. As normal, Lucy was walking to the Great Hall for breakfast alone, as her dorm mates were still asleep at the early hour. Did today wake themselves at the crack of dawn just to ambush me? Gregory still looks half asleep. Realizing that she probably couldn't just ignore him and keep walking, Lucy said the first thing that came to mind. "Unlike you, Draco, I don't need help navigating the castle." Draco's eyes widened in shock, as if he hadn't expected her to be so flippant with him. Goyle was just mindlessly watching events, but Lucy took note of a cruel glint in Crabbe's eyes. Heedless of that, Lucy continued. "Hey, how does it feel to be beaten by a little, muggle-born girl?" she asked. "Oh, I get it. You were after hair care tips. It's okay to admit that I'm a prettier blonde than you, Drakey, but you should really ask Professor Lockhart for advice." Draco spluttered. "Now, see here you dashed." "I don't care," she interrupted him. She gave them all a condescending look. "Later, losers." She turned to leave. Lucy hasn't actually been in a physical confrontation since elementary school, so when a pair of hands shoved her forwards, she was totally surprised and crashed into the floor. "Ow! Fuck!" she murmured under her breath. She had thrown out her hands too late and hadn't stopped her face from colliding with the hard, stone floor. She was momentarily disoriented and felt a sharp pain on her chin. Instinctively, she tried to scramble to her feet, but failed when a foot pushed her down again. Rather than attempting to physically contend with the three bigger boys, Lucy rolled over and glared up at them. Goyle had finally woken up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Malfoy seemed to be shocked at the actual sight of violence before him. Only then did Lucy notice the blood dripping down her chin and onto her chest. "Wow, Draco looks like he might faint." Looking at him, Lucy decided that it was almost certainly Crabbe who had pushed her. She saw a hint of cruelty in the smirk he was wearing. "What are you going to do now?" Lucy spat at them, the anger in her voice apparent despite herself. Even though she was in such a vulnerable position, she didn't find herself actually scared. She was certain that the three 12-year-olds were incapable of serious violence. They probably knew some unpleasant jinxes between them, or at least Malfoy did, but she was confident enough in her skill with the general countercharm to be able to undo anything they might inflict on her. She briefly considered screaming at the top of her lungs, which would probably get the three of them to run or someone else to arrive, but decided against it. Let's keep that tactic as a last resort. Seriously, what now? Lucy asked again. I didn't burst into tears when you pushed me. What are you going to do now? None of the three Slytherins had an answer to that. Lucy continued to stare at them challengingly. Her chin was really starting to hurt now, and her knees and the palms of her hands smarted pretty badly too. Lucy did her best to ignore the blood that was continuing to drip onto her robes. Malfoy's brain finally kicked back into gear. You need to respect your betters, you filthy little mudblood, he said. Yeah, agreed Goyle. You tell him, Greg. Affronted, Lucy opened her mouth to lay into the three of them with the filthiest, most disturbing, imaginative litany of profanity that anyone would hear for the next 20 years. But before she could decide whose mother to insult first, the boys saw something behind her and ran. Bitches, she muttered under her breath. Wincing, she struggled to her feet and turned to face her savior. Nick, right? Lucy said carefully. The ghost was looking at her concernedly, but the undead inhabitants of the castle still unnerved her. Actually, I prefer Sir Nicholas Dash. De Mimsy Porpington, yeah. Lucy interrupted him. Thanks, I guess. You're welcome, my dear, he replied a little haughtily. Are you okay? Lucy looked down at herself, her clothes in disarray, hands and knees grazed, and blood dripping down her chin. I guess not. Would you like me to accompany you to the hospital wing? Yes, please, Lucy said more sincerely. They passed a few students along the way, including an older student who helpfully conjured a fistful of tissues for Lucy to press against her chin, so she wouldn't have to leave a trail of blood through the school. Soon enough, they reached the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey had Lucy seated on a bed and fixed up lickety-split. So, what happened? Madame Pomfrey asked when her ministrations were finished. Some Slytherins in my year pushed me. Pomfrey frowned. Who? Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle, she said, without hesitation. I think it was Vincent who pushed me, but I can't be sure. Madame Pomfrey looked somewhat surprised, her eyebrows raised. What? Lucy asked. Nothing, Pomfrey replied. It's just that teenagers are rarely so forthcoming about such things. Why wouldn't I tell anyone? Lucy asked. Miss Williamson, Madame Pomfrey said seriously. I heal teenagers. I don't understand them. Lucy nodded in agreement. Madame Pomfrey went to summon Professors Flitwick and Snape and to arrange clean robes and breakfast for Lucy. Look, you can ask Pansy, Malfoy said hotly. She'll swear that we were with her all morning. Flitwick had a severe expression. Snape was entirely expressionless. Malfoy was indignant, and Crabbe and Goyle looked to be somewhere between nervous and gormless. Lucy bit in her sandwich. It sounds like a he said, she said situation, Snape said to his colleague. Flitwick's frown deepened. We could ask Sir Nicholas to identify them, Lucy suggested. The boys struggled to hide their nervousness at the suggestion. The ghosts are often disconnected from the year-on-year changes in the mortal world, Snape said slowly. It would be difficult to trust their powers of identification. Lucy looked at Flitwick, who seemed unhappy but didn't disagree. I don't really care about the outcome here. I've already shown that I refuse to be bullied by them. Even so, that might work. Professors, what's a mudblood? You could have heard a pin drop in the silence that followed her question. Detention, Snape barked. Lucy whirled her head towards him, ready to angrily protest, but she noticed that he was looking at his three students. My office, he said. After dinner. The boys sulked away after that, trying to avoid further punishment. Flitwick watched them go, as if he wanted to give them detention himself, but he managed to restrain himself. What followed was an extremely kind and gentle introduction to wizarding prejudices from Flitwick and Madame Pomfrey before she was sent off to her first lesson. The reaction from her peers was much stronger than she had expected. Her classmates spent the whole day treating her with kid gloves. Even the professors were giving her concerned looks. Roger immediately approached her as she entered the common room after lunch, asking for volunteer bodyguards to escort her through the school. Surprisingly, a number of people stepped up to help. Lucy had managed to convince Cho to return to the common room alone. She had gone to spend time with John, Henry, and Kyle, but only after Cho made Henry promise to escort her back later. These two saved me from the troll, remember? She reminded her. Henry, for his part, took Cho's request very seriously. Lucy suddenly realized that he shared classes with Cho as they were in the same year. Quite a bit of excitement, huh? Lucy, Henry said to her when Cho had left. Overexcitement. I'm more than ready for the next happening to steal everyone's attention away. Want me to get them? Kyle offered, twirling his wand. Get them? Lucy asked. I've been practicing a few of the more interesting jinxes. I'm sure that I can get them alone and then… Lucy cut him off. I don't want revenge. They're pre-teens, not Death Eaters. Detention is what they deserve and is what they are getting. If you can trust Snape to give them a real punishment. Kyle muttered darkly. He's got them scrubbing cauldrons for what it's worth, John said. Parkinson was complaining about it in the common room as I left. Besides, a split chin is no problem for Madame Pomfrey. A quick charm and a dab of Murtlap essence. And it hasn't even left a scar? Henry suggested. Lucy said into the middle distance. Murtlap essence, of course. Now it all makes sense. What is it? Kyle asked. Lucy shushed him. Let me write this down. It's important. What is it? John asked seriously, walking over to see what she was writing. Lucy quickly snatched the parchment to her chest. It's not you know who related, she assured them. I promise to keep it a secret. Oh, that's okay then, sweetheart, Henry said amiably, but John and Kyle both seemed upset that Lucy wouldn't share. Soon enough, they left to go back to their various common rooms. Lucy had to promise Kyle that she would be fine before he relented from accompanying them. Even then, Lucy had to remind him that his common room was in the other direction. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the others, Henry spoke up. He has a bit of a crush on you, I think. Lucy said nothing for several moments, then sighed. She paused, then sighed again more heavily. Yeah, maybe, she admitted. I mean, I get it. We're the two people closest in age and situation we each know, but I want to put relationship drama behind me until I'm, older. That's very wise, Henry agreed. Do you want me to have a word with him? Lucy considered it for a moment before shaking her head. Now I'll think of something. Will he get over it? He's a 19-year-old kid. He's had plenty of crushes he's gotten over already, Henry assured her. Soon enough, Henry returned her to the Ravenclaw common room. He even effortlessly solved the knocker's riddle for her, and Lucy was too grateful to be indignant. Nervously, sheepishly, Lucy slid the parchment across the desk to the professor. With an easy smile, Lockhart took the page and studied it politely. His smile grew as he read. Shame on me, he said, for starting to believe my faith in you was misplaced. Lucy blushed. It's ingenious, she said. Murtlap essence. Lockhart turned his smile to her. Oh, Miss Williamson, flattery will get you everywhere. He looked her up and down. For most men, Lucy would have found the act lecherous, but there was something clinical in the way that Lockhart did it, like a master painter examining a fellow artist's work, that made it okay with her. I can see that you make an effort with yourself, he said. Lucy beamed. I like being pretty, she said. Lucy wasn't vain. She liked to think, but she couldn't pretend that she didn't enjoy the compliments from girls and the looks from boys. She even found a reverse pleasure in the catty comments that jealous girls made. Lockhart shook his head. Being pretty is for children, he said. You must strive to be beautiful. Lucy nodded fervently, while Lockhart was pulling defense-related books from the bookcase behind him. Lucy watched curiously as he removed the wooden panel behind the books. A secret compartment? He withdrew 2 books from the hidden space and placed them in front of Lucy. One, she recognized. I've actually already read 25 Charms for Being Charming, she told him. Oh, and what did you think? Not much, to be honest. It was a little dumbed down, as if the target audience was a bunch of giggling preteens. I quite agree, Lockhart said, which is why I'm lending you my personal, annotated copy. Lucy's breath caught in her throat. I don't know what to say. Thank you, really. And this one, she gestured to the other book. These are the personal research notes of a talented and creative who made a serious study of the potions and spells of our focus. I, persuaded her to pass them on to me. Please study them both, but keep them hidden from others and return them to me later. Oh, don't take on so, dear. There's no need to be so upset. I think you have it in you to be a real shaker in the cosmetics world, and I have a duty to guide your first steps. Lucy nodded, not trusting herself to speak and not correcting him as to the cause of her consternation. I mean, I knew he was a criminal, and perhaps something should be done about it if he survives the year with his memories intact, but to just be handed his ill-gotten gains from assaulting some poor, innocent woman, Lucy realized that she should say something. I'm, not the best with charms, actually. Can I tell you a secret? Lockhart asked rhetorically. Neither am I. No, really, Lucy said flatly. No, it's true. But shall I tell you how I overcame this small failing? Lucy nodded, genuinely curious. I find that sufficient passion is a good substitute for magical finesse. And believe me, I am very passionate about this kind of thing. Lucy struggled to keep the unhappy expression off her face as she contemplated the book in front of her. I suppose there's no harm in taking it right now. Heck, I might be able to work out who originally wrote it and return it to her. Thank you, she said in a quiet voice. You're welcome, Lockhart said. Now, there is a small favor I require in return for my tutorship. Oh, Lucy asked cautiously. I need your help answering this fan mail. One sunny but cold day, at the conclusion of what had been mostly unproductive charms lesson on the freezing charm, Flitwick dropped what was apparently a huge drama on the second year. Ravenclaws. Here are your forms for choosing your electives for next year, Flitwick told them as he magicked the sheets of parchment to fly to each of them. This set off a wave of excited and anxious muttering. Just make sure to hand them in by the end of the week, he squeaked. The Ravenclaws were talking with a rare excitement as they left the classroom. There's only one combination that makes sense, really. I'm not ready to make this kind of decision. I've known what subjects I'll take since I was 8. Maybe I'll ask Flitwick if I can take all of them. Lucy listened with half an ear, considering her own form tucked away in her charms textbook. She had definitely decided that she was only taking 2 more subjects, and she knew that one of them was going to be care of magical creatures. But that still left her with one decision to make. Well, I assume that you don't intend to take Muggle studies, John said to her later that evening. That's right, Lucy confirmed. And I hope you don't intend to take divination, especially seeing as how that many things that really were supposed to happen have already not happened. I think I understood that. Then why are you taking divination? Kyle asked him. I took it as part of a plot to expose Pettigrew, John said. I'm not continuing it after OWLs. Well, that means that you have a choice between arithmancy and ancient runes, Lucy, Henry chimed in. Are you better at maths or at foreign languages? Lucy shrugged. I'm probably the least bad at languages. Maybe I should take Muggle studies. Take creatures and runes, John told her unsympathetically. Some people swear it helps them with their spellcasting. Lucy grumbled, but filled out her form. You know it'll be cold going outside for creatures during the winter, right? Henry asked her. Unicorns, she said, as if that explained everything. Yes, but dash. Hippogriffs, she interrupted him. You really are a teenager, he said. She gave him a withering look. Exactly, he said, pointing at her expression. Despite the fact that capable and confident students would frequently ignore the rule, technically, students were not allowed to brew potions outside of class without a professor's permission. Normally, it would be Professor Snape's permission, due to his position, though he was famously unwilling to permit it. However, technically any professor could give it, which made Lucy feel much less guilty about her current activity. Now, carefully add the dusk moth wings, Professor Lockhart instructed. Lucy picked up the delicate wings with a pair of tweezers and slowly lowered them into the shimmering potion. 1, 2, and then 3 pairs of wings were added before Lucy leaned back and gave a sigh of relief. She gave a tired smile to Professor Lockhart as he inspected the cauldron's contents. Very well done, Williamson, he said. Now, remember not to mention this to your redoubtable potions master. He wouldn't approve of using such volatile ingredients for this type of potion. In fact, I don't think he approves of cosmetic potions at all, but we both know how important clear skin is, don't we? Lucy agreed enthusiastically. The next few years will certainly be a battle for me, Professor. Acne, growth spurts, hormones. Stop, Lockhart cried, holding up a hand to his mouth, looking quite nauseous. Going through it once was quite enough. Thank you. Lucky you. I don't need any unpleasant reminders. After a few minutes of decanting the potion into a dozen vials, They were done. Professor Lockhart pushed them all into Lucy's arms. "A parting gift," he said in response to her questioning look. "You're leaving?" she asked. She had known that he wouldn't stay. Couldn't he stay? But she was upset about it nonetheless. Lockhart reached into his desk and smoothly pulled out a newspaper clipping. "Spanish?" "No, Portuguese." "Something about the rainforest?" "This is from the magical Brazilian news," Lockhart explained. "There has been a sighting of a golden demiguise in the depths of the Amazon rainforest. Long thought to be a creature of myth, it is supposed to have fur unrivaled in quality." "More research for hair care potions?" Lucy asked. Lockhart nodded. "This may well be the final piece of the puzzle for my magnum opus." "But aren't demiguises, invisible? I know it won't be an easy task, but I've invested most of my savings into hiring the best trackers, beast experts, and magizoologists. I'll find it." Lucy amid non committedly. "At least he's not going into this alone. I guess I should return these to you then." Lucy reached into her book bag and withdrew the 2 books he had lent her. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't identify the original author of the book that Lockhart had clearly stolen. It was obvious that parts of the text had been magically erased in order to hide who the original author had been, but the charms to undo that concealment were beyond her. She was sure that John, Henry, or even Kyle, by this point, could have helped her, but she had held back from asking them. That she had promised to keep the book secret was a rationalization. She knew. Really, she just didn't want to see Lockhart get into trouble. Even though he was a criminal, an incompetent, and a shameless braggart, she had actually grown quite fond of him. "And he has sort of taken me under his wing as a sort of apprentice, and when it comes to cosmetic magics, he knows his stuff. I certainly feel more ready to face the awkward upcoming teenage years after his tutorship." Lucy struggled with her conscience while Lockhart blathered on about something or other. "And hey, I deserve this. So what if he's a scumbag and I know it? I'm hoping to fight against Voldemort. You saved him in his life. If I want to let one minor criminal off, I'm allowed to." The argument didn't silence her conscience, which was angrily protesting, but Lucy, guilty, crushed it. "Maybe fate will have our paths cross again," Lockhart said, smiling. "At this point, I have no idea what's going to happen in the future," Lucy said with a distant expression. Lucy kept her excitement off her face as she stared down her opponent. She took a quick glance at what he had arrayed against her and made a careful calculation. "Call," she said, throwing a handful of chips into the middle of the table. John raised his eyebrows and revealed his cards. "2 pair," he said. Lucy couldn't keep the happy squeak from escaping her. "I've got a flush. That means I win." Henry and Kyle, who had already folded out of the hand, applauded politely. "Lucy," John said, "that's a diamond, not a heart. You've only got a pair of 6s. Lucy froze. You must have transfigured it when I wasn't looking." She snatched the card up and whipped her wand out of her pocket. Luckily, reversing transfigurations was something that McGonagall spent a lot of time covering, and Lucy was sure that she could undo what John had obviously done. But after a dozen failed attempts, she threw the stubborn diamond back on the table. "Anyway," Henry stretched the word out before turning to John, feeling more confident. John was the reason for them to be even playing poker. He had recently told them that his study of legilimency had progressed to the point where he could skim someone's surface thoughts without a wand. A witch or wizard might notice, but a muggle wouldn't be able to tell. John hesitated, then nodded. "Operation Make Money by Cheating at Poker is a go." "We need to work on our operation names," Lucy said. "I feel much better about stealing money from professional gamblers than from unsuspecting jewelers at least." "I don't think you should care so much about taking money from those involved in the blood trade of diamonds anyway," Lucy said. The steam engine gave an enthusiastic final whistle, and the student she was carrying gave an equally enthusiastic cheer in response. That was a screech of brakes, and the Hogwarts Express came to a stop at platform 9 3/4. The train and platform were quickly filled with activity as students, luggage, and pets spilled out of the carriages. Lucy gave a sad sigh as she made her last few steps through the wizarding world for the next several weeks. She tried to drink in as much of the atmosphere as she could. She watched the students sharing farewells, the adult wizards and witches milling around, the bored-looking man selling newspapers, the big, shaggy dog waiting in the shadows behind him. Wait! Lucy turned on the spot, marching off, causing her three friends to stop and call out after her, but she ignored them. "Hello there," Lucy said to the dog, reaching out a hand to pet him. The dog growled menacingly, but Lucy ignored the threat and scratched him between the ears. "You're not a bad dog, are you?" Lucy said. The dog had stopped growling and relented to let her scratch. "You wouldn't hurt little old me, would you?" The dog examined her curiously for a moment, before his gaze snapped to something behind her. Lucy turned and saw Harry, next to Ron and his family, being fussed over by Mrs. Weasley. The dog whimpered softly. "You know, Harry is really good with dogs," Lucy said quietly, switching to brush the big dog's fluffy coat. "He gets along with Hagrid's dog, at least. If you went up to him, the dog whimpered again, more loudly, pulled away from her. Lucy could see the fear and pain in his eyes. Lucy hesitated for a moment. "You both deserve happiness, she began, but she felt a hand on her arm. "Leave that thing alone, Lucy. You don't know where it's been," John said. "We are on a schedule," he reminded her. Lucy struggled with herself for a moment, before sighing. "Fine. Good dog," she said before stepping away. The dog barked, and when Lucy looked back, he bumped his nose into her hand. She smiled at that and left with John to rejoin their friends. The dog stayed in the shadows at the platform until most of the occupants had left. Dumbledore continued to frown as he watched the four Muggle-born friends leave through the portal to the Muggle King's Cross station. It had been many years since he had traveled with the students to London, and he had never done so while invisible in order to spy on some of them. Dumbledore was ultimately responsible for a large number of students, but most of the day-to-day issues that arose were dealt with by his experienced and capable teaching staff. The amount of time that he spent thinking about the average individual student every year was very low. This group, however, he had been growing increasingly suspicious of for a long time. They had managed to find themselves involved with both the incident with the troll and Riddle's Horcrux, and Dumbledore wasn't sure that John's visions of shape-shifting rats were due to a latent seer ability at all. Not to mention that they were serious, successful students, far more mature than any in their respective cohorts. And then Mr. Owens had just walked up to him and handed him Riddle's Horcrux. Not that Dumbledore had known what it was at first, but he noticed the subtle attempt the diary had made to probe his soul while he investigated it. Dumbledore had had to make sure that Mr. Owens hadn't been made a victim of Voldemort and had peered into his mind. He had found no trace of possession, but he had sensed that the boy had some skill with occlumency that he was deliberately holding back. Dumbledore had then made the very reluctant decision to investigate the rest of that group. The three boys all had some varying skill with occlumency, and he didn't try to breach their protections. The girl, on the other hand, had no skill at all and was such a naturally unprivate person that legitimizing her was hardly an effort. What he found concerned him even more. Not only did he discover that she had stolen the diary from Ginny Weasley, so far as he could see, she didn't even know what it was or why it was important. But then why would she take it and arrange for it to reach him? As he looked further, so that she had massive gaps in her knowledge, but she also could make massive leaps of logic to reach the correct conclusions. She was absolutely certain that Gilderoy was a fraud, and while she was still full of admiration for him, she had no idea how he had fooled people. She was certain that Voldemort was still alive, despite knowing very little about him. And just now she had immediately seen and recognized Sirius. As he looked further, he was extremely worried, but not by that point surprised, to discover that she and her friends were responsible for the attack on Riddle's father's grave, though for seemingly no purpose. Other facts from his investigations flashed through his mind. None of the four ever received letters from family. They had long conversations where nothing was said. Lucy played carefully composed music from a variety of genres that he was sure no one had ever heard before. They all wrote clear and concise essays with an advanced vocabulary. Dumbledore had a sneaking suspicion that the conclusion he should be making from these facts was staring him in the face, but that there was a magical effect preventing him from comprehending it. But for all his efforts, he could detect nothing, not even the subtle signs of the Fidelius charm. Yes, Dumbledore was very concerned indeed. And yet, They definitely had aligned themselves against Voldemort and had a reputation among the staff and students as kind and good-hearted. Dumbledore's concern and curiosity burned inside him to investigate further or even confront them directly, yet he hesitated. He had so many other responsibilities and had already set aside so much time this summer in order to investigate Riddle's past. Dumbledore frowned. So much to do and so little time. He once again criticized himself for being so untrusting. Yes, he did trust people's intentions, but he could rarely find it in himself to trust their competency, not enough to offload some of his many important responsibilities, like that of the Chief Warlock's position or the office of the Supreme Mugwump. Dumbledore shook his head. He had let himself be distracted. He decided that he would leave the 4 Muggleborns be for now. Besides, their inability to use magic for the summer mostly removed their capacity to cause. Dumbledore managed to catch himself. He was far too experienced a wizard to complete that thought. That would just be asking for trouble. Year 3, Chapter 1. And welcome back! As promised, this update has taken a while. For those of you who want a reminder of what has happened so far, but don't want to read through years 1 and 2, Not for the Timid is an iSky story in which people from our world who have read the Harry Potter series have suddenly found themselves going to Hogwarts as students. Dramatis personae, John Atkinson, a 5th-year Slytherin who used to be a boring businessman in his 40s. Henry Owens, a 4th-year Hufflepuff who was a retired teacher in his 70s. Lucy Williamson, our protagonist, a 3rd-year Ravenclaw who was a semi-professional flautist in her early 20s. Kyle Smith, a 2nd-year Gryffindor who had still been studying at university. Please enjoy. The dimly lit room was full of smoke and tension. There were some small groups of people scattered about at tables and at the bar, but most of the patrons were seated by themselves. The young man and his girlfriend drinking and laughing at the bar were louder than everyone else by far and were attracting many dark looks. The windows were curtained off, and the door was guarded by a very large man with a very severe expression. Lucy did her best to let none of the apprehension she was feeling show on her face. That she was back in her adult body wasn't helping her feel any more at ease. She had even taken an extra teaspoon of aging potion, so she was probably closer to 25 at the moment. Lucy was a critical part of John's disguise. She had been told. He had slowly been making the rounds for weeks at various poker clubs around London, and had finally gained enough attention to be told when and where the serious players met. Lucy was his way in lieu of a clear invitation. After all, he had told her, a pretty blonde in a little black dress can open doors that the strongest unlocking charm can't. That had certainly been the case. Even now she could feel the stares of a dozen men, half of them old enough to be her father. But she had used the best of Lockhart's cosmetic potions and was wearing a face that no one could trace back to her, so she didn't mind getting that kind of attention for one night. As the evening progressed, and everyone was feeling more and more nervous, a critical mass of tension was reached, and the big man closed and locked the door. A thin, gray, wiry man behind the bar spoke softly, but his voice carried across the room, and everyone paid attention. 10,000 minimum buy-in. Cash only. Lucy gave John's hand a good luck squeeze as he went to deposit his entrance fee. He had managed to win more than £20,000 so far during the summer break, which was more than enough to cover his stake and the entrance fee. He wasn't betting everything they had on this game, but he still seemed nervous about bandying about such large sums of money. It became clear that it would take a while, so Lucy found her gaze wandering around the room. A few of the men leered at her, and the few other women scowled at her, jealous little bitches that they were, until Lucy made eye contact with the smiling young man behind the bar. "What can I get you, miss?" he asked. Lucy blushed. "Don't say pumpkin juice. Wine white, whatever's open." She fumbled in her purse until she found some of the muggle money John had given her. How much is a glass of wine in an underground, British, poker den in 1993? I don't know the answer to that in dollars, galleons, and certainly not pounds. The bartender returned with a newly opened bottle and a glass. Lucy nervously slid one of the large, pink, 20-pound notes across to him as he poured. Nodding politely, he took the money and left the bottle. Oh, this won't end well. Despite herself, Lucy kept sipping nervously at her glass until she realized that she had finished her glass before the game had even started. The damn bartender had even poured a second glass before she could stammer out a refusal. Eventually, all the players were sitting at the intimidating table in the center of the room, John among them. The first few rounds passed almost calmly, like professional boxers giving testing jabs before they went all out. The first bit of excitement was when the young man, who had been laughing and drinking with his girlfriend earlier, suddenly went all in pre-flop. Like sharks sensing blood in the water, the more experienced players struck. When the flop came, then the turn, and the river, the young victim's smile vanished along with his chips. He started to loudly demand his money back before the bouncer intervened and roughly dragged him outside, his girlfriend hurriedly following him. With the first blood drawn, things quickly accelerated. The sums of money increased. More players were eliminated or bowed out with meager winnings. These were serious, scary players, and normally, a rank amateur like John couldn't compete. But his skill with legitimacy was more than advantage enough, and soon he had amassed one of the larger piles of chips. Lucy watched as the clock struck 12. Only the best were left at the table now, John among them. The bottle of wine was almost gone. All in. At this point, such calls were rare, and everyone's attention focused on the game. Lucy had to stand up, and even in heels she struggled to see past the audience crowding in. John was facing off against a very angry-looking man sitting opposite him. All 5 cards were on the table, and Lucy saw the 3, 4, 5, and 6 of diamonds and the king of spades. Best is a straight flush, then a flush, a straight, then 3 of a kind kings. I think. John stared down the man coolly for a moment. The moment stretched. Call, John said, pushing his chips forward and throwing down the king of hearts and the 7 of spades. His opponent swore loudly, throwing his cards across the table and storming away to one of the dark corners of the room. Lucy gave a little cheer that was drowned out by the excited muttering from the audience. "Let's quit while we're ahead," John said, appearing at her side and grasping her elbow lightly. She wobbled a moment as he unbalanced her. John frowned at her when he saw the empty bottle of wine. "Sorry," Lucy said meekly. The thin man from before brought John a plain briefcase. John examined the contents briefly before taking out a few notes and passing it back to the man with a muttered request to share it around with the rest of the staff. "Thanks," Lucy said to the bartender. "You're welcome," he replied with a smile. Lucy blushed. Was he this handsome at the beginning of the evening? "How much wine did I drink again?" Is there a back way out?" John asked, rescuing Lucy from herself. A quick journey through a grimy kitchen and another 20-pound note pressed into the bartender's hand, and John and Lucy found themselves in a dark, London back alley at 1 o'clock in the morning with a small fortune in used notes. "Well done," Lucy slurred. "Why did you get drunk?" John asked, holding her arm to keep her steady as he led her down the alley. "I'm not Dash," Lucy hiccuped. "It was an accident." "You accidentally got drunk?" "Yes, exactly," Lucy said, relieved that he understood. "It's this way, I think." Lucy got totally turned around as John led her through the labyrinth of back streets. "Hold on, John," she said, dragging them both to a stop. "I'm feeling dizzy all of a sudden." But before she could orient herself, 2 large men jumped out from around the next corner and rushed at them. Surprised, Lucy took an instinctive step back, but a combination of dizziness, alcohol, and high heels had her stumble and fall to the ground. A hand grabbed her, and she struggled back to her feet, only to realize that it wasn't John who had grabbed her. It was the man he had just beaten from the poker game. "Let her go," John said, his breaths coming hard. His fist was curled tight, and the other man was on the ground in front of him, clutching a bloody nose. "Give me my money and I will," the man said menacingly. Lucy, realizing what a vulnerable position she was in, tried to wriggle out of his grip, but he grabbed her hair and pulled, and Lucy squealed in pain. "Okay," John said quickly. "Let her go, and I'll give you the money." One hand was still clutching her hair, but the other snapped up to her neck. "I don't think you realize how much you've pissed me off," the man said. "Give me the money, then I'll let her go." Then he began to squeeze. Lucy instinctively tried to breathe, but couldn't, clawing uselessly at the man's hand. "Don't!" John shouted, plunging his hand into his pocket. He had said that magic was only to be used in dire emergencies, and apparently this counted. The man with the bloody nose jumped up and started struggling with John, perhaps thinking that he was going for a knife or a gun. John fought back against him for a few moments, but it wasn't until she began seeing white spots at the edges of her vision that Lucy remembered that she had her own wand in her bag. She fumbled at the clasp, even as she remembered that the only combat spell she could confidently cast was the Severing Charm. Surely this was an instance where it was justified. Just as her fingers wrapped around the familiar length of wood, two voices cried out, "Stupefy!" There were twin flashes of red light, and then Lucy could breathe again. She coughed and wheezed on the ground, then flinched when hands grabbed her roughly. "Lucy, it's me," came Henry's voice. Lucy struggled to focus her eyes. It took a moment for her to recognize his aged-up features, and his concerned face was difficult to see in the dark alley. "We have to go now," he said. Kyle was helping John stand up behind him. "The Aurors will be here any moment." Nodding dumbly, she let him pull her up, but she slipped, only then realizing that one of her heels was broken. Hurriedly kicking them both off, she let Henry pull her away while John followed them with the briefcase. Kyle got a few good kicks at the unconscious thugs before running after them. Just as they left the alley and ducked into a London Underground station, they heard cracks of apparition in the distance behind them. 2 changes of train later, and Henry helped a barefoot Lucy into the house they had rented for the summer. She could feel the magic of the aging potion fading away, but she stubbornly held on to the transformation until she was in her temporary bedroom. Taking off her thoroughly ruined dress and throwing it in the corner, she wrapped herself in a dressing gown and collapsed to the floor, leaning against the bed. She wasn't sure how much later it was when there was a knock at the door. "Lucy!" Henry's voice could be heard. "Are you ALRI? Are you decent?" Lucy made an affirmative noise, and the door opened. Henry was a teenager again, and he was carrying a glass of water. "I'm not thirsty," Lucy croaked, wincing in pain. "I've put a drop of essence of Dittany in it," Henry said, holding out the glass. Lucy took it and drank. "Oh, I hadn't realized quite how much my throat was hurting." "Better?" "Much," Lucy said more clearly. "Huh?" Henry asked. Or, "Do you want some space?" Lucy didn't get up, but she held out her arms, so Henry had to sit down next to her. She leaned against him and glared until he put an arm around her shoulders. "John is beside himself," Henry said. "I'm all right," Lucy said. "Just a little shake-up." Running into gangsters was something he had considered as a possibility. After all, "Thanks for rescuing me again. I'll always do my best. But still, tonight the troll Malfoy. You keep ending up hurt. I don't think Draco should make the list, and if we do discount him, these are all situations I put myself into." Henry hummed non-committally. A short while later, they went into the kitchen. John and Kyle were sitting with hot drinks, both young again as well. "Lucy!" Kyle cried. They both sprang to their feet, but Lucy held up a hand and gave them a wan smile. "I'm all right," she said. "Lucy, I dash," John began. "Stop it," she interrupted him. She gave him a proper smile, and he hesitantly returned it. "How much?" She nodded at the briefcase. John glanced at it, a grin spreading across his face despite everything. 250. 250? Henry exclaimed. 1,000. John nodded. "I don't know how much that is," Kyle said. "It's," Lucy thought quickly, 12,500 bottles of wine. "In 1993, Henry said, ignoring her, "it's enough to buy a house, a big one. What are we even going to do with so much money?" "Money is one of those things that it's helpful to have large sums of it available at any given moment," John said. "I'll take half of it to Gringotts in the morning. They'll skim some off the top, but according to my fellow Slytherins, they won't ask questions. It'll last us until next year at least, but if we need to do it again, let's skip the gangsters and just fly to Las Vegas." Lucy turned to Kyle. "Do you want to tell him, or shall I?" After such an event-filled evening, they all turned into bed before too long, but Lucy tossed and turned for a while. It wasn't the thought of dangerous men in dark alleys that haunted her, however, but the smile of that bartender. She groaned into her pillow. "I hate being 13 again. But we live in Hogsmeade. Why do we have to take the flu just to get on the train to go all the way back?" "Because," the boy's mother said with finality, not breaking stride, But, Mom, the boy's voice faded into the hubbub of the busy train platform. Kids today, said John. They're lucky to get a train. Henry agreed. Back in my day, we walked to our magic school. Uphill both ways. John interjected. Quite right. We were up at crack of dawn. Had to walk 10 miles to Castle, then study for 12 hours with only a 10-minute break for lunch. You were lucky, John replied, shaking his head. We had to wolf down our sandwiches while sprinting between classrooms. And if we were late, professors would hit us with cane. Well, I say lunch, but it was more like the crumbs at bottom of toaster mixed with whatever we could find that TU's elves threw out. But it was lunch to us. And if we were late to lesson, professor would X us till we couldn't sit down. Of course, we added art, said John. Lucy and Kyle were now staring at them with undisguised confusion. We'd be up at 4 in the morning, trek 20 miles through mountains. Professors would curse us till we were alf dead. We'd study for 20 hours, trek back through mountains, and go to bed 30 seconds before we'd ave to get up again. What? Kyle asked. Right, Henry said with an air of determination. We'd wake up at 2 in the morning. Half an hour before we went to bed, we had to crawl through 40 miles of goblin tunnels. We'd study for 30 hours, eat ground-up rocks, and the professors would kill us and dance around shooting off fireworks. And if you tell kids today that, they won't believe you. They won't. What on earth are you two talking about? Said Lucy. Henry and John shared a look. Philistines. Realizing that she wasn't going to get an answer, Lucy turned to resume her vigil of the platform entrance. It was almost 11, and there wasn't much time left for a new reader to arrive. Henry, John, and Kyle were talking about circuses or snakes or something, so Lucy was the first to notice. Yes, she hissed. Another girl. The others weren't paying attention, so Lucy was the only one who realized that the new girl had appeared and that she wasn't just confused, she was scared. Without pausing to think or consult her companions, Lucy jumped up and worked her way through the crowd to reach her. Hey, Lucy said to her. The girl jumped. Oh, I'm sorry. Dash. It's okay. My name is Lucy, she reassured her. I know what you're going through. You do. Lucy leant forward and lowered her voice. Harry Potter was written by J.K. Rowling. The girl's expression transitioned from scared to terrified. What? She took a shaky breath. I don't understand, she whispered. It's okay, Lucy said quickly. What's your name? Hannah, the girl said. Hannah, what a lovely name. Everything's going to be okay. Lucy held out her hands. Come along with me, and I'll explain everything. Slowly, hesitantly, Hannah reached out and took Lucy's hand. You'll be fine. I promise. Is your favorite color sky blue, by any chance? Color? Yes, I suppose. But what is that? Why is that important? Your trunk, Lucy said, taking the sky blue trunk that appeared beside Hannah in her free hand. Come on. We should get on the train, and there's some other people you should meet. Okay, Hannah said in a small voice. As they walked, Lucy spotted the 3 boys making their way over, but Lucy shook her head at them and nodded towards the train. The poor thing isn't taking this well. Let's just take one step at a time. In hindsight, maybe it would have been better to wait for a couple days before introducing Hannah to everyone. After Lucy had made introductions for everyone, John had almost straight away jumped into his explanation of their situation. He had even brought notes. Lucy checked her watch and realized that he had been at it for the last 20 minutes. She looked at Henry imploringly. He nodded back to her in understanding. That's probably enough to be getting on with, Henry interrupted John, who had just been elaborating on some technical point about ministry bureaucracy that no one cared about. John frowned but said, Fine. I know this must all be very overwhelming, Henry said. Why don't you tell us a little about yourself, he asked. Like what? Hannah asked, a touch of fear still visible in her expression. Where are you from, for example? John and I are British, but Lucy and Kyle here are from America. Their accents have been magically changed. Well, I'm English, Hannah said. Well, half English, but I'm also a quarter German and a quarter Japanese. I lived in England for most of my childhood, but since then I've kind of lived all over the place. And how old are you? Henry asked. If you don't mind me asking. 24. Hey, me too, Lucy exclaimed. That's so cool. Hannah gave a startled jump at the energy of Lucy's comment, then flushed in embarrassment. Sorry, Lucy said sheepishly. No, it's my fault, Hannah said. I. Henry held up his hands, placatingly. It's all right, he said carefully. Why don't you tell us if there's something specific that's worrying you? I know that this must have come as an awful shock, but even so, you seem especially upset. Is it Hannah who's taking it badly, or did I just take it exceptionally well? Hannah spent a moment gathering her thoughts. It's because, well, even everything else besides it's Harry Potter. And? Kyle asked, mirroring Lucy's thoughts. And? It's terrifying. There are dark wizards and torture spells and monsters and demon, which suck out your soul. Not to mention the immortal Vol. You know who. Lucy blinked. I suppose so, but what about unicorns and flying and magic? Lucy said before she could stop herself. Haven't you always dreamed about going to Hogwarts? Hannah looked at her strangely. No, she said. Neither had I, John added. Lucy gasped and looked at Henry and Kyle imploringly. I'm afraid not, Henry said with a smile. I did always want superpowers, I guess, Kyle said. Harry Potter isn't superpowers, Lucy objected. Yes, it is. That's not the issue, Henry said quickly. Hannah, if you don't want to join our fight against you know who, of course, you don't have to. There's nothing stopping you from walking out of the door right now, in fact. Hannah looked at the door. To be clear, I don't think you need to be as concerned about the dangers of the magical world as you are. Obviously, there are dangerous things, and you know who is trying to return, but almost all people avoid trolls and dementors and dark wizard for their entire lives, and we're pretty sure we're on track to stop you know who from coming back again. Hannah pulled her eyes away from the door. Sorry, she said. Just. I read this really convincing blog post years ago about how horrible the wizarding world would be, and it stuck with me. Are you sure there isn't a way to go back to the real world? Sorry, John said. If there is, we know nothing about it. Hannah was quiet for a while after that, and John and Kyle, perhaps feeling a bit awkward around the new girl, left to go speak to some of their other friends. Henry helped Hannah look through her trunk, letting her wave her wand around and explaining what each textbook was about. And Lucy opened the textbooks for her new subjects. And it's still the Monster Book of Monsters for Care of Magical Creatures, which presumably means that Hagrid is the new professor again. Did Dumbledore somehow figure out enough about Riddle's diary that he could prove that Hagrid didn't open the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago? Or is it that after, what's his name? Kettleburn retired, he needed someone to fill the position and he promoted Hagrid regardless of his criminal record? Come to think of it, wasn't Hagrid expelled for keeping a dangerous spider in the school? Sure, it didn't actually kill Myrtle, but he was being irresponsible. Anything from the trolley? Lucy almost jumped out of her seat. Yes, I'll have 5 pumpkin pasties and 2 cauldron cakes. Oh, and some pumpkin juice, too, please. I hope that's to share, Henry said while Lucy paid. Get your own lunch, replied Lucy. And is there any particular reason you're pigging out? He asked in mild disapproval. Lucy gasped and gave him a betrayed look. Pigging out? You know what? Just for that, I'm not going to tell you. Suit yourself, Henry said, getting a much more normal-sized lunch for himself and Hannah. Bishop Andrea, 20 minutes into the sorting ceremony, and Lucy kept staring at Henry across the room, just waiting for him to look over at her. There, she smirked at her fellow reader, then patted her stomach in contentment. He glared at her, but that only made her smirk grow more cruel. Pigging out? Well, now he can wait for the next hour. True to her prediction, this year's intake was much larger than the previous 2 years. This is quite an impressive post-war baby boom. It just goes to show how desperate things were at the height of Voldemort's power, I guess. Andrea Bishop, whoever that was, went to Gryffindor, and Lucy perked up when McGonagall read out, Brooks, Hannah, Hufflepuff, Shirley. If there's anyone in need of loyalty and a set of open arms, it's her. But Lucy gave a happy squeal of surprise when, after half a minute of consideration, the sorting hat called out, Ravenclaw. Lucy broke into extra enthusiastic applause and scooched over to make space for Hannah to sit next to her. Hannah scurried down the table to sit next to Lucy. The Ravenclaws around them gregariously congratulated Hannah, but she quailed under their attention, and Lucy had to send everyone half imploring and half apologetic looks until they left the young girl alone. It wanted to put me into Gryffindor, Hannah whispered to Lucy once she had calmed down enough to speak. Really, replied Lucy. You don't seem like the adventurous sort. Exactly. It said I had qualities that needed developing. I begged to be put in Hufflepuff instead, but it told me that would be terrible for me and sent me here. It'll be all right, Lucy reassured her, giving her a one-armed hug. Once you've been here a week and the shock is worn off, things will seem loads better, you'll see. Hannah did not look convinced. When the feast ended and everyone started towards their dormitories, Lucy had to carefully detach Hannah from her arm and hand her off to one of the new prefects. Lucy worried at her lip, watching her go. She'll come around. A variety of feelings could be observed in the group of third-year students Hagrid was leading through the grounds during the first week of lessons. Boredom, curiosity, anticipation. Faint disgust, prominent disgust, but more clearly than anything else, Lucy could be seen to be positively quivering with excitement. Today's the day. The sun is shining. The tank is clean. She giggled to herself, earning more than a few concerned looks. Today's the day I ride a hippogriff. Then I'll only need to ride a thestral, a dragon, a flying motorbike, a centaur, and Ginny Weasley, and I'll have equaled Harry's record from the books. Lucy gasped when they finally caught sight of the hippogriffs. They looked awesome, intimidating, but in a severe way, not a scary way, much like McGonagall. When Hagrid began telling the class about hippogriffs, Lucy saw that Malfoy wasn't paying attention in the middle of the group of students. Professor? Lucy stuck her hand up. Professor, I have a question. Hagrid blinked, looking surprised that students sometimes ask questions of their professors, or perhaps because someone referred to him as a professor. But he gathered himself quickly. Yeah? What's your question? Thank you, sir, Lucy said, knowing that the politeness would annoy Malfoy at least. You mentioned that hippogriffs are proud creatures. How would one respond to an insult? Oh, they wound like the, Hagrid said quickly. Oh no, they wound, so we shouldn't insult them? Hagrid gave her a confused look. No, he said slowly. No one should be insolent to hippogriffs. Okay, Lucy beamed. Thank you, Professor. Hopefully, that's enough to stop Draco from doing something stupid. If not, I'll just have to stick close and keep an eye on him. When Hagrid called for a volunteer a few moments later, Lucy shot her hand up as high as it could before he had even finished his sentence. Surprisingly, a couple of others raised their hands too, including Hermione, which was presumably the result of something or other she had unwittingly set in motion. But Lucy's enthusiasm was not going to be denied. All right then, Williamson Rye. Skipping forward, Lucy locked eyes with Buckbeak and bowed as lowly and respectfully as she could. Come on, please. Only a handful of hammering heartbeats later, Buckbeak inclined his head and Lucy squealed internally as she hurried forward. Oh, aren't you gorgeous? Lucy murmured as she stroked Buckbeak's feathers. The hippogriff purred deeply and Lucy felt his chest rumbling. Well done, Williamson. Hagrid boomed all too soon, and the class gave moderately enthusiastic applause. Who wants to go next? No, wait. Can I ride him, Professor? Hagrid gave her a troubled look. Maybe if you were taller, he said kindly. I'm worried that you couldn't grip properly with your knees. Oh, please, sir, Lucy implored. I'll be fine. Buckbeak won't let me fall. Will you? You magnificent creature, you. Hagrid, naturally, was not the type to refuse such a heartfelt request, especially not when creatures were involved. Oh, go on then. He relented, then he hoisted Lucy onto Buckbeak's back, and they were off. Lucy screamed in joy. This was better than a broomstick. This was better than Space Mountain. Buckbeak seemed to take pleasure in Lucy's joy and flew faster, with breathtaking dives and sharp corners. He didn't even mind that Lucy was gripping his feathers tightly. Amidst the aerial acrobatics, Buckbeak took Lucy up high, and for a moment she could see the castle, and the forest, and the lake. In the distance, she spied the rooftops of Hogsmeade. In the moment, all the mundanity of schoolwork and teenage drama faded away, and Lucy remembered that life at Hogwarts was truly magical in a way that her textbooks could never describe. Page break. Maybe because of Lucy's questions to Hagrid, or maybe because he wasn't provoked by Harry stealing the show by flying on Buckbeak. By the end of the lesson, Malfoy hadn't made a scene and ruined Hagrid's first class. In fact, as they walked back up to the castle, The third years were all enthusing brightly about their first care of magical creatures class. After her exciting volunteer demonstration, Lucy had to let the other students take their turns interacting with the hippogriffs. Harry, unsurprisingly, but also Ron, Malfoy, and Terry Boot all took turns flying on Buckbeak's back. None of them fell or broke any bones, and everyone was expecting care of magical creatures to be one of their more interesting classes. "I still say you're crazy, Lucy," Parvati said. "That thing was big enough to crush you with one foot." "One hoof," Lucy corrected her. "Besides, Professor Hagrid would never have let me be hurt." "Maybe not intentionally," Lisa said. "But you've got to admit that he's a bit inconsiderate." "No, forgetful that other people aren't as invulnerable as he is. Don't mention that he's half giant." "Don't mention that he's half giant." Unable to directly refute Lisa's point, Lucy just shrugged. "I'd still do it again." Lisa and Parvati shared a long-suffering look. "We know," they both said. Lucy smiled at their antics and studied her new timetable again. Her first Ancient Runes lesson wasn't until the next day, and the afternoon was double history. "I could do with a good nap." "Runes," Professor Babbling said genially. Us, us. By the slightly too wide-eyed expression on the professor's face, Lucy was getting the rapidly forming impression that this professor was a little too enthusiastic about her subject. "Every year," Babbling continued, "someone new comes into this classroom, not quite sure what they're getting into, but before we talk about what runes are, let's talk about what runes are magic. Runes don't use magic, don't make magic, and don't have any special interactions with magic. Why do we study it then?" It took the assembled students a few seconds to realize that this was not a rhetorical question, and that she was asking them for the answer. When no one had volunteered quickly enough, Babbling did what all students fear. "You there? What do you think, mister?" Michael Corner cringed under the attention for a moment before mumbling out, "To translate things." "Well, yes, to translate things, of course," Babbling said at full volume to the whole class. "But why runes? Why not study French or German? Why is so much magical knowledge written in runes?" Much of the class qualified under Babbling's demanding gaze. One brave student volunteered. "Muggles," he said. "Muggles, exactly. Before the Statute of Secrecy came into effect, Muggles were always trying to ferret out wizarding secrets." Lucy frowned at the vaguely accusatory tone the professor was taking, but didn't know enough about it to dispute her. "I'll have to ask Henry or John later. Either in order to fare better in conflicts with wizardkind or in a few infamous, ill-fated attempts to train up Muggleborns within their own communities without trained, adult wizards or witches." Muggles having access to wizarding knowledge was something no one wanted. Lucy glanced around to see how her classmates thought about this. Hermione was furiously scribbling on the parchment in front of her, but her forehead was creased. Neville was sitting beside her, looking a little awkward, but not as if he was learning anything for the first time. Maybe this is something that purebloods grow up learning about. Beyond them, Malfoy was reading something that Nott had scribbled on a scrap of parchment, and he grinned cruelly, laughing under his breath at whatever Nott had written. Lucy narrowed her eyes, but returned her attention to the lesson. Magical communities in Scandinavia had already been using runes since the 2nd century AD, but it gained popularity across Europe until it was continent-wide by the time of the Norman conquest of Britain in the 11th century and had become the de facto written lingua franca for magic worldwide by the time of the Statute of Secrecy. The ease of communication and collaboration that a shared language gave to magical communities worldwide has been credited with numerous advances in our understanding of magic. Babbling took a rare breath. In the current day, the majority of international academics are published in runes, and there exist hundreds of thousands of books, documents, diaries, and academic papers which have never been translated into English. Some people might rely on translations of the most common works, Babbling said with barely disguised revulsion. But reading the words of those experts from our past or from the other side of the world exactly as they wrote them. She made a wistful expression. It fills you with an understanding that can't be paralleled by a local translation. I definitely should have taken Muggle studies. Now, if you'll excuse the expression, modern, ancient runes were codified in 1732, and a newt covers the vocabulary of 2,200 and 21 runes used worldwide and the grammar to support their use. The OWL covers about half of the vocabulary, the simpler grammar, and how to actually read and write the runes themselves, which is where we start today. She immediately spun around and began writing the alien symbols on the blackboard, leaving a bewildered class behind her. After a moment, she looked back. Well, come on, get some parchment out. For the rest of today, we'll focus on the first 3 sets of 8 characters. Realizing that this was an instance where her advanced age and maturity wouldn't help her, Lucy took out parchment, a quill, and ink and began to carefully copy what was on the board. At least Draco isn't smirking anymore. Year 3, Chapter 2. In one of the many unused classrooms in the castle, surrounded by a dozen anti-eavesdropping charms, 5 students from 5 different years and all 4 houses were sitting around a table covered in scratches and scorch marks. All right, let's get started, Henry said. The first order of business is to review dash. Hang on, Lucy interrupted him. Since when have we used order of businesses? Orders of business, Henry corrected her. And since there are so many of us now dash. 2's company, Kyle jumped in. 3's a crowd, and 5 requires structured meetings? Please, children, said Henry. We have lots to talk about in dash. Lots of time to talk about it in, said Lucy. It's a Saturday. What's the rush? Henry pulled his wand out and waved it vaguely in Lucy's direction. Do you need me to silence you? Lucy put her hand on Kyle's wrist to stop him from pulling his own wand out and mimed zipping her lips to Henry. Sorry, Henry. I couldn't resist. Thank you, said Henry. As I was saying, the first order of business is to review what happened in the book for this year, compare that with what we've changed so far, and make our broad predictions for what might happen in the next 12 months. Well, no Sirius, obviously, John said. Or at least, no prisoner of Azkaban. Sirius should still be under house arrest for a while longer at least. And no Sirius means no Dementors, said Kyle. Hannah shuddered a little on Lucy's other side. And with Pettigrew in prison, there's not much else that happens this year, is there? Asked John. Buckbeak, Henry said. Said Lucy. Henry gave a long-suffering sigh. You can talk now, Lucy. Lucy unzipped her lips. Ah, that's better. And what I was saying is that I snipped the Buckbeak issue at the bud. Draco didn't get his arm broken and Cincy care of magical creatures. That is, so Buckbeak is a free bird, free horse bird. Hey, do you think that hippogriffs are related to centaurs? That would fall under any other business, Henry said. The better question is, Kyle said, ignoring him, if hippogriffs are related to centaurs and centaurs are related to humans, then are humans related to hippogriffs? You mean humans to centaurs, centaurs to horses, and horses to hippogriffs? Said John. At best, they'd be like our cousins-in-law. Good enough for me, Lucy said. John, don't encourage them, Henry implored. Can we just… Sorry, Grandpa. Lucy apologized. Are you guys always like this? Hannah asked. Yes, Henry and Lucy said simultaneously. Henry with despair, Lucy with pride. Putting aside Sirius and Pettigrew and Buckbeak, John said, Is there anything else significant going on this year? Not really, said Lucy. Those things aside, Prisoner of Azkaban is about Harry learning about his parents in Quidditch and Hermione's time Turner, which I don't think she has this year, Kyle said. At least, she's not taking Muggle studies or divination, so she shouldn't need one. So, the next question, and the most important one, is what will you know who do without Pettigrew to support him? Asked John. You know the books best, Lucy. What do you think? Lucy's brow creased in concentration. I think, and by this point, it's been a while since I've read the books. Mind you, I think that he's still hiding in Albania at this point. He can possess some animals, snakes mostly, and captures, tortures, and kills Bertha Jorkins during summer next year. But that was with Wormtail's help. Without that, I guess he'd try and possess someone again, like he did with Quirrell, but I don't know if the host has to be willing or not. Do any of you? John shook his head. If information on possession in the library, it's in the restricted section. You know whose problem, from his point of view, continued Lucy, is that he has no one he can trust. His loyal followers are all in Azkaban, and he probably won't trust Lucius Malfoy and the others who escaped justice by way of the Imperious defense. Which means that we have no idea what's going to happen this year, or when he's going to return, said John. So, we need to be ready for anything. Which brings us nicely to the second order of business, What do we want to achieve this year? Said Henry. Lucy, the disarming charm and the fire-making charm. There's no way I'm not learning Harry's signature spell, not to mention that I probably need a non-lethal combat spell too. The fire-making charm is actually a first-year spell, but, well, isn't everyone a pyromaniac at heart? Kyle, I've already learned all the useful first-year and second-year spells, so I guess I'll look through the third-year spells too. I also want to look into the Inimagus transformation, but I understand that it takes a few years to perfect, so that's a long-term goal. Lucy didn't let her frustration show on her face. John, my study of mind magics has reached the limit of what can be achieved with what books can be found in the main library, which means I'm going to have to get into the restricted section sooner or later, preferably sooner. Do you think a professor will give you permission? Asked Henry. No. Why not? Asked Lucy. Isn't Snape your head of house and a legilimens? Doesn't he like you? Snape appreciates that I don't cause him any problems, John said. He doesn't like me enough to give me, a fifth-year student, access to dangerous, illegal magics. You'll note that he didn't make me a prefect this year, not that I'm complaining. Maybe if I were doing my defense against the dark arts nude and was researching a project about a clemency, but it would still draw a lot of attention, and I don't want to wait that long anyway. So, you'll be sneaking in, said Kyle. Yes, and I've had some thoughts about that, but I'll need to do a little research and take some measurements. Understood, Henry said. For myself, I think it's finally time to start specializing. I'll keep up with generalist charms, of course, but I've been reading about something called the Concentrated Arcane. Proficiency effect dash. Sounds boring. Where the mastery of one spell will have a positive effect on similar spells. So, if you learn a bunch of fire spells, said Kyle, I should become extra proficient in all of them, Henry confirmed. But why fire magic? Asked Kyle. Lots of reasons, said Henry. For one, it's one of the most studied and available areas of charms. There's dozens of manuals and reference books even in the main library. Secondly, it does have a lot of combat utility. But what about the flame freezing charm? Kyle asked. Almost everyone knows it, and it's a total protection from fire. That's true, but enough fire can blind someone or even starve them of oxygen if they don't cast a bubblehead charm or something. Not to mention that the flame-tickling charm can't be used by trolls, giants, acromantula, inferi, or a dozen other things. Thirdly, Henry lowered his voice. We might need someone who can cast fiend fire in the future. Also, fire is cool, added Lucy. Well, quite, Henry agreed. And last but certainly not least, Hannah. The girl shrank into her chair when everyone turned to look at her. I know that you're only just starting to learn the basics, but generally, going forward, would you like to help us? Hannah struggled to find her voice for a moment. You mean, fighting against you-know-who? Yes. No. Thank you, Hannah said, as if it were a strange question to ask. Well, no surprises there. That's quite all right, Henry said, unsurprised. You're certainly not obliged to, and you're still welcome to be friends with us all, of course. Goodness knows that we're the only people who understand what you're going through. You should feel free to just enjoy Hogwarts as if you were any other student. Hannah looked as if even just being a regular student at Hogwarts were a terrifying prospect on its own, but she eventually nodded. What's next? Lucy asked quickly, trying to take attention away from Hannah before she dissolved into a quivering puddle of jelly. We need to start sending some of the money we now have, John said. I wholeheartedly approve, said Lucy. I could do with a nice new hat. We need more equipment, reagents, reference books, and so on, John said, ignoring Lucy. Who was it who said plans are useless, but planning is key? We need broomsticks for everyone, extra supplies of potion ingredients dash. Food, said Henry. Enough for everyone to live on for a few weeks, in case we need to leave the castle suddenly. A magical tent, too. Bags of holding, Kyle added. Bags with undetectable extension charms, Lucy corrected him. Same difference. Let's make a list, Henry said sensibly. They spent a while writing down everything useful they could buy, and then spent even longer whittling it down to exclude the things that were too difficult to get hold of, illegal, too expensive, or too frivolous. As if a pet unicorn wouldn't be useful. By the time of the first Ravenclaw defense against the dark arts, Lesser Professor Lupin held his classes separately for each house. The whole school had heard about the boggart in the staff room he was showing the third years. After all, It was hard to miss the story of Neville's boggart circulating the school population at the speed of rumor, even if it was rather disturbing for Lucy and her fellow readers that Neville's greatest fear was his potions professor and not, say, Bellatrix Lestrange or Barty Crouch Jr. Following her fellow Ravenclaws into the staff room, Lucy eyed the wardrobe in the center of the room warily. Despite thinking about it all week, I'm still not sure what it will be. Ralph Fiennes' Voldemort would be obvious, but while he was a villain, I never really thought of him as terrifying. Lupin was lecturing the class about boggarts, but Lucy was only half paying attention. The troll, maybe, but that wasn't so scary then, let alone 2 years later. Everyone began lining up to face the boggart, and Lucy stuck herself at the end of the queue. That this is all a dream? That I was hit by a truck and have been hallucinating in a hospital all this time? But that thought doesn't really scare me because, well, I don't believe it. Unrealistic or not, I haven't doubted that this is all real since that first day 2 years ago. Her turn was fast approaching, so Lucy gave her head a little shake. Better just be ready for anything. Lisa Turpin received a round of applause when she successfully transformed her swarm of wasps into a cloud of confetti. Then Lupin called out, "Lucy, ready for anything." The boggart's form dissolved and swirled for an instant, but before Lucy could blink, Henry was standing in front of her. Henry? For a moment, she almost wanted to laugh. Henry was her greatest fear, but the expression he was wearing was so serious and mournful that she just froze. "Look, Lucy," Henry said, "I understand that you've been trying to contribute, but honestly, you're more of a hindrance than help." "Quickly, Lucy," Lupin shouted. "Don't let it distract you." Lucy felt herself nodding, and she lifted up her wand, but a part of her flinched at casting magic at her friend, nor could she think about how to make what she was seeing in any way amusing. "Just let me, John, and Kyle handle everything," Henry continued. "You can just, I don't know, play Quidditch or whatever. It's really not important." "No, I dash." Henry disappeared and was replaced suddenly by a solemn, white orb. "It's all right, Lucy." Lupin was talking softly beside her. "Take a seat." Lucy nodded dumbly, unable to take her eyes away from where Henry's disappointed face had been. "Well done, everyone," Lupin said to the whole class, after sealing away the boggart. "We can finish 10 minutes early. Go and have an early lunch. Please read the chapter on boggarts in your textbooks before the next lesson." Some of the Ravenclaw girls said comforting things to her as they left, but soon enough, Lucy was alone in the classroom with Professor Lupin and a locked-up boggart. I wonder if being alone with a professor like this violates Hogwarts' child protection policy. I wonder if Hogwarts even has a child protection policy. "Feeling better, Lucy?" "Yeah," she said, glancing at Lupin. While he was no Lockhart, he had a rugged, rough-around-the-edges handsomeness to him. "I'm surprised he's so young, but thinking about it, he would only be 32-ish. It was just a surprise, that's all," she finished. "Was that Henry Owens in the year above you?" Lupin asked. "Yeah, and if you don't mind my asking, what is it that you're worried about not contributing towards?" Lucy sighed. "Oh, just the end of the world. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that." "Never mind, it's not important, it's just, I'm not great at magic and my friends. I feel that I'm dead weight, sometimes a lot of the time. They have such big plans for the future, and the only thing I'm good at is flying. I don't even like Quidditch." "A person's worth isn't determined by their aptitude for magic," Lupin said, wearing a small smile. "Did you have many close friends when you were at school, Professor?" "1 or 2, Lupin said cryptically. "Does he mean James and maybe Sirius? Or, I don't care at the moment. And did you ever feel like you were letting them down?" "At least once a month." "Huh, that's pretty funny, actually. Henry and the others, they're going to do important things in the future." "I know," said Lucy. "I want to do something important, too. If you ask them, I'm sure your friends would say that your being their friend is important to them." Lucy smiled despite herself. "I guess. Would you like to try the boggart again, Lucy?" Lupin asked. Why is it that only Lupin calls everyone by their first name? Except for Hagrid, that is. "No, thank you, sir. It's not really very funny." Henry had been mortified, of course, to learn that Lucy's boggart had been him, and he spent a long time with her, walking around the grounds, assuring her that no, she wasn't dead weight, and that yes, she was contributing to their long-term goals. He gave her a big hug at the end, and she knew that he was being sincere and honest, but still couldn't totally erase her feelings of self-doubt and inadequacy. The following days brought the Ravenclaw Quidditch team tryouts, and Lucy once again secured her place as the team seeker. Lucy's one concession to house pride the introduction of the third-year subject curricula and a return to the normality of life at Hogwarts. Now that they were in third year, they were leaving the basics behind them. Much of the previous 2 years had been theory, but now they had all of the basics under their belt. They were quickly covering more and more practical applications of magic. Lucy didn't find the extra focus on casting magic easy, but she was only struggling to keep up, not floundering. I'm a witch, not a fish. John was in his 5th year, which meant that he was going to be taking his OWLs at the end of the year. Not that anyone had any doubt he wasn't going to ace all of the subjects he wanted to, but OWLs still weren't easy, even for adults. Henry took more first-year students into his homework group, which was now growing so large that some of the older members had to be aged out to keep it manageable. Kyle, true to his word, skipped over the second-year spells he was supposed to be studying and went straight to the third-year spells that Lucy was struggling with, all the while researching the Animagus transformation. No comment. And Hannah? Hannah wasn't struggling with magic, and certainly not with academics aimed at 11-year-olds, but everything else. Lucy scowled as she came into the Ravenclaw common room. The knocker's riddle, what herb cures all ailments, had stumped her for 5 whole minutes, but she got there in the end. Thank you, Simon and Garfunkel. Lucy was only going to get changed for Quidditch practice, but as she glanced around the room, she came to a stop. The first-year girls were all standing around Hannah, and it didn't look friendly. Lucy sneaked closer. The third time one of the professors has called on her, and she hasn't given the answer, one girl said. Hannah was staring at an open textbook in front of her, her body tense and unmoving. And she didn't help Mabel with her transfiguration. Even after she finished her own in 2 minutes, another added. And Dash, is there a problem, ladies? Lucy interrupted. The girls surrounding Hannah jumped. No, one said. Why can't you mind your own business? Mumbled another. Because it sounded like a load of bitching to me, Lucy said. One of the girls gasped. Be nice to my friend, Lucy continued, or there'll be consequences. You can't do anything to us, the apparent ringleader spoke up. My older sister is the head girl. She'll give you detention so fast. Isn't Penelope Clearwater the head girl this year? I didn't realize she had a younger sister, or that said sister was a mean girl in training. Oh, sure, I can see how that would go, said Lucy. Sorry, Roger. I couldn't make it to Quidditch practice because Clearwater gave me detention. What for? Well, there's this first year. You're on the Quidditch team? One of the other girls asked. I'm the seeker. Just leave it, Pippa. One of them told the ringleader. Let's go to the dorm. I guess being on the team has some advantages. No one wants to be the reason that Ravenclaw loses the next match. Lucy watched them go. Come on, Hannah, she said, once the last of the troublemakers had gone upstairs. You're more than twice as old as them. You can't let them pick on you like that. Hannah let out a long breath. It's fine. I'm used to it. Used to it? You haven't been here for even 2 weeks. I mean, used to it from before, Hannah clarified. I never got along well with people. Oh. Lucy struggled with what to say for a few moments. Lucy knew that this was one of those rare moments that she wanted to give a comforting hug, but she knew would be counterproductive. I never asked what you did, back in the real world. I worked in medicine, Hannah said. You're a doctor? Lucy asked in surprise. No, said Hannah. I was studying for my PhD in biomedical science, but not a doctor, not an MD. I couldn't cope with the pressure of working in a hospital and dealing with patients. And what does biomedical science cover? Lucy asked. Hannah brightened up just a little bit. All sorts, really. What I've been working with is prosthetics, artificial limbs and the like. There's been lots of interesting advances in the last couple of decades. You should go talk to Madame Pomfrey, Lucy said. Maybe look into healing magic. I don't know as much as an MD, said Hannah. I'm good with anatomy and the nervous system dash. Lucy stifled a giggle. Because she's nervous, get it? But not so much about some of the biological and chemical stuff. That's still really cool, Lucy assured her. She worried at her lip for a moment. Look, Hannah, it's okay that you're a bit nervous right now. I'm sure that after a few weeks have passed, you'll feel much more confident. Maybe, Hannah said. That's the spirit. Lucy cheered. Come on, do you want to come watch the Quidditch practice? Your first flying lesson is this week, isn't it? Maybe a little fresh air would be good. Of course it will. And you'll get to see me annoy Roger, too. That always makes me feel better. On October the 12th, Lucy woke up and started her morning as she normally would. It was only halfway through brushing her teeth that she remembered that it was her birthday. It's a shame that birthdays get less and less exciting as you get older. Still, 25, well, 14, but actually 25 is a quarter century. Lucy walked down to breakfast with only the slightest spring in her step. The house elves always served a small birthday cake to students on their birthdays, but otherwise, Lucy was expecting it to be a normal day of lessons, with maybe a few birthday cards or homemade gifts. Lucy! Lucy turned around to see Kyle hurrying to join her on her way down to the Great Hall. Morning, she said. Good morning, he replied. Do you have a minute? Lucy shrugged. Sure. Kyle opened the door to the Charms classroom next to them and ushered her in. Happy birthday, he said when the door was closed. He produced a small package wrapped up in brightly colored paper. Oh, Kyle, you didn't have to get me anything, Lucy said, taking the box from him. You deserve something nice on your birthday, he said. Tearing the paper off revealed a jewelry box. Kyle, open it, he urged her. Please don't be too much. But despite her fears, the box contained a relatively plain silver bracelet. Oh, Kyle, it's lovely, Lucy said, holding the bracelet up. There's something. Lucy frowned. Is it magical in some way? I swear I can feel something. It's only a warming charm, Kyle assured her. You're always complaining about how cold the castle is. That's so thoughtful. Did you buy it in Diagon Alley? No, I bought it in London. Muggle London, that is. And you charmed it yourself? It's not fair. How is magic so easy for him? Yeah, go on. Put it on. Lucy fiddled with the clasp for a few moments before securing the bracelet around her left wrist. This is probably a good moment to let him down gently. But when she tried to politely let him know that she wasn't interested in a romantic relationship at the moment, she couldn't find the words. Thanks. She blushed in embarrassment. You're welcome. He smiled brightly. I'll come by the Ravenclaw table at dinner time, and I'll save a slice of cake for you. Sure thing. Throughout the day, even though she was upset with herself for not nipping Kyle's crush in the bud, Lucy kept finding herself looking at her new bracelet. Lucy and John were very slowly making their way down one of the many Hogwarts hallways. 74, 75, 76. Lucy counted. I'll make it to be about here. John consulted a scrap of parchment he had. I agree, he said. Let's try this room. He opened the nearest door and ushered Lucy in. After closing the door, he went straight across to the far wall. Why are there so many unused classrooms anyway? Lucy asked as John ran his fingers across the stones that made up the far wall. Haven't you read Hogwarts, a history? He asked. Yay! Lucy cheered. Finally! You know, it took more than 2 years for someone to ask that. John looked back at her in confusion. What are you talking about? That's the joke, isn't it? Lucy said. Hermione always quotes from it, but none of the others ever read it. I've read it, said John. Exactly. You're the boring, academic friend, and I'm the fun-loving, creative one. John just stared at her blankly. Lucy rolled her eyes. I don't know why I bother with you. You wouldn't know a joke if it jumped up and slapped you in the face. Jokes can't jump, John said, not looking at her anymore. Anyway, the reason the castle is so large is because it's capable of acting as a sanctuary for the entire magical community if need be. Sanctuary from what? Lots of things, but probably Muggles. Before the statute, there were numerous instances of conflict between Muggles and wizard kind. If Henry VIII, for example, had ordered another English Reformation targeting the magical population, in theory wizards would come to Hogwarts to seek shelter behind her stone walls and strength in numbers. Lucy considered this for a moment. Would Muggles be so dangerous? I mean, before they had guns and everything, wouldn't they be really easy to fight off? John was still staring at the wall, but he was still listening to Lucy. For a modern, adult witch or wizard, sure. But if you had paid attention in history of magic, you'd know that the current standard of education for magicals is much more thorough than existed for everyone in the past. Even up until a couple of hundred years ago, unless you were extremely talented in magic, where your parents could afford to pay, you would only get taught the basics so that accidental magic wouldn't occur anymore and maybe a few basic spells. After that, you'd be sent back where you came from. Maybe some would pick up a few more skills as they got older. Why not teach everyone for all 7 years? Lucy asked. Money, of course, said John. He was pressing his fingers against the mortar between the stones and occasionally tapping the stones with his wand. There was no Ministry of Magic until the 18th century, and witches and wizards paid taxes to Muggle authorities, who wouldn't fund a magical school. Hogwarts mostly ran on fees for advanced students and donations from graduates, meaning that almost all Muggle-born students only got the basics, Lucy reasoned. Yes. So, Hogwarts can fit the whole magical population of Britain? Asked Lucy. How many people is that anyway? About 20,000. You can fit 20,000 people inside Hogwarts? If you pack them in like sardines, sure, said John. Bear in mind that the population of magical Britain has grown significantly in the last 1,000 years. Well, that wasn't very insightful by the founders, was it? Next time I see them, I'll tell them you said that. Lucy snorted, then let John work in peace for a few minutes. Right, he said a short while later. If our measurements are correct, the restricted section of the library should be on the other side of this wall. And you're sure that knocking down a wall to get in would attract less attention than jumping over the velvet rope guarding it? John was consulting a scrap of parchment with a rough diagram of the library scrawled on it. Cutting through a wall, but yes, he said. There are a few alarm spells in the library, but he ran his wand across the wall for several long moments, muttering incantations under his breath. But the school's internal walls have none. And you think cutting through several inches of the Hogwarts architecture will be simple enough? John hummed thoughtfully. I think it's already been done. What? When? Asked Lucy. And where? You know, in the books, there's a secret passageway that leads to Hogsmeade, the one behind that statue of a witch. Lucy nodded. Descendium, right? Yes, but it leads to a sweet shop. I seriously doubt that there's been a building there for 1,000 years, let alone a sweet shop. You think a student made it? Lucy asked. A group of students, because the tunnel has to be pretty long, and it may have taken a while, but yes, I suspect that students were able to cut through the stone, disguise the entrance, and excavate the tunnel without alerting the staff. Cool. Indeed. I'll come back tonight and see if it can be done. Ooh, can I come too? Please. John looked at her. What do you want from the restricted section? Nothing, Lucy admitted. It just sounds exciting. Fine, John said. Just don't get caught sneaking out. Meet me back here at 2 in the morning. Lucy hadn't actually ever sneaked out after curfew before, but she wasn't too worried. The prefects only patrolled for an hour or so after curfew started before they went to bed, and the professors probably didn't stay out for much longer. Besides, the castle was big, and there were only so many adults in during the night. Her black school robes were almost as good as an invisibility cloak. John, she whispered into the classroom they had been in earlier. Are you in here? The classroom was only lit by the moonlight and starlight coming through the windows, so it took Lucy a moment to see the distortion in the air moving towards her. No fair, said Lucy. You can disillusion yourself now? The distortion dissolved into John. Obviously not, if you could see me. Meh, I'd give it a 5 out of 10. I've not spent too much time practicing it yet, said John as he stepped up to the far wall. Now, the plan is very simple. Remove the stone, climb through, check to see if we've set off an alarm, find the books I want to read it for a couple of hours, climb out, replace the stone, then go back to bed. Understood? Aye, sir, Lucy saluted. John pulled out his wand and pointed it at one of the stones in the wall. Excoriatus. There was a flash of orange light, and with a levitation charm, John was easily able to pull the stone from the wall and lower it gently to the floor. Through the hole he had made, Lucy could see the library's bookshelves. All right, he said with a hint of satisfaction. Give me a leg up. With Lucy's help, John was able to squeeze through the gap, and then he reached an arm back through to help Lucy. Ooh, the restricted section, Lucy said in a whisper she could barely hear herself. I feel like such a rebel. Last year you were party to selling fake jewelry and the destruction of a grave, John said equally quietly. He was already moving through the bookcases, his wand giving off a dim light. How was breaking into the library in any way serious compared to that? That's a good point, actually, because they weren't risking making too much light. It took John a while to check the book titles to find what he was looking for, but eventually he found the right section and sat down on the floor to read. Lucy kept looking at the book titles to see if there was anything interesting. Most of these are in ancient runes, and those that aren't seem to only be about horrific, disfiguring curses. Lucy ran her fingers along the spines of the books as she walked. Something in runes, something in runes. The experiments of Baldwin the Cruel regarding curses that afflict the skin. Another something in runes. The tale of how Edmund the Unlucky angered his enemies and details of how he suffered for 10 years. How horrible. Yet more books written in runes. Isn't there any order to the books in the restricted section? The 2nd century inhabitants of Thebes, and Lucy's eyes widened. The 2nd century inhabitants of Thebes and their experiments in erotic magics. Lucy felt the heat in her cheeks rising and couldn't stop herself from pulling the book down, opening it to a random page, and starting to read. Oh, wow, that's just filthy. I didn't even realize people could bend that way. Lucy turned another page without even thinking about it. What are you reading? John whispered. Nothing. Lucy said too loudly, snapping the book closed and hurriedly putting it back on the shelves. John raised his eyebrows at her, but didn't comment on what she had just done. We should get going, he said. Already. It's already 4. It is? I guess it's true what they say. Time flies when you're reading about ancient Greek practices. They quickly maneuvered back through the hole John had made, replaced the stone, and with a quick repairing charm from John, it was as if they had never been there. Her wristwatch showed 4:15 when Lucy slipped into bed. As a nominal teenager with no responsibilities outside of schoolwork, Lucy knew that she could sleep in until 10 minutes before her 9 o'clock charms lesson. All in all, not too bad. We didn't get caught, and John found the book he wanted to read. It's a shame that the 2nd century Thebans never got their, unique brand of magic to work, but it seems like they had a good time trying anyway. Year 3, Chapter 3. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall showed blue skies as Lucy munched on her toast one morning. There were more students present for breakfast than there usually were on a Saturday morning, and the din of conversation was disturbing Lucy's morning quiet. Can a girl eat her toast in peace? Are you even paying attention, Seeker? We're trying to have a team meeting. Lucy's mouth froze mid-bite. Huh? Well, Roger Davies asked. Lucy looked around to see the rest of the Quidditch team looking at her with expressions ranging from frustration to exasperation. Williamson, I swear dash. Sorry, capítulo. I was just, nervous, that's all. He fixed her with a look. I don't believe that for a second. You're the most aloof Quidditch player I've ever met. Ah, thanks. It wasn't a compliment. Roger turned to everyone. To reiterate, the plan is simple. With their Nimbus 2001s, the Slytherins are the team to beat this year. We were lucky last year that they could hardly control the ridiculous brooms, but they've had enough time to get used to them now, and they'll be trying to rack up huge scores each game. Lucy and the rest of the team nodded along. Which means against Slytherin we want a quick game, but against Hufflepuff today, we want a nice long game to give us a good score and put us in a good position for the rest of the year. All you need to remember, Seeker, is to keep Diggory from catching the snitch for as long as possible. Foul him if you have to. That goes for you too. Beaters. I want him to be afraid for his pretty boy face the moment the snitch is spotted. I've done a little espionage dash. Espionage? Cho asked. I have a telescope, and the astronomy tower overlooks the Quidditch pitch, okay? Anyway, I think, Diggory aside, their team is pretty weak this year. If we play conservatively and let them exhaust themselves for the first hour or so, by the time we get 3 or 4 hours in, we could be 300 or 400 points up. Any questions? The rest of the team collectively shook their heads. Good. I know we were all disappointed that we didn't win last year, and I'd like to hoist that cup at least one time this year or next year. Actually, about next year. Now, eat up. We got a long match ahead of us. When she had been roped into the house team at the beginning of the previous year, Lucy had been reluctant to put much effort into Quidditch, but since then she had been honestly trying her best. However, as the game against Hufflepuff went into its 4th hour, Lucy was struggling to watch out for the snitch, keep an eye on Cedric, and avoid bludgers all at the same time. In another Ravenclaw goal, Lee Jordan said tiredly. After a slow start, Ravenclaw have now more than made up for the goals they conceded earlier. 310 to Ravenclaw, 120 to Hufflepuff. One of the Ravenclaw beaters shouted at her, and Lucy had to quickly dodge away from one of the bludgers. A couple of loops and a burst of speed later, she was safe again and resumed her search of the pitch, glancing at Cedric to make sure he hadn't seen the snitch while she was distracted. There he is. Lucy narrowed her eyes. Cedric wasn't speeding across the pitch, but he was flying perhaps a little too casually. Lucy flew closer to the beater, who had shouted out a warning to her. "Thanks for the warning, Jason," Lucy said. "Hey, keep an eye on Cedric, would you? I think he's seen the snitch." "Yeah, sure," Jason said. He sounded at least as tired as Lucy felt. "At least I don't have to bat around flying metal balls all game." As nonchalantly as possible, Lucy set off in the direction that Cedric was headed. But as soon as he noticed her, he accelerated and dove. "And Diggory is on the move," Lee shouted, his excitement probably due in part to the possibility of the game soon ending. Lucy grit her teeth and began her pursuit. She still couldn't see the snitch, but she doubted that Cedric was faking it this late into the game. She heard the telltale whack of a bludger against a beater's bat, but she didn't have time to check if it was targeting her or Cedric. He slowed down slightly and began to turn right, shifting his grip to reach one hand out in front of him, but Lucy didn't slow down. "This is going to hurt." Lucy hardly weighed anything compared to the older Hufflepuff, but with the extra speed she had, ramming her shoulder into Cedric was more than enough to knock him off course and let the snitch get away. "Ow!" Cedric uncharacteristically swore as he regained control of his broom. Lucy could hardly blame him. This was the third time she had rammed him to prevent him from making the catch. Madame Hooch's whistle sounded, and Hufflepuff were awarded a penalty because of Lucy's blatant blatching, but Grant the Ravenclaw keeper made a lucky save, and the game continued. "Nice one, Seeker," Roger said to Lucy the next time they passed each other. "We can't keep this up, Roger," she shouted at him. "I can hardly grip onto my broom. One of us is going to get bludgered to death soon." To his credit, Roger slowed down and watched the game beneath them, considering Lucy's words. "Fine," he said eventually. "The next time the snitch shows up, go for the catch." "Aye, aye, Captain." With renewed vigor, Lucy shot up above the rest of the game, her eyes darting to and fro, trying to spot any glint of gold. "I don't even care if Cedric catches it at this point. He's a better player than me anyway, and at least then the game would be over. Ravenclaw would still even win." The Ravenclaw chasers scored 3 more goals, and Grant conceded one before Lucy saw it. Not willing to waste any time trying to trick Cedric, Lucy angled her broom straight down and plummeted from the sky. Not even the howling of the wind could keep the excited cheers of the crowd from reaching her. Some sixth sense told her that Cedric was right on her tail, but unlike last year, this time she had the advantage. All she needed was for the snitch to hold its current course for a few more seconds. Almost there, as if it knew its doom was close at hand, Snitch darted to one side, and Lucy only had a fraction of a second to make a desperate swipe. And Williamson catches the snitch. Ravenclaw wins. Lee's voice boomed across the pitch, even as Lucy looked down in surprise at the golden ball in her fist. 490 to 120. Lee kept commentating, but Lucy ignored him as the rest of the team crashed into her. There were cheers and hugs as the ball of players slowly descended back to the ground. Roger looked as if he had tears in his eyes as he gave her an all-too-affectionate squeeze. "I did it." Knowing that there would be a party waiting for them in the common room, Roger kept the team meeting mercifully short, but he was full of praise for everyone. Maybe it would be nice to win the Quidditch Cup for Roger this year, seeing as the Triwizard Tournament will cancel the season next year. As they all walked back up to the castle, Lucy reminded herself of every complaint that she had about Quidditch and sports in general. But despite that, she couldn't stop the little ball of pride and accomplishment from burning in her chest. True to everyone's expectations, there was a rambunctious party going on in the Ravenclaw common room when they returned. Roger and the other chasers received most of the attention, but Lucy also got enough that it took her a while to get away from everyone. "Hello, Hannah," Lucy said to the not-really-a-first-year friend as she collapsed into the chair next to her. "Did you enjoy the game?" "Oh, hello, Lucy," Hannah said. "It was interesting. Well done for catching the snitch." But do all games last that long? No, Lucy assured her. Roger just wanted to cheese as many points as possible. Oh, which one is Roger again? Lucy's eyes swept the room. He's over there by the… Oh my God! What? That's Roger, Lucy pointed. Hannah followed Lucy's gesture to see Roger slipping out of the portrait hole, holding hands with one of the older witches. Hannah gave a rare smile. Is it that surprising? Isn't he 17? 16, actually. His birthday is in August, but… Lucy, are you jealous? Hannah asked incredulously. Lucy half shouted before lowering her voice. I mean, it's not as if he isn't good looking, but… Oh my, you are jealous, aren't you? Lucy shook her head furiously. No, I'm really not. Good for him, really. It's just that I'm 14 and full of hormones, and he's a good-looking, sporty, older boy who gave me a big hug earlier. If you say so. The party looked as if it was going to go on for a while, but Lucy sneaked away to her bed. It wasn't even dinner time, but Lucy wanted to lay down for a while. Sitting on a broomstick for 4 and a bit hours is hardly comfortable. It took a few days, but eventually the excitement from Ravenclaw's impressive victory died down. Roger, though, was even more enthusiastic than ever. He had to be talked down from increasing the number of practices a week to 4, but he also got everyone to agree to an extra 15 minutes each practice, so it was almost the same. Lucy was a bit surprised to find herself almost matching Roger's fervor, partly due to her desire to help Roger win the cup, but also because their next match was against Slytherin, and she wanted to beat Malfoy again. Time marched on, and even though it was now her 3rd winter in Hogwarts, Lucy was still shocked at how cold it was getting. She continued to struggle with her lessons, joined 3 Quidditch practices a week, religiously drill the repertoire of 6 spells she wanted to be proficient with, and also play the flute for at least an hour a day, 2 hours at the weekends. But even as she whittled away more and more at the little free time she had, John, Henry, and Kyle still pulled away from her. Even Hannah was starting to get used to life in the castle and get a few spells under her belt. Lucy's mood continued to droop as the year neared its conclusion, not helped by having to suffer through puberty for a second time. Her homesickness for American comforts also made a resurgence, after having faded away into her subconscious a long time ago. What I would give for a real coffee, something with extra pumps of caramel, a mountain of whipped cream, and sprinkles on top. At least with her first Hogsmeade weekend approaching, she had something to look forward to. And you're sure it will work? Lucy asked John for the 5th time. It worked for Henry and me, he replied. But it says my parents' or guardian's signature on the form. Lucy, John said, you're 25? Loath as I am to admit it, you are an adult. Sign it yourself, and Flitwick won't notice anything is wrong, I promise. All right, Lucy said skeptically, though it had taken her another few days to build up the courage to present her self-signed slip to Flitwick. He had looked at it for a full 5 seconds before he blinked and put it to one side. I hope you enjoy the village, he had said to her. Even as John, Henry, and her were walking down the path to Hogsmeade on the Saturday morning, Lucy was half expecting Flitwick to appear at the gates and drag her off to detention, but the 3 of them passed between the 2 winged boars that guarded the entrance without incident. Lucy let out a long breath. See, John told her. Anyway, what do you want to do today? Finally allowing herself to feel excited, Lucy smiled a little. I guess I'd like to see the sights, what with it being my first time here. Oh, and butterbeer, I definitely want to try that. Oh, and do you know if I can get real coffee anywhere? Madame Putafoot's tea shop has some, I think, John said. But if you want a frappuccino, or something like that, you'll probably be disappointed. Lucy sighed, her breath escaping her in a cloud of mist. You could always buy coffee beans, Henry suggested. I'm sure you can get them somewhere in the village. Whipped cream is probably a long shot, but I'm sure with the right combination of charms, you could grind the beans, boil the water, brew the coffee, and then vanish the grounds. Ice is pretty easy to make too. There's always sugar at breakfast for those heathens who take it with their tea, so you could probably make a sweet, iced coffee without too much trouble. Henry, I love you. You're a genius, Lucy said. So, let's see the sights, try some butterbeer, and then find some coffee. You might even be able to find some syrupy stuff at Honeydukes, John added. Caramel? Possibly. Lucy squealed. Let's see the sights first, Henry suggested. The Shrieking Shack, To start off with, why? Lucy asked. It's not actually haunted. No, Henry said, but if you don't go, everyone will ask you if you were too scared and then promise to drag you next Hogsmeade weekend. Speaking from personal experience? Lucy asked. Sometimes children don't know how to take no for an answer. Come on, it's a nice walk there anyway. Unsurprisingly, an abandoned, unhaunted building wasn't particularly interesting to any of them, so they quickly returned to the main part of the village. Spotting the swarms of Hogwarts students shopping at Honeyduke's, Lucy dragged her older companions to find things to put into coffees. Fighting through the crowd of students wasn't easy, but when Henry asked the proprietor if he had anything like what Lucy was looking for, he found bottles of strawberry and dirigible plum syrup in the back room. Of course, once Lucy was in a sweet shop, it was almost impossible to get her out again before she had bought at least a dozen different things. Lucy was deciding between a gummy snake and a gummy owl when Kyle came up beside her. I'd go with the owl if I were you, he said. You know, to avoid any symbolism of eating Slytherins. That's a good point, Lucy said. Then she realized what had just happened and whipped around. Kyle, she whispered, you're not allowed to be here? What if you're seen? Relax, Lucy, he laughed. I'm one student among hundreds. Besides, even if they did see me and did remember that I'm only a second year, no one is going to snitch on me. Lucy frowned, but didn't disagree. Let's get out of here at least. I'm sure there's at least one Gryffindor prefect nearby. John and Henry looked surprised, but not upset by Kyle's blatant rule breaking. John led the group of 4 away from the main mass of the students and towards a corner shop for Hogsmeade residents where they hoped to buy coffee. How did you even get out of the castle? Lucy asked. The Honeyduke's tunnel? I considered that at first, Kyle said. But I can't cast the disillusionment charm yet, and I didn't want to get caught sneaking through the basement by the owner. So what? How did you know? Not past the Whomping Willow. Kyle nodded. It took me a while to find the secret knot, but after that it was just a long walk through the tunnel. Is the village so interesting? John asked. To risk detention, that is, or to risk being pummeled to death by the flora, Lucy added. Kyle shrugged. I just didn't like the idea of everyone leaving me behind, that's all. You weren't left behind, Lucy said. What about Hannah? Hannah's boring, Kyle said. Outside of meal and class times, she just hides in Ravenclaw Tower or in the library. You can't hide in the library, said Lucy. I'm sure she wouldn't object to you studying with her. Studying is boring, too. I want to, hang out and have fun. Play some games, and maybe hit some Slytherins with the itching. Hex. Present company excluded, of course, he added in response to John's unimpressed look. You shouldn't be hexing anyone, Henry said seriously. You're an adult, and they're children. If you're stuck with something to do, maybe you could put your talent with magic towards helping your classmates do better in class. I think some of the second years were meeting up today to work on the shrinking charm. Kyle rolled his eyes and was saved from further chastisement by their arrival at the corner shop. The rest of the day was spent visiting the more famous shops in Hogsmeade, including a brief separation while they all went to buy Christmas presents for each other, and concluded with a round of butterbeers at the Three Broomsticks. Ah, Lucy sighed as she put down her drink. That hits the spot. I mean, it's weird, but I like it. You enjoyed the rest of the village as well? John asked. Yeah, I'm sure it'll get boring really quickly, but it's nice to get out of the castle. John, Henry, and Lucy joined the procession of students making their way back towards the main gates, but Kyle had to leave them to make his way back, secretly, through the Shrieking Shack. It took him long enough to do so that he missed dinner entirely. Lucy couldn't stop herself, and she went down to the Great Hall as soon as breakfast was available. Of course, she still needed John and Henry's help, so she had to wait, vibrating with anticipation, until they had both arrived. Finally, she said, now help me with this. Even with the 3 of them working together, sitting at the Ravenclaw table, it took them more than 10 minutes of charms work and careful preparation before Lucy was satisfied that their coffees were ready. It probably won't be exactly the same, but I think it will be close enough. Cheers, Lucy said to her 2 friends. With just the first sip, Lucy felt as if a weight had been lifted from her. I feel like I'm 18 again. I'm sitting in a coffee shop next to the conservatory. It's my first time away from home, and the whole world has just opened up for me. She looked at John and Henry. Said John. Yeah, Henry agreed. Don't say it, warned Lucy. "I think I'll stick to tea," said Henry. "Me too," John nodded. "Fine," Lucy snapped, "you Philistines. More for me? I guess." "Lucy, you can't drink that much," Henry said. "With the amount of sugar in there, you'll be sick." Lucy just glared at him and pulled both their cups closer to her. "It's not fair that they get to stay in their home country, but I have to be the foreigner. Not to mention that I'm out of time as well as out of place. I can hardly remember the late 90s, let alone 93. Lucy slowly sipped at her delicious coffees as breakfast progressed. The great hall gradually filled up, and eventually the post owls made their deliveries. "Lockhart's in the paper," John said to Lucy a few minutes later. "He is? Is he all right?" John's eyes flicked across the page. "Yes," he said. "He emerged from the Amazon rainforest after 6 weeks with a dozen new discoveries." "Did he find his golden demiguise?" Lucy asked excitedly. "No," said John, "but he and his team found lots of new variations of magical plants, dozens of exotic creatures, and have apparently located an ancient magical ruin. He's planning to sell everything they found and head back in as soon as possible." "Now, I can't wait to read his next book," Lucy said. "His publishers have already received a draft manuscript and will announce a publication date next week," John read. "Good for him," Lucy said. "A part of me was worried that he was getting in over his head, and I guess I feel a little bit proud of him. He did say that he was going to hire a bunch of guides, so maybe he is aware of his own shortcomings." Lucy looked around to see if her fellow students felt about the exploits of their former defense professor, but the Great Hall didn't seem any more or less interested in the handful of papers that circulated than any other day. Lucy glanced at the staff table to see their reaction, but frowned. "Dumbledore's missing again," she said. "He's a busy man," Henry said. "How many titles has he got?" "3," Lucy said. "But he does seem to have been absent more often this year than the last couple." "Do you reckon he out looking dash? Shall later," John said, not looking up from the crossword he was inking in. "All right." Lucy blushed. In what had cemented itself as a Christmas tradition for Lucy, she was set to perform a flute recital to Henry's homework group. Granted, the audience had expanded significantly beyond just Henry's homework group. Half of Lucy's year mates, the rest of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, and Hagrid for some reason. Nor was Lucy the only performer. Colin Creepy had clearly been inspired by her performance last year and had brought his violin from home. He was nowhere near Lucy's level, of course, but playing in front of others isn't easy, and his performance of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was at least mostly in tune. Lucy applauded the most out of everyone. And Hermione, to Lucy's surprise, had apparently taken piano lessons for several years before coming to Hogwarts. Lucy got the impression that Hermione hadn't enjoyed it, but Hermione gave a competent, if musically uninspired, performance of Once in Royal David City. Then it was Lucy's turn. By this point, injecting magic into her music was second nature. But likewise, Lucy knew that she couldn't let loose all of her ability or she'd overwhelm her audience. Only Henry, John, and Kyle to a lesser extent had the experience to resist it. Just a little bit of joy and Christmas cheer, just enough to put everyone in the spirit. As usual, Lucy played a couple of pieces she had performed for competitions before, but she always liked to finish with one of her own compositions, or even a bit of improvisation. She often found it easier to infuse magic into her playing with her own music. As she was thinking of drawing to a close, she glanced at the audience. They were, of course, enraptured, but right in the back corner of the room, Hannah was sitting by herself. Poor thing. I told her that she would feel more comfortable after a few weeks of school, but even after 3 months, she's as shy as ever. I guess you can't help some people. Or can you? Lucy's focus sharpened, and her music, which had almost reached a close, suddenly picked up again. She changed key and upped the tempo. Confidence, self-assuredness, and bravery. Lucy let a little bit more magic out. She felt the feelings she was trying to convey go out to her audience. She tried to center her efforts on Hannah, and just for a moment, after a few minutes of playing, Lucy thought she could feel Hannah's mood changing. Even if I'm successful, any confidence I give her will just fade away at the end of the performance. Or will it? People always talk about music performances that stick with them. Can I do the same with my magic? Still careful not to overwhelm her audience with too much emotion, Lucy focused on the feeling she was projecting even more tightly. For several minutes, the whole room listened in enraptured silence as she told them a tale of bravery. Her music was threatening to get away from her, however, so Lucy gradually brought it to a close. There was a moment of silence before the room broke into spectacular applause. Lucy bowed politely, but even as she straightened back up, she felt extraordinarily tired. I feel like I just tried to lift the astronomy tower with a levitation charm. The recital over, the audience gradually began to disperse. Many of them came up to congratulate Lucy, but it was all Lucy could do to nod along and smile. I just want to go and lie in bed for a while. The last to come up to Lucy was Hannah herself. How do you feel, Hannah? Lucy managed to croak out. Hannah looked pensive. I'm not sure. It was a wonderful performance, especially at the end. Thanks, Lucy said with a tired smile. Are you feeling all right, Lucy? Henry asked after Hannah had left. Just tired, Lucy said, stifling a yawn. John frowned at her. Why? He asked. It didn't seem as if you put too much into your performance. Lucy looked at him indignantly. I'd like to see you try. I've been playing the flute every day for almost 20 years. I'll let you know. I meant that you didn't magically put too much into your performance, said John. Your flute playing is very impressive. You know that I think that. All right. Sorry, Lucy said. I was trying to give Hannah a little bit more confidence. John frowned again. Do you mean that you try to give Hannah more confidence, not just the feeling of confidence during your piece? Yeah. You can give people permanent buffs? Kyle asked excitedly. Is that what I was trying to do? Maybe. Henry cleared his throat. Not to be indelicate, but do you mean to say that you tried to alter Hannah's personality without asking her first? When you put it that way, let's not worry about that now, John said. Let's wait to see if Hannah acts any differently before we jump to any conclusions. For now, Lucy, you should go to bed. Lucy tried and failed to stifle another yawn. Maybe that is a good idea, she admitted. I'll walk you back, Kyle volunteered. Even with Kyle carrying her flute and sheet music, Lucy could hardly drag herself up to Ravenclaw Tower. Somehow, she eventually made it to her dorm room and she collapsed, fully clothed on the bed. When she woke the next day, light was streaming in from the window. There was drool all over her chin, and Lucy felt as if she had just had a boxing match with a bludger. Come on, Lucy, Padma said. Wake up. The train leaves soon, and we'd like to at least say goodbye before we leave you for the halls. Lucy groaned. What happened? What do you mean what happened? We missed you at dinner, and when we came up, you were already asleep. What? Are you sick or something? How much did I drink last night? Hang on, I haven't had a drink since August. What did I do to myself? Oh, that's right. My flute recital was yesterday, but why would that make me feel like? Oh, Hannah. I tried to make Hannah more confident. And then, Lucy, Padma asked, who was finally looking worried. The other girls in the dorm room had stopped packing their trunks to pay attention. I think I'm dying, Lucy said. She wanted to clutch at her head, but didn't have the strength to move her arms. I'll go get a prefect, Sully said. What did you do? Padma asked. I'm not sure, said Lucy. When she arrived, the prefect cast a spell on Lucy to make sure that she wasn't actually dying, then went to collect Professor Flitwick. Flitwick took one look at Lucy before ordering her to the hospital wing. Can you walk? He asked her. Lucy thought about it for a moment. If the only alternative is to be levitated halfway across the castle, then yes, I can walk. Even with Padma and Lisa supporting her on both sides, walking to the hospital wing was an ordeal. Without even being asked by Madame Pomfrey, Lucy collapsed into one of the beds. After unceremoniously banishing Padma and Lisa, without even giving them a chance to say goodbye, Pomfrey began waving her wand over Lucy. Lucy closed her eyes against the bright light emanating from the wand tip. Right? Are you going to tell me what you've been doing? Pomfrey asked. Lucy cracked one eye back open. She said. Air. I'm not sure. Pomfrey gave her an unimpressed look. You're the one who gave that music show yesterday, right? How did you know about that? Lucy asked. Hagrid, Professor Hagrid, that is, was talking about it in the staff room. Pomfrey lowered her voice. Did you take anything to calm your nerves? They have those here, too. Some of my friends at the conservatory took propranolol before exams, but I've never been that nervous. Certainly not before a performance in front of musically illiterate teenagers. I promise you won't get in trouble, Pomfrey continued, but I do need to know. Lucy shook her head, then immediately regretted it as it made her headache worse and the world start spinning. In that case, I would say that you've exhausted yourself magically. Have you been trying to perform any particularly strenuous magic recently? I guess so, but I didn't think I put that much magic into my performance yesterday. Yes, Lucy said. Pomfrey sighed. You teenagers think you can just use magic all day, every day, without ever taking a break. You're a growing girl, magically as well as physically. You need to take it easy and have frequent breaks, or you'll end up causing yourself a permanent injury. Lucy tried to look properly admonished. Are you going back home today? Pomfrey asked. No, Lucy said. I'm staying for Christmas. Good. That means I can keep you in bed here for the next few days. Hey. Lucy tried to sound upset but couldn't summon the energy. It's the holidays. Good. Then you won't miss any lessons. But it's Christmas on Saturday. Maybe if you miss Christmas, then you'll learn your lesson. Now, there's a few potions I'd like you to take, and then I want you to rest. No magic, no studying, and certainly no Quidditch. Pomfrey went off to gather potions, and Lucy collapsed into her pillow. Maybe a short break would be good. Please, Madame Pomfrey, it's only for lunch and it's Christmas, implored Lucy. Even wearing a colorful scarf and a Father Christmas hat, Pomfrey radiated stirfulness. She could give Professor McGonagall a run for her money. I've been good, Lucy continued. I haven't cast any magic. I haven't done any of my Christmas homework. I haven't even played the flute, and I can't remember the last time I went without practicing for so long. Please let me go down to the Great Hall. Henry will be with me the whole time, and I don't want to miss Christmas with my friends. Pomfrey glared at Lucy for a long moment before letting out a sigh and relenting. So long as Mr. Owen stays by your side at all times. Of course, Madame Pomfrey, Henry said. Yay! Lucy cheered, swinging her legs out of bed. And that you refrain from casting magic or otherwise exerting yourself. Yes, Madame Pomfrey. And that you return here afterwards for another checkup. Understood, Lucy said. Now go away, so I can get dressed, Henry. 10 minutes later, they were slowly descending the castle, Lucy holding on to Henry's arm. I hope you've learned your lesson about experimenting with unknown magic without precaution, Henry said. You know that. I honestly didn't think it was going to be so demanding, she said. Hang on a minute. She pulled him to a stop. I need to visit the bathroom. She tried to pull her arm back, but Henry didn't let her. What? Lucy asked. Madame Pomfrey told me to stick by your side. Not in the bathroom. At all times, she said. Lucy gave Henry an unimpressed look. Okay, then let's wait till we get to the Great Hall, and then we can ask one of the female members of staff to go with you. Lucy summoned up her strength and wrenched her arm from his grasp. Don't be such a goody two-shoes, she said. You little bit fine. I'm just worried about you is all, he said. We all are. It gave us quite a scare when we learned you were in the hospital wing. Lucy sighed. I didn't mean to scare anyone. Pomfrey was just being overprotective. That is at least half untrue. Whatever, Lucy huffed. Are you letting me use the bathroom or not? All right, but let me just get you a walking stick. Henry reached into his pockets and pulled out his wand and a marble. He flicked his wand at the marble, and it slowly began to change shape. Why do you have marbles in your pocket? Lucy asked. In case I need to transfigure something, Henry said as if it were obvious. A few seconds later, Henry handed her a simple, wooden walking stick. Cool cane, she said. It's never lupus. Hurry up, Henry said. I don't want to miss opening the crackers. When they walked into the Great Hall a few minutes later, Henry breathed a sigh of relief that the crackers were still unpopped. With so many students gone home for the holidays, everyone, staff and students alike, were sitting at one table in the center of the room. Henry and Lucy walked up to their other friends. Welcome back, Lucy, John said, budging over to make room for the two of them. Nice cane, Kyle said. Maybe it's lupus. It's never lupus, Lucy told him. I already thought of that joke anyway. Lucy pulled crackers with John, Kyle with Hannah, and Henry with Professor Sprout. Lucy ended up swapping the top hat she had gotten from hers with the cowboy hat from John's and had great fun trying to impersonate Clint Eastwood for the rest of the meal. She dutifully groaned at every joke that was read and lost count of how many Yorkshire puddings she ate. The Hogwarts Christmas food wasn't quite the same as what Lucy had had in America, But this was her third year, and she knew what to expect by now. Also, it was spectacular. Hannah's been fine, by the way. John whispered in Lucy's ear, while everyone was distracted by Dumbledore setting the Christmas pudding on fire. She's even been a bit more talkative and outgoing. That's good, Lucy whispered back. All the same, don't try something like that again without consulting with me or Henry first. Even leaving the risks to your health aside, there are certain ethical considerations. Lucy nodded, suitably abashed. Good. Now pass the brandy butter. When eventually the last of the food had vanished and Lucy had finished her final 2 mince pies, which had followed on from a roast turkey, roast ham, roast potatoes, steamed carrots, French beans, a pint of gravy, a slice of Christmas pudding, and of course, absolutely zero Brussels sprouts, Lucy suddenly regretted her indulgence. How am I going to get back upstairs to the hospital wing now? Year 3, Chapter 4. Madame Pomfrey finally relented and released Lucy from her care on the day after Boxing Day, leaving Lucy just over a week of the Christmas holidays to enjoy. The first thing she did with her regained freedom was to go to the Olery and have school owls deliver Christmas cards and presents to her friends that weren't staying in the castle. She had been unable to give them in person because of her incapacitation on the day that they left. Then she went to find her fellow readers. She found them, naturally, in their commandeered classroom. John and Kyle were practicing their shield charms, taking turns trying to hex each other. Henry was pointing his wand at a tiny ball of flame, directing it to fly around the room, and Hannah was reading a magical medical reference book, frowning at the contents. "Sup, bitches," Lucy said upon entering. She received a chorus of responses and a disapproving look from Henry. "Did Madame Pomfrey ever find out what was wrong with you?" Hannah asked. It's not as if I actually did something horrible to her. It was 90% just an inspiring piece of music 70%. Besides, telling her now would just make her feel terrible and seriously damage what little confidence she has. "Just general tiredness," Lucy said. "I've been pretty busy lately." "Well, look after yourself, okay." "Yeah," Kyle agreed. "You should just come and hang out sometimes." "Sure, but I really do need to practice the flute for a few hours today. And get up on my broom while we've got clear weather." "Do you really need to play the flute so much?" Kyle asked. "Yes," Lucy immediately responded. "If I don't practice for a day, I will notice. If I don't practice for 2 days, a professional will notice. If I don't practice for 3 days, the audience will notice. And if I don't practice for a week, I'm sure even you would notice." Kyle glared at her, and Lucy stuck her tongue out at him. "How about flying?" Henry asked. "I know that it's not as important to you as your music, and I'm sure that Madame Pomfrey told you to take it easy." "I will take it easy," Lucy assured him. "But my next Quidditch game is against the Slytherins, and I'll be damned if I let Draco Malfoy beat me." Lucy stomped into the changing room, her hair awry. She wanted to scream. She wanted to hit something or someone. Only the knowledge that her broomstick was expensive prevented her from throwing it to the ground. "Good effort, everyone," Roger said to the rest of the team. "You all flew superbly, but against those Nimbus 2001s, there wasn't much we could do." Roger started breaking down the various aspects of the game. The rest of the Quidditch team were disappointed too, but Lucy was the most upset, and she couldn't pay attention to him. "I can't believe I let him beat me." "Lucy," she looked up. Roger was standing in front of her, and the rest of the team were either going towards the showers or back up to the castle. "You know that you're not to blame that we lost," he said. "Really? And here I thought that you were the chaser that was mostly keeping pace with the Slytherins, and that I was the seeker who let Malfoy catch the snitch." "It was his top-of-the-line racing broom that let him catch the snitch," Roger said. "In fact, you flew so ferociously that you forced him to end the game quickly. We may have lost by 240 points, but it could have been a lot worse. Besides, I thought you didn't care about Quidditch." I didn't. It's just that I can't stand that the little bastard beat me. He's going to be smug for weeks." Roger smiled. "We'll be all right." Slytherin lost against Gryffindor, and Gryffindor had a disappointing victory over Hufflepuff. "If we do all right against Gryffindor, we can still win." Lucy looked at him skeptically. "You do realize that that requires me to beat Harry to the snitch, right?" Roger gave an exasperated huff. "Merlin, he's famous for blowing up you-know-who as a baby, not winning the World Cup. He's not actually some sort of unbeatable snitch-catching machine." The only time that Harry didn't catch the snitch was when Dementors attacked, and we can't expect that to happen, at least not by chance. You don't happen to know where we can find a couple of rogue Dementors, do you? Lucy asked Roger. What? Never mind. I was just thinking out loud. Lucy sighed. I really wanted to beat Malfoy again. Roger looked at her in mild surprise. You really want to win this year, don't you? Lucy shrugged. Yeah, I guess. Roger thought for a moment. If you're really worried about going up against Potter, we could do some one-on-one practice together. You're a natural flyer, but some of your technique could be a little tighter. You're bleeding a lot of speed when you make such sharp turns, for example, and your riding profile is a little more geared to comfort than aerodynamics. Just a couple of hours a week to smooth out a few issues, and you'll probably start to notice some improvement. Why haven't you mentioned anything like this before? Because it doesn't really matter for anyone except the seeker. In normal practice, it's more useful to work on passing, shooting, and bludger skills and general teamwork and tactics. It's only really you that needs to worry about going as fast as possible. Come on, what do you say? No, I really shouldn't. I'm already doing so much and damn it, I should be able to relax and do nothing sometimes at least. Okay, she said. Oh, come on, Lucy. Great, Roger smiled. My schedule is pretty tight with studying for my newts, so shall we say before breakfast on Saturdays? Before breakfast? You mean before I've had my coffee? Are you insane? Sure. Gah, I don't know why I put up with myself sometimes. With a schedule busier than it had ever been, time sped by for Lucy. On top of schoolwork and homework, she had at least an hour of flute practice a day, an hour practicing spells, 3 Quidditch training sessions with the Ravenclaw Quidditch team a week, 2 hours of her flying masterclass with Roger on Saturdays. Had to spend most of Saturday afternoon brewing cosmetic potions, and also eat 3 meals a day, sleep at Madame Pomfret's insistence, 8 hours a day, wash her hair, dry her hair, and also hang out with her friends, both her fellow readers and her fellow Ravenclaws. Because there was no way she was going to keep up with her hectic lifestyle if she didn't stop to relax sometimes. When the Easter holidays arrived, Lucy was shocked that the second term had gone by so quickly and was relieved to be getting a break. Despite working as hard as she had at her final year in the conservatory, Lucy was still struggling behind her yearmates. Spells that they picked up in a single lesson would leave Lucy frustrated for a week. Sometimes they would move on to the next topic before she could even cast it successfully 1 time out of 3. But Lucy was used to lagging behind her peers by now, even if it still upset her at times, and she continued to persevere with her schoolwork and homework. She kept a close eye on Hannah, too, as the year progressed, partly out of guilt for magicking her friend without asking her, but also partly out of curiosity to see if and how Hannah's behavior had changed. She certainly came across as more confident. On one memorable occasion in early February, she clambered into the Ravenclaw common room with the rest of the first years, smiling and covered head to toe in snow. Apparently, they had all enjoyed a ferocious snowball fight. But how much of Hannah's behavior was due to Lucy's intervention and how much was due to Hannah naturally growing more comfortable living as a witch in Hogwarts was impossible to tell. Her friends made progress in their own chosen pursuits, too. John had made several more clandestine trips to the restricted section, and although he was rather secretive about it, he seemed happy with the progress he was making with his legilimency and occlumency skills. Henry had mastered dozens of fire and fire-related charms, and 100 variations of them. Kyle, as ever, wasn't very particular over which spells he learned week by week, but he did knuckle down and work his way through several thick books about the Animagus transformation. Hannah was experiencing a much more typical first year, but Lucy did notice her reading healing magic textbooks from time to time. But one consequence of all of their interventions at Hogwarts, exposing Pettigrew and Quirrell and helping to exonerate Sirius, was that it was kind of dull. Not that I mind dull. God knows that I need the dullness and peace to continue so that I can focus on learning magic. But there was supposed to be a crazy, knife-wielding murderer breaking into the castle this year. By contrast, the most terrifying thing coming up this year is the tests at the end of the year. Oh, and the Quidditch match against Gryffindor. Damn it, I really do want to win this year for Roger. I do like the guy, as a friend, and I do occasionally intentionally get on his nerves. Lucy and Roger had spent a lot of time together since she had joined the Quidditch team in the beginning of her second year, both with the rest of the team and just the two of them. The guy really does enjoy Quidditch, and I just know that he's going to be upset when the season is canceled next year for the Triwizard Tournament. In the weeks leading up to the decisive match with Gryffindor, Roger pushed the team hard and Lucy used herself even harder. She flew every day and even cut back on her other extracurricular studies, except the flute in order to get more time in the air. Roger was sure that they had it in them as a team to beat Gryffindor and win the cup. Lucy believed his determination and wished that she could share his confidence. The night before the game, Roger gathered the whole team together in the common room. He took a deep breath. Sleep well, get up early, and know that if you fly as well as I know you can, then win or lose, you'll have done Ravenclaw proud. They broke into a smattering of applause, then made their way up to bed. But sleep eluded Lucy. Why do I care so much? Compared to Voldemort, and even compared to learning magic, Quidditch is kind of small fries. I don't have any rivalry with Harry, even after he wiped the floor with me last year. God forbid, am I actually starting to like Quidditch? I hope not. Eventually, she must have fallen asleep, and she awoke with remembered dreams about snitches and Roger. Roger himself was too focused during breakfast to give another motivational speech, and, in contrast to the excited hubbub in the Great Hall, the 14 players about to compete were relatively quiet. Before she was really ready, breakfast vanished and the eager students set off for the Quidditch stands. Roger caught her eye, so she shouldered her broom, and her and the rest of the Quidditch team got going. As they walked across the grassy grounds, I wonder who cuts it all anyway. Hagrid? The house elves? Roger walked up beside Lucy. Hey, how's our Star Seeker doing? He asked softly. I'm all right, okay, no, I'm not, but I will be when I'm up in the air. Good, good. Remember, Potter can catch the snitch at any point for Gryffindor to win the cup, but dash, I have to wait until we've scored at least 90 points. It's fine, Roger. I remember. They walked another half-minute in an easy silence. I know that you've been training really hard recently, Roger said. I'm really impressed and pleased. No matter the outcome of today's match, I want you to know that I'm proud of you. Lucy smiled for the first time that morning. Oh, Roger, you big girl. Hey, do you want me to charm your broom pink? Knock it off. I can tie ribbons into your hair so that they fly behind you in the wind. Stop it, Williamson. I was being serious. Lucy smiled again. I know. I am sorry. Thank you, really. Roger sighed. Just go and get changed. They separated to their appropriate changing rooms. She was still tense, but Lucy was smiling as she got ready. And now the final match of the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup is about to begin. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Lee Jordan's amplified voice prompted enthusiastic cheering from the crowd of students. Lucy waited, her hands gripping her broom tightly, for Madam Hooch to release the balls and start the game. Deep breaths, Lucy. Hooch released the snitch. In her first couple of games, Lucy had tried to follow it with her eyes before the players could start off, but she knew now that it was always going to be a wasted effort. And begin! Hooch called out, and then 14 brooms rocketed forward. Lucy shot upwards, keeping an eye on Harry, looking out for the snitch, paying attention to any bludgers coming her way, and she also cheekily cut in front of Katie Bell, forcing the older girl to stop in her tracks and lose all her built-up speed. And Ravenclaw have the quaffle. Lee's commentary reverberated around the pitch. They're approaching the posts and have an early chance at scoring. She was tempted to watch, but Lucy stayed focused on her role. Ravenclaw score, Lee said. Not that it matters if Potter catches the snitch quickly. Jordan, Professor McGonagall scolded him. You're supposed to be impartial. Lucy smiled as she kept her eyes scanning the air. Then she saw the snitch hovering by the Ravenclaw goalposts. Damn, it's the earliest I've ever spotted the damn thing, and I can't even catch it without losing us the cup. Lucy glanced at Harry, and concluding that he hadn't seen it yet, decided to go and distract him. Hey, Potter, she said, coming up beside him. What's up? He glanced at her briefly, but returned his attention to the game. What's up? Get it? Because we're all flying on broomsticks. But Oliver would have trained him well, and Harry was trying to keep his attention on the game, as if he can withstand my powers of distraction. Hey, do you think Cho is cute? Wah what? Got him. Cho Chang. I'm sure you've noticed her flying around. Do you think she's hot? Do you think she's dash, what's the right Britishism? Fit. YEA I, mind your own business, Harry said before shooting away on his nimbus. Lucy easily kept up. "That means yes," she said in a sing-song voice. "Besides, I'm just asking, she thinks you're cute." "She does?" I heard her say it herself. Granted, it had been 2 years ago when Harry was a new first year that I overheard her, so she probably meant more adorable than good-looking, but he doesn't need to know that. Lucy glanced back at the Ravenclaw goalposts, but the snitch had disappeared. Mission accomplished. Lucy flew up right beside him. "Next time you fly past Cho, check out her ass," she encouraged him. Then she peeled away before he could stammer out a response and returned her attention to the game. Knowing that they had to catch up quickly, the Ravenclaw chasers were going all out to score the 90 points they needed to before Lucy could safely catch the snitch. They'd be exhausted if the game lasted more than an hour, but if they didn't win quickly, they were unlikely to win at all. Harry was too talented to keep away from the snitch for too long anyway. In less than half an hour, they had already scored 8 goals and conceded 10, but unless Gryffindor outscored them by more than a snitch catch, a goal deficit wouldn't matter. Lucy was feeling very lucky that, apart from its brief appearance at the beginning of the game, the snitch had yet to reappear. And Davies makes an impressive interception and heads towards the Gryffindor goals. Only the keeper to beat. Ravenclaw score. Whoever catches the snitch now wins the cup. The crowd were cheering wildly, and Lucy caught Harry's eye as they passed each other. Time to put on a show. Both Lucy and Harry were high above the game, so when Lucy began diving straight down, there was a long way to fall. From the screaming of the crowd, she knew that Harry was right behind her. She continued to push her broom to its full potential, urging it to drop faster and faster. Almost just a little further. She dropped through the melee of chasers and beaters, Harry close on her heels. The ground was getting closer. The crowd was screaming. Everything in front of her was a rapidly approaching green. Now, Lucy shifted her grip and pulled, urging her broom to pull up with every ounce of her strength. A part of her was screaming, but whether from fear or joy, she didn't know. Her feet passed within 6 inches of the grass as she finally managed to stop her descent and level out. She heard a thump and a gasp from the crowd and risked a look behind her. Lucy knew that Harry was too good to just barrel into the earth, but he must have caught his foot on the ground when he pulled out of the dive and unseated himself from his nimbus. He was sprawled out on the grass, and Wood was already calling for a timeout so that Harry could be checked out for injuries. Lucy took to the air to search for the snitch uncontested. "A textbook Wronski feint," Lee shouted. "A dirty trick from the Ravenclaw seeker." "Jordan," McGonagall admonished. "I mean an unsportsmanlike maneuver, Jordan," McGonagall warned. "Fine. A decent bit of flying, I suppose. Let's just hope she hasn't killed the boy who dash." Lucy spared a glance at the commentary box to see McGonagall had wrenched the megaphone away from Lee and was giving him a dressing down. 2 minutes of uninterrupted snitch searching later, Harry was declared to be fit to fly, as Lucy knew he would be, and the game continued. That should make him a little more cautious to follow me. The game progressed, but the chasers were less enthusiastic. After their demanding race to 90 points, Roger and the other Ravenclaw chasers were happy to conserve the strength and focus on avoiding the bludgers. Lucy's determination to win was as strong as it had ever been. 10 tense minutes passed with the crowd watching with bated breath. Lucy and Harry were high above the other players, each with one eye on each other and the other watching out for that little glint of gold. Potter dives towards the Ravenclaw goals. He's going for the snitch. Lee's voice was as excited as it had been all day, and the crowd were just as eager. But Lucy knew that Harry was bluffing, that Harry was trying to get revenge on Lucy with the same Wronski feint that she had fooled him with. She knew that because she had just seen the snitch on the other side of the pitch. Call it luck, call it inexperience, call it destiny, but Harry was currently heading in the wrong direction. "But Williamson is going the other way," Lee shouted. "Someone's made a mistake." The crowd were on their feet, but Lucy tuned out their excited cries. All that she was aware of was the broom under her and the snitch ahead of her. Oh, and Oliver Wood heading right at her. Clearly Wood was willing to risk penalties and serious injuries by knocking Lucy off her broom if it meant that he could win his 3rd Quidditch Cup in a row. But in that moment, nothing could have stopped Lucy from getting to the snitch, not a dragon, not even Voldemort, and certainly not the Gryffindor keeper. Lucy feinted left, went right, and was past Wood and right on top of the snitch. Her hand outreached. She snatched the fluttering ball out of midair and turned her broom around to face the roaring crowd and the rest of the players, her hand raised in victory. Lee was shouting from the commentary box. The crowd were shouting even louder, but Lucy could hardly hear them over the pounding of her heart. "We did it! We won!" A small part of her was surprised at how honest her feeling of glee was, but it was overwhelmed by the thrill of ecstasy. She saw her teammates approaching her and had a moment to brace herself before they crashed into her. "Lucy!" Cho yelled, clutching onto Lucy's robes. "We did it!" Lucy yelled back. "You did it, Lucy!" Roger shouted from her other side. He pulled her into a hug. "Ah, fuck it." Having decided to throw everything to the wind, and in full view of the rest of the team and the entire school to boot, Lucy grabbed the sides of Roger's face and crashed her lips against his. It wasn't her first kiss, not by a long shot, but it was at an awkward angle and while suspended 30 feet in the air. Consequently, it wasn't her best kiss ever, but the shock of it was still enough to strike Roger speechless. A second later, after their surprise had worn off, their teammates hooped and whistled. Lucy laughed. "The look on your face." Roger scowled, but Lucy smiled to let him know that she wasn't being mean. "Let's just land," he said, rolling his eyes. The next few minutes passed in a joyous blur. The players all dismounted as the students crowded onto the pitch. When Dumbledore ceremoniously presented the Quidditch Cup to him, Roger accepted it with hands that were only slightly shaking. Lucy and the other members of the Ravenclaw team also got to wave the cup around, though Roger couldn't quite meet Lucy's eyes as he passed the cup to her. Eventually, the cup was passed back to Roger so that he could present it to Flitwick. Flitwick would keep it in his office until another team won the Hogwarts Quidditch season. The players had to shower and change, but the rest of the Ravenclaws promised a spectacular party would be ready for when they returned to the common room. With great camaraderie, the victorious Ravenclaws headed for their changing rooms. They were laughing and chatting, and Lucy was so pleased to have won and was having so much celebrating with her friends that she entirely forgot that Harry Potter was a book series she had read more than a decade ago, or that she was a 25-year-old imposter in this world. "Hey, Lucy, care to take a quick walk around the lake before going to the party?" Roger's question was innocuous, but it prompted teasing oohs and ahs from the other 5 members of the team. "I suppose that reaction is my fault." "Sure, Roger. Let's go." This set off more amused reactions from their teammates. "Don't spend too long kissing," Cho called after them as they separated from the rest of the group. For a few minutes, neither of them said anything, and the silence grew more and more awkward. "I should apologize," Lucy said when she decided that Roger wasn't going to start the conversation. Another handful of seconds later, Lucy realized that she would have to further explain. "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I was just so happy that we had won and your stupid face was right there. And yet, if I'm being honest with myself, I do have a bit of a crush on you. And why shouldn't I? You're smart. You're funny. You're full of determination. You're very good looking, and we've spent a lot of time together over the last couple of years." Roger cleared his throat. But, Lucy agreed. "You're a 6th year, and I'm a 3rd year. Yeah, we're only actually about 2 years apart in age, but you've got your newts next year, and then you're leaving Hogwarts. You shouldn't be dating me. You should be dating someone your own age, sneaking off to broom cupboards and having embarrassing dates in Madame Pootifoots in the village." Roger snorted. "You could just admit that it wasn't a very good kiss." Lucy very almost grabbed him right there and kissed him again. "Not very good. We were on broomsticks and the angle was all wrong. If he wants a kiss, I'll show him a kiss. I used to hang out with the brass players and those guys had a reputation. They certainly showed me a thing or two about kissing." But Lucy managed to control herself. "Flirting with me is not making it easier for me to let you down gently." "You let me down?" No. I'm letting you down gently." Puffed. "As if you could resist me." "You have grown up a lot in the last year," Roger admitted. "Damn straight." "Friends?" Roger asked, holding out his hand. "Friends," Lucy confirmed, giving his hand a polite shake. They let each other's hands go, and Roger breathed a sigh of relief. "That was the easiest conversation about relationships I've ever had." "Of course it was. I did all the talking." "Exactly. You should teach all the other girls." Boys, Lucy muttered under her breath. They turned back towards the castle. Was it a good kiss, at least? Roger asked. Lucy tilted her head in thought. Points for timing and drama. But next time, let's keep our feet on the ground. Next time, you know what I mean. Roger frowned. Was that your first kiss? Kinda? Not really. Roger nodded in understanding. What happens in the girls' dorms stays in the girls' dorms, right? Lucy gave him an amused look. What exactly do you think us girls get up to in there? Don't ruin the fantasy, Roger ground out. Oh, sorry. Of course. I mean, wouldn't you like to know? The doors to the castle were fast approaching. Hey, Lucy, Roger said. I think you're right about how it wouldn't be a good idea for us to get together, but despite being a massive pain in the arse, sometimes dash. Hey, you're smart, funny, cute. Maybe when you've left school. Hey, let the sentence hung. Lucy gave him a kind smile. Maybe, but more than almost anyone, I know how difficult it is to predict the future. Following the drama of the Quidditch Cup and the no less dramatic, though for different reasons, kiss with Roger, Lucy was looking forward to relaxing a little as the school year winded down. She was, of course, pointedly ignoring the rapidly nearing exams. However, Lucy did feel more confident approaching them with a couple of years' experience under her belt. The bar was set very low. The likes of Crabbe and Goyle passed, after all, and Lucy knew that she could ace the written part of the exams, and that alone would be enough to pass. With a bit of luck and some clever application of the spells she could cast confidently, she thought she wouldn't do too badly. In fact, for astronomy, history of magic, herbology, care of magical creatures, and even potions, she was confident she would do well. Even ancient runes, which had been an exercise in tedium for the past 9 months, she thought she would do better than the average student. It's just that I struggle with charms, transfiguration, and defense, and they're the most useful and applicable subjects. It was only a week before exams started that Lucy remembered that Lupin wasn't going to follow the typical exam format. He's doing some kind of adventure, obstacle course, isn't he? She said to the other readers. That's not so bad, is it? Henry asked. I think you might have an easier time of that than a traditional exam. Maybe. Lucy shrugged. I was a bit useless during the troll incident. You kept your head, John said, and that's the most important thing. So long as you stick to what you know, I'm sure you'll do well in Lupin's exam. I seriously doubt that Lupin would appreciate me brute forcing my way through his exam with severing charms and liberal applications of fire. Maybe not, John admitted with a wince. Not one to give up without a fight, Lucy gave her charms and transfiguration exams her all, even if she knew that, in the practical section at least, she had come last in her entire year group. Her other subjects that required less spell casting were much more pleasant experiences, though it was a challenge to stay awake during the history of magic exam. So, escape the red caps, avoid the grindy lows as you cross the water, resist the misdirections of the hinky puff, and then finish by facing off against the boggart, Lupin said to the assembled third-year students. Any questions? No. Very well. There is one more important part of the exam. If at any time you don't feel confident against any of the challenges, please feel free to pass it. Anyone choosing to do so will get half marks for that section. You mean we can skip the whole exam and still pass? Seamus Finnegan called out from the back of the crowd. Yes, Seamus, Lupin confirmed, because a self-awareness of your own strengths and abilities is an important skill to have. No one is capable of facing every challenge by themselves, and knowing when to retreat and call for help is a skill you all need to remember. I will only award 0 points to students who recklessly throw themselves at problems that they don't have the skills to solve. Well, that's a relief. Though, tempting as it is to skip everything, I should at least try some of the tasks. Once again, cursed by her name being late in the alphabet, Lucy had to wait and watch as almost everyone went ahead of her. By the time her turn came around, she was more concerned about getting lunch as soon as possible than worrying about the exam. Take it at your own pace, Lucy, Lupin said. Remember that you can step out at any point. Nodding in understanding, Lucy drew her wand and paused. Is it all right if I skip the red caps? She asked. And the grindy low? Of course, Lupin said kindly. Feel free to go straight up to the hinky puff. He wanted to make a mark on his clipboard. Although, Lucy said, if I came up against red caps or grindy lows in the wild, Even though I struggle with the charms we learned in class, I'd probably just use a severing charm. Lupin paused, his cool tip hovering in midair. And you feel confident enough with the severing charm to cast in an emergency situation? Lucy nodded. Lupin considered that for a moment and then waved his wand to summon a pillar of smoke in the middle distance that rapidly coalesced into the form of a red cap. "Show me," he said. Lucy took half a second to orient herself properly and then flicked her wand. Defendo. The smoke exploded where her charm collided with it, but immediately reformed. Again. Defendo. Lupin let the smoke disappear into the summer air. "Very well, Lucy. Good spell work, and yes, indeed, that would be effective against a red cap or a Grindylow or even a great number of other things. Bear in mind that there are more legal restrictions on the use of deadly force against beasts." "Of course, Professor." Lupin paused for a moment. "Why the severing charm?" he asked. Lucy shrugged. "It just seems like a useful thing to know." "Uh-huh." After that, Lucy skipped ahead to the Hinky Puff section of the course. Avoiding the Hinky Puff's misdirections didn't actually require any spell work, just a knowledge of how the beast tried to confuse its victims. So Lucy passed through easily enough, which led her straight to the boggart. Despite the passage of time and Henry's reassurances, Lucy was reasonably sure that her boggart would still be him. Her performance in her practical exams so far hadn't done wonders for her self-esteem when it came to magic. She climbed into the trunk and was immediately confronted by Henry's disappointed face. "Please stop pushing yourself so much," he said. "Whether we win or not won't be decided by anything you do." But Lucy knew that while Henry wasn't a very funny person, making fun of him was easy. Ridiculous. Henry suddenly hunched over, his face wrinkling and a long, gray beard sprouting from his chin. The hair on the top of his head turned white and then fell out. He hunched over and had to use a cane to stay upright. "You young whippersnappers," he croaked. Lucy giggled to herself and left the trunk. "Well done, Lucy," Lupin praised. "I knew you had it in you." "Thanks, Professor," Lucy said. "At least one of us did." With just one day of exams left to go, ancient runes and care of magical creatures, Lucy spent the Thursday evening relaxing and letting Henry wipe the floor with her in gin rummy. Ka was reading about famous animagi across from them. Lucy was staring at her cards, wishing she could silently transfigure them, when John came in. She glanced briefly at him, but had to do a double take when she saw his expression. "John? What's wrong?" she asked. He looked unusually troubled to Lucy, which, for the typically unflappable John, was very concerning for Lucy. "How did your exam go?" Henry asked. "Which OWL was it today?" "Divination," said John. Lucy instantly had an idea of what had happened. "And?" Henry asked. "I thought you didn't care if you did well or not." "It's not that," John said. "After everyone was finished." "Yes?" asked Kyle. "You stayed behind to speak with Trelawney, didn't you?" said Lucy. John nodded. "I won't be in her classes anymore after all." Henry and Kyle looked at Lucy in confusion. "This year is Prisoner of Azkaban, remember?" she continued. Trelawney made a prophecy to Harry at the end of his divination exam. Henry frowned. "I thought she made the prophecy back in the 80s. "That was the other one," said Lucy. "The one in Prisoner of Azkaban never comes up again, so it's easy to forget it. It was about Pettigrew escaping from Harry and the gang and going to join up with you. Know who again?" "Well, John?" Henry asked. "What did she say?" John seemed to have calmed down a little. "Nothing about Pettigrew," he said. "Basically, you know who will return, though just how wasn't clear." "How about when?" Henry demanded. "Did she say when?" John shook his head. "Let me write down the exact wording for you." John scribbled on a piece of parchment, and they all crowded around to read it. "The Dark Lord has been patient, and soon he will be ready. For long years since his defeat, he has been waiting to rise again. He will return to wreak his revenge and continue his campaign. Old followers and new allies will flock to him, and old foes will fall and fail. Soon he will be ready." "Well, that's not good," Henry said. "I agree," said John, "though I might have used more colorful language." "How soon is soon?" asked Kyle. "Within the year would match canon," said Lucy. "As soon as that?" said Henry. "There's no way we can get all the, what's before then." "A year or so sounds right," John said. "Maybe a little earlier or a little later. But how? Kyle demanded. Pettigrew's in prison, and assuming we can get Crouch Jr. dash. Oh, we're gonna get him, John said darkly. One way or another. He's not leaving that campsite a free man. Then how is you know who getting himself resurrected? I think we have to consider the possibility that you know who is soon going to be strong enough to resurrect himself without outside help, Lucy said. Probably by possessing someone. But I thought you said that you three got his father's bones? We did, said Henry, but there's probably more than one way of making a new body. The bone of the father was probably just an easily accessible reagent in the books. Silence descended on them, all of them lost in their own thoughts and worries. You should tell Dumbledore, Henry told John. Huh. Now, I know you don't like confiding in authority figures, but I'd argue that this counts as special circumstances. No, I mean, do you think I'm stupid? The rest of them all looked at John. Telling Dumbledore was the first thing I did. I ran there as soon as Trelawney was finished. That's so unlike you, Lucy said bluntly. Who are you, and what have you done with the real John? John ignored her. What did he say? Henry asked. He was doing his typical mysterious old wizard bit, but I don't doubt that he took it seriously. John, Henry, and Kyle were each looking increasingly despondent, so Lucy decided to cheer them up. So what, she said. We were all expecting him to come back at some point anyway. We've already set things up so that Dumbledore and the rest of Wizarding Britain is in a better position than they were in canon. We're going to defeat him for good. I'm sure of that. So who cares if he's greater and more terrible? They'll put a smile on their faces. John frowned. Henry pursed his lips. Kyle looked worried. Screw you guys. Let's pause this discussion for now, Henry suggested. Worrying about it isn't going to help, and John's already informed the powers that be. We've still got a day of exams left, so let's just focus on the last few days of term and worry about the future later. From the sound of it, nothing terrible is going to happen immediately. Year 3, Chapter 5. Lucy let out a small sigh as she leant back in her chair in the Ravenclaw common room. Exams were over, and there was a communal sense of relief in the air. It would be a while until dinner was served, and everyone could finally relax and enjoy their relief that they didn't have to stuff extra revision into every spare moment any longer. I don't even think I did too badly this year, and when you take into account the absence of Dementors and crazed knife-wielding escaped prisoners, this year hasn't been too bad overall. Hey, Williamson, can you sign this? Lucy looked up to see the sixth-year girl's prefect holding a sheet of parchment out to her. What is it, Anthea? Lucy asked, sitting up and holding out her hand. It's a petition for Professor Lupin to publicly prove that he's not a werewolf. Lucy froze, the parchment halfway to her face. What? You see, Anthea began to explain, some of the Newt students in Hufflepuff have noticed that every time that Lupin gets sick, it's in the days surrounding the full moon. We just want him to show his face next Wednesday evening and prove that it's all a coincidence. But Anthea was smirking, and Lucy could tell that she didn't expect Lupin to be able to prove anything. So, what if he is a werewolf? Lucy said quickly. That doesn't matter. The older girl made a face. I get that you're Muggleborn, Williamson, but you've been here long enough now to know that this is a big deal. Lucy glanced at the petition as she struggled to think of the next thing she should say. That's a lot of signatures. I guess the cat's out of the bag. But it's safe, Lucy protested. There's a potion now and everything. Plus, he's been here for a year already, and no one's been hurt. He didn't choose to be a werewolf. If he is one, that is... Oh, come off it, Williamson. Yeah, there's a potion, but one slip up and half of us wake up with our hearts ripped out, or worse. They're all criminals anyway. Lucy felt her anger building up inside her, a growing pressure that sought release. You know what that sounds like? Lucy said coldly. Blood supremacist propaganda. How dare you? Muggles are all stupid and dangerous, aren't they? Lucy said in a put-on voice. And Muggleborns aren't any better. I didn't say that. I mean, look at who you've got to sign this. Lucy scanned through the names quickly. Here, Draco Malfoy, because there's a guy you want on your side. A real beacon of tolerance and inclusivity. That one. You've got all the rest of the Death Eaters in training here. Lucy continued to read signatures. John Atkinson. Oh, that hurts. I mean, I get it, I suppose. He's in Slytherin and Lupin's lycanthropy looks like it's going to be put in the open soon enough, so he wouldn't want to risk antagonizing his housemates. But even so, instinctively, she ran through the dozens of signatures again, and then her breath caught in her throat. Henry Owens. For a long moment, Lucy did nothing. Unable to process the idea of Henry signing something with such a bigoted idea behind it. Look, if you're not going to sign it, just give it back. Anthea held out her hand to take the petition back, but Lucy couldn't respond. Her already heightened anger surged, and Lucy jumped to her feet, her hands balling up the parchment of their own accord. Hey, what are you dash? In 2 quick strides, Lucy reached the fireplace, and before she could even think about what she was doing, flung the balled-up parchment into the flames. Anthea made a noise of half surprise and half outrage. Detention, she barked. But Lucy was already marching for the entranceway, blood rushing through her ears. She didn't care about detention. She didn't even really care about Lupin, except for the general injustice of it. But Henry, I don't even know if I want to scream or cry. The pressure in her chest continued to grow, and before she had even realized it, she had reached the unused classroom they had claimed. John was reading, and Henry was holding a little ball of fire in his hands. "Hello, Lucy," he said, dismissing the fire. Seeing him standing there, a calm smile on his face made all the anger that Lucy had been trying to control flare up again. "Don't you hello, Lucy me." Crack. "Hey," Henry cried, recoiling and clutching his face where she had struck him. "For goodness sake, what's the matter with you?" Lucy raised her hand again, even as her eyes burned with unshed tears. "Impedimenta." The spell knocked Lucy back a step and froze her arm in midair. John lowered his wand, but still kept it by his side. "What's got into you, Lucy?" John asked. "You can't just come in here and start hitting people without warning." Lucy felt hot tears rolling down her face as she stared straight at Henry. You signed it." "Ah," he said, wearing an embarrassed expression. "Ah, yes. I was going to mention that to you. How could you? How could you be so cruel?" Lucy couldn't see straight. The terrible pressure was threatening to burst forth from her. "How could you dash?" The anger bubbling in her chest exploded. There was a flash of light and a terrific crashing noise. All the windows in the classroom were punched in by some unseen force. 1,000 deadly shards of glass reflected the evening sun as they flew towards the 3 of them. "Protego," John said in a practiced, clipped tone. The glass shards bounced off the shining bubble that appeared around them and clinked musically as they fell against the stone floor. Lucy's legs wobbled, and she collapsed to the ground. "I don't feel so good. I don't think I've ever done accidental magic before," she said in a small voice. "It's okay," Henry said, kneeling down next to her. "Just take it easy for a minute." Lucy shook her head. "What were you thinking?" she asked him. "I'm sorry," Henry said. "I was going to tell you at dinner, but I should have come straight to Ravenclaw Tower." "But why?" she asked. "John, I understand. He's a Slytherin and a heartless bastard on top of that. But you're supposed to be one of the good ones. I thought I could trust you." "There were a few different reasons," Henry said carefully. "I'd like a chance to explain myself without getting slapped." Lucy nodded. Her fury and outrage were fading away to be replaced with tiredness, sadness, and shame. Henry helped her to a chair, and they all sat down. "It was actually some of the older Hufflepuff students who made the connection first," said Henry. "The petition went around the Hufflepuff common room before one of the prefects handed it to one of their Slytherin counterparts. Why did I sign it? Well, perhaps most importantly, we know that Lupin has to leave at the end of the school year anyway. Him outed as a werewolf is perhaps the safest way for that to happen. We have no idea how you know whose curse works, but it got Quirrell killed and, in another version of last year, got Lockhart lobotomized. In the books, Moody gets locked in a trunk for a year. Barty Crouch Jr. gets the Dementor's kiss. Umbridge gets kidnapped by Centaur's dash. And given what some of the stories about centaurs say," John interjected, "they probably dash." "That's not helpful, John," Henry said. "The point is Lupin being exposed as a werewolf and choosing to resign is a much better alternative than him being hurt or killed, let alone something with the Wolfsbane potion going wrong and him hurting a student." "But then why did you have to sign it?" Lucy asked. "If he was going to be exposed anyway, then why add your name to the petition?" Henry grimaced, which made Lucy gasp. You don't think he should be here, she accused. It's not that, he said quickly. I think he's a good teacher and a decent man. But people, the students and their parents, should be aware of his condition. Lucy scoffed. You think the wizarding world would accept a werewolf working at Hogwarts? No, I don't, Henry said, but that's their decision to make. You think people should be free to be bigots? Henry frowned. Well, yes, actually, we shouldn't force people to believe certain things, but that's besides the point. Parents have a right to know if their children are being taught in a dangerous environment. And yes, he added, cutting off Lucy's reply, yes, he is dangerous. I have nothing but sympathy for the man, but only one or two things have to go wrong for disaster to occur. Goodness, Snape almost was attacked as a student, and in the books, Harry and Hermione were almost bitten. Could you imagine a muggle school with a teacher who flies into a violent rage if they missed one dose of their antipsychotic medication? I'd certainly have never hired someone like that, certainly not without notifying the Board of Governors and the parents. So he should just go be unemployed and homeless? Why should he be homeless? John asked reasonably. Lucy paused for a second. I'm not sure, actually. I think I may be thinking of some fan theories or something. Plus, because of our intervention, he can go and openly live with Sirius, said Henry. Openly live with Sirius? John repeated. You make them sound like a couple. Speaking of fan theories. Besides, you'll note that the petition only asked him to prove that wasn't a werewolf. Technically, it didn't demand that he leave the school if he couldn't. Lucy glared at him. Don't split hairs. No, I'm serious, he said. If you want to stand up in front of the whole school and say that he should still be allowed to work here, lycanthrope or no, I'll stand there right beside you. But they deserve to know. Lucy took a few deep breaths. Controlling her emotions had been difficult all year, and the whole situation was already frustrating enough. You know that it's meant to be an analogy for HIV and AIDS, right? Is it? Henry seemed surprised. I never knew that. I guess I can kind of see it, but you have to admit that the similarities are not one-to-one. Maybe. Henry passed her a handkerchief, and she wiped at her face. Sorry for being so upset. I don't know what comes over me sometimes. I shouldn't have hit you. No, you shouldn't have, Henry said, his disappointment apparent. You're 25 years old. Even you must realize that your maturity and intelligence makes a lot of the students in the younger years look up to you. Lucy felt her face burning. But, Henry added, I can appreciate that in some ways you're 14. I know that keeping your emotions under control at that age is difficult at times, impossible even. When I find the man who invented teenage girl hormones, I'll kill him. Sorry, Lucy repeated herself. Did I hurt you? Just my sense of self-worth, Henry said with a wry smile. You certainly know how to pull at my heartstrings. Lucy hiccuped a half-laugh, half-sob. I didn't mean, well, I did mean to, but you've explained yourself. I still don't think you should have signed it, but I should have known you weren't being horrible. But it's okay to call me a heartless bastard? John asked. John, you've called yourself a heartless bastard at least twice since I've known you, Henry told him. But even so, Lucy stood up and gave both of her friends hugs. I think that they're going to present the petition to McGonagall either today or tomorrow, Henry said. Yeah, about that. What? I may have thrown a tent to fire. I beg your pardon? I was angry, okay? And the fireplace was right there. Come in, came Flitwick's voice. Henry opened the door to the man's office. Mr. Owens, just the man I was hoping to see. I don't suppose you've seen your friend Miss Williamson recently. Have you? Actually, sir, Henry said, dragging Lucy out of her hiding spot. She's right here. Oh, very good, come on in then. Now, Miss Williamson, my prefects have told me that you've been destroying other students' work. Lucy took a deep breath. Yes, Professor. I must say I'm disappointed. Normally, you're such a lovely girl to have here at school. I'll have to talk to Mr. Filch and arrange you a detention. Yes, sir. Out of curiosity, sir, said Henry. Were you told what it was exactly that was destroyed? No, Flitwick said slowly, and to an extent it shouldn't really matter, but why don't you tell me what it was anyway? It was a petition asking Professor Lupin to prove he wasn't a werewolf, Lucy said. Flitwick froze. Ah, he said after a moment. Yes, I thought you might say that, Henry said. It's been going around the common room since yesterday evening. I signed it myself, actually, though not because I think he needs to leave, but because we really ought to know. In any case, Lucy, didn't take the idea of it too well. I see. Flitwick was deep in thought for a few moments. I probably should go and consult with my colleagues before dinner starts. I still can't condone the destruction of other students' property, Miss Williamson, no matter how hurtful said property may be, but I suppose I could oversee your detention myself. I could probably think of something better at, let's say, teaching you your lesson than having you polishing the school's silverware with Mr. Filch. Thank you, Professor, Lucy said with the first real smile she'd had all evening. Now go and relax. Exams are over, and I need to find our defense professor. Lupin didn't show up for dinner that evening, nor was he seen at breakfast the next day. By the time dinner time came around again, the rumor mill had done its work. The great hall was abuzz with a rare energy, and when Dumbledore stood up to address everyone before the food was served, the room quickly fell silent. Now or never, Lucy. I would just like to make a quick announcement. Dumbledore started. Professor Lupin is a great teacher and deserves to teach here as long as he wants to. Her piece said. Lucy sat back down and crossed her arms, challenging everyone staring at her with a cool stare. There was a moment of stunned silence that someone would interrupt Professor Dumbledore. Then a dozen or so students, mostly from the Gryffindor table, started cheering. Silence. Snape snapped. 50 points from Ravenclaw 4. Interrupting the headmaster. Any more interruptions will be dealt with as severely. A fearful silence fell, and then Dumbledore cleared his throat. It could have been 500 points, and I would still feel that that was worth it. As I was saying, Dumbledore said, Lucy is absolutely right, and we should feel ashamed for how we're treating Professor Lupin. Henry's confident voice boomed out. Lucy gasped, and for a moment felt that she was about to burst into ugly tears. Oh, Henry. Henry's proclamation set off a wave of excited muttering before the sound of Snape's chair scraping across stone silenced everyone. 100 points from Hufflepuff and detention for the both of you. Snape's voice was bordering on murderous. And I think that's quite enough excitement, Dumbledore said next with finality. As I'm sure many of you have heard, Professor Lupin has decided not to join us for next year. I'm sure you would all like to join me in thanking him from afar for his excellent teaching this year. Dumbledore began to applaud politely and, slowly, the great hall followed suit. Snape was as still and stone-faced as a statue. Throughout dinner, many of her fellow students gave Lucy dark looks, but there were some who appeared thoughtful, and a few even gave her reassuring smiles. During dessert, Snape swooped down upon her and ordered her to come to his classroom to serve detention straight after dinner was finished. Then he went to tell Henry the same thing. My first time getting detention, and I got given it 2 times in as many days. The Slytherins led the way down to the dungeons, and Henry and Lucy fell in a step next to each other at the back of the crowd. Thanks, Lucy said in a quiet voice. What are friends for? Henry replied. Lucy reached out and held on to Henry's hand as they walked. 100 feelings were rolling around inside of her, but she could hardly decipher them herself, let alone explain them to Henry. Despite her fear that Snape would have prepared an elaborate, unpleasant detention for them, he merely instructed them to scrub a dozen cauldrons at the back of his classroom while he sat down at his desk to mark homework. The two of them didn't dare to talk as they scrubbed at stubborn blemishes, but whenever their eyes met, Henry gave her reassuring smiles, and Lucy smiled back at him. God, my hand feels as if it's going to fall off, Lucy said. It was past 11 when Snape finally relented to let them go. By that point, the cauldrons could have passed for brand new, as shiny as they were. I'm just glad Snape only had us scrubbing cauldrons. I wouldn't put it past him to force us to do something truly horrible. I think there's a limit to what he's allowed to do as a professor, said Henry. I remember that in the books, he had poor Neville disemboweling horned toads at one point, which to someone with a pet toad. I think horned toads are a type of lizard, actually. Really? Come on, said Henry, suppressing a yawn. Let's just get to bed. It was a strange experience walking through the nighttime hallways of Hogwarts, especially as they had the implicit permission to be there, having just finished detention. I think I'm in for a few unpopular days in Ravenclaw, Lucy said. It's only a week until the end of term, and they'll forget all about it by next September, you'll see. I certainly hope so. Ravenclaw Tower can be a lonely place at times. Halfway to the stairs leading out of the dungeons, Henry suddenly put his hand on Lucy's shoulder and directed her into a shadowy corner. My, Mr. Owens," Lucy said with a smirk. "I'm not that kind of woman." "Shuh." Henry's frightened tone immediately set Lucy on edge. She noticed that he had his wand drawn and copied him. "What is it?" she whispered. "I think I heard voices ahead. It could be just prefects or even professors out on patrol." "Maybe," said Henry, "but I just realized that we're out by ourselves, in the dungeons after curfew, and we just alienated more than half of the school." "Shit. He's not wrong, is he? What do we do?" Lucy asked. Henry was thinking deeply and said nothing for half a minute. Lucy strained her ears as she waited, but whoever or whatever had made a noise before was now silent. "There's only one main way out of the dungeons," Henry said, "and we can't hide here all night, but John showed me a secret passageway near the Slytherin common room back in my first year. If we can find it, it'll lead us to the second floor. Let's go." Lucy was surprised at how terrified her own voice sounded. But luck was not on their side. It had been 3 years since John had shown the secret passageway to Henry, and it had been during the day when the hallways were brightly lit. In the darkness, neither of them dared risk lighting their wands. Henry clearly had no idea where to find it. "Are you sure you heard voices earlier?" Lucy asked after 10 minutes of searching. "No," Henry said, "but knowing our luck dash." At that moment, something that felt like a shadow passed over Lucy, and she shuddered. Without pause, Henry grabbed her hand and began running. Any previous attempt to be stealthy abandoned. "What was that?" "The human presence revealing spell," Henry said, not breaking stride. "Whoever it is knows we're here." Now Lucy could hear the footsteps thundering behind them, and she tried her hardest to keep up with Henry's blistering pace. But despite nearly 3 years of growth since she had first arrived, Lucy was still short, and she slowed down Henry too much. A spell flew wide past Lucy's shoulder, and Henry immediately spun around, dragged Lucy behind him, and cast a large shield around the two of them. "Stay behind me," he whispered. Lucy nodded and tried to catch her breath as their pursuers caught up to them. There were 5 of them, and they were clearly older students. But beyond that, Lucy couldn't distinguish anything about them because of the dark hoods casting impenetrable shadows over their faces. "We don't want any trouble," Henry told them, his wand held ready at his side. "Just let us be on our way." "That's not how this is going to work," the one in the center said. Their voice was disguised by some charm. "You both said some pretty reprehensible things today, and you need to be set straight. Drop your wands." "Not a chance," Henry growled. Lucy was momentarily shocked at how threatening her normally kind and patient friend could be. "You fools," the one on the far left said. "You muggleborns just show up and think you know all the answers without knowing anything. You don't know how much hurt those beasts have caused, how many they have taken from us." This one's voice was similarly disguised, but Lucy could hear real pain in their voice. "But Professor Lupin never hurt anyone," Lucy protested. "And neither have we." "Lucy, be quiet," Henry said. 3 of their pursuers started shouting at them then, their voices blending together into an angry tirade. "Those monsters Dash. We had to bury Dash. And little Margaret Dash." Lucy half hoped that the noise would attract attention from a teacher or a prefect. Even a ghost might be enough, but anyone with half a brain would have set up silencing charms before trying something like this. "Shut up," the one in the center shouted. "Last chance. Drop you wand or dash." Henry twitched, and a shining star shot out of his wand. Even attacking without warning, their opponents were quick enough to cast shield charms. But when it was less than 6 inches from the closest shield, Henry's spell exploded more into a light brighter than the sun. Henry had shielded Lucy with his body and his own eyes, with his arm, so the two of them weren't blinded. He quickly followed up with a muttered Glissio, and was rewarded when 3 of their opponents slipped and fell. "Expelliarmus!" Lucy cried. Her long practice with the spell was proven useful when the bright red light shot forwards from her wand, but she clearly hadn't spent enough time on her aim, and the spell splashed uselessly against the floor. Despite his best effort at a sudden winning move, Henry hadn't managed it, and a barrage of spells were flung towards them. Many went wide, but some collided with Henry's shield. He grunted, and the shield winked out, but it had protected them for a moment. Henry shot two more of his blinding spells at their attackers and started pushing Lucy further down the hallway. He waved his wand in a complicated pattern, and thick black smoke started pouring out of it, but a strong wind suddenly picked up and blew the smoke away. Henry was clearly running out of ideas. He summoned up another shield, this one so thick that it warped the image of the 5 robed figures bearing down on them. Another barrage of spells crashed against Henry's shield, and he gasped and fell to one knee. "Lucy, get ready to run," Henry hissed at her. Lucy nodded, but she had hardly caught her breath from earlier. Henry tapped her with his wand, and she felt as if she had been plunged into icy water. The 5 robed figures paused in their onslaught and spread themselves out across the breadth of the hallway. "On 3, one of them said. 1 dash. That was all the time Henry gave them. His shield disappeared, and with a wordless cry, he whipped his wand up. Suddenly, the whole world was fire. Their attackers screamed, and so did Lucy. But even as the flames ran over her skin, she felt no pain. That must have been the flame-freezing charm. Without hesitation, Henry grabbed her hand again and sprinted past their attackers. Lucy was worried for a moment that he had killed them all with that one spell, but she heard shouts of Aguameni and Finite as they ran past. Henry didn't stop until they had left the dungeons and reached the 2nd floor. "Henry," Lucy gasped between labored breaths. "I gotta stop? I can't. Coming to a stop." Henry looked around them. He tried a random doorway and, when he found it locked, jabbed his wand at it and muttered, "Alohomora." After checking to make sure the room was empty, Henry ushered Lucy in and closed the door behind her. "What's the locking charm incantation again?" he asked. "Colloportus," Lucy said. "Colloportus," Henry repeated, pointing his wand at the door. With that, he dropped his wand and collapsed. "Henry!" Lucy rushed to his side. "Are you hurt?" "Sure." Henry scolded her quietly. "They might be still looking for us." "What's wrong?" Lucy asked. Henry shook his head. "I'm not hurt. I just exhausted myself. I put almost everything I had into that last attack." "That was so scary," Lucy said, the reality of what they had just been through becoming clear to her. "We have to tell someone?" Henry shook his head. "Tell them what?" he said quietly. "We don't know who any of them were. Besides, we'd have to admit that I attacked with fire at the very end, and even if whoever they were gets found out, they could just as easily accuse me of trying to murder them." "Were you?" Lucy whispered. Henry grimaced, but shook his head again. "No. I mean, it was incredibly dangerous what I did, but it was only ordinary magical fire. There are various types of dark magic fire, not just fiend fire, which can cause permanent damage, but I'm sure that whoever they are, they can heal normal burns themselves without even needing a trip to the hospital wing." Lucy helped Henry to a chair, and by the time her breathing had returned to normal and heart had stopped hammering in her chest, Henry was breathing slowly and deeply. Lucy looked at him in surprise. How can he sleep after all that? Then again, he must be exhausted. So am I, as it happens, but one of us should be on guard duty, just in case. "Yeah, I'll stay awake and—" "Lucy, wake up. It's already breakfast time." Lucy jolted awake all at once. "Ah," she said, wiping drool off her chin. "Come on, let's go find John. He'll know what to do. Neither of you are going anywhere alone anymore, at least until the end of the school year." As soon as Henry had found John and told him what had happened, he had grabbed Kyle, and the 4 of them went straight to their commandeered classroom. "You should be fine during and between classes, so long as you stick close to your classmates. That means you can't be tricked by, 'Hey, Lucy, can you come over here for a second?' Why am I your example?" Lucy asked. "You know why? That's fair. I probably would have just gone along with that. The real issue is nighttime. You can set up protective enchantments around your bed. Right, Henry?" "Yes, and I trust my doormates. I think I should be safe there except for a full frontal attack in full view of witnesses, which they clearly don't want to do." "I agree, but that leaves Lucy vulnerable. We can't get into Ravenclaw Tower, let alone the girls' dorms, to set up any defenses." "Why shouldn't I be safe in Ravenclaw?" Lucy asked. "Surely it was Slytherins that attacked us." "Why must it be Slytherins?" John asked. "In a way, it's less likely to be Slytherins because Slytherins mostly weren't targeted in the last war." "Huh? I mean, think about it. Whoever attacked you probably had friends or family members killed by werewolves at some point. Fenrir Greyback and his followers were the worst offenders, and he took orders from you-know-who. Slytherins were less likely to be his targets, is all. And if you'll recall, said Henry, one of them called due Muggleborns, not mudbloods. I guess that does make sense, Lucy admitted. It's just a little worrying that there are bigots in every house. I don't know if it's fair to call them bigots, John said. If they have lost loved ones to werewolves, that makes them victims in a way. Sure, Lupin is a victim too, but I can hardly blame them for being angry. You're defending them? Kyle spat. Of course not. They shouldn't be attacking anyone, let alone my friends, but I can sympathize with them. We were talking about where Lucy can sleep, Henry reminded them. What's the actual concern? Lucy asked. That someone would sneak into my dorm and murder me in my sleep? More likely that they'd stun you while everyone's asleep, whisk you away from witnesses, then deal out whatever punishment they think you deserve. With silencing charms, disillusionment charms, and a few other spells, that's scarily possible. Okay, then where should I sleep? Random and used classrooms, like last night? I tell you, even one night sleeping in a chair was murder on my neck. We can transfigure up some furniture, John said. In fact, it might be best for the four of us to stick together, strength in numbers and all that. But what about my clothes? Lucy asked. Or showers? And won't my dorm mates ask me where I've been sleeping? You can probably risk going to get changes of clothes, said John. If you go during lesson time and don't spend too long. Actually, I can follow you into the Ravenclaw common room, at least disillusioned. As for showers, we can use the prefect's bathroom. I'll just bribe one of the Slytherin prefects for the password. I love being rich. And our dorm mates? Kyle asked. Just tell them the truth, said Henry. Lucy and I have attracted some negative attention for our comments about Lupin, and are hiding out, and you and John are helping us for the time being. We don't know who might be targeting us and don't have any proof anyway, so we can't go to the professors. This plan sounds like it will work. Until the end of the semester, at least. We need to start making some contingencies, John said. Frankly, it's neglectful that we haven't prepared for this kind of thing already. You know who is possibly going to be strong enough to revive himself in as little as 12 months' time? The Death Eaters could make an appearance at the Quidditch World Cup final in just a few weeks' time. Things get worse from here, and we need to get more serious. First, we need some way of communicating over long distances so that if something like last night happens again, we all know straight away and can try to help. Lucy thought for a moment. There's the Patronus charm, she said. A good example, John said, but difficult to perform, especially in a stressful situation. And it's hardly inconspicuous, Henry added. How about that charm that Hermione used for the DA coins? Asked Kyle. What was it? The charm. The Protean charm, Lucy corrected him. Malfoy also uses it to communicate with Madame Rosmerta in Half-Blood Prince. But it's supposed to be difficult to cast a Newt-level spell. Now that the OWLs are over, I'm a Newt-level student, John pointed out. Besides, we don't need anything too complicated, not yet, at least. All we need for the next week until term ends is a simple binary switch. Off for I'm fine, and on for come help, I'm endangered. I bought a bunch of costume jewelry in Muggle London to practice enchanting objects on, Kyle said. We could use those. The boys started hashing out plans, and Lucy let them work. Once again, I managed to get myself into a dangerous situation, and once again, Henry saved me. I must remember to actually say thank you to him at some point. Noble bastard will just wave it off again, though. Lucy clutched her wand in her pocket tightly as she walked across the Ravenclaw common room. It being during the middle of the lessons meant that the room was almost empty, but Lucy expected the students chatting softly at the tables to leap up and shoot spells at her the moment they saw her. They didn't, though, and Lucy made it to the staircase to the girls' dorms without so much as an eyelid batted in her direction. Good luck, John whispered. His disillusionment charm had come along well in the last year, and Lucy could only see the ripples he was making in the air because she knew to look for them. She made it to her dorm without incident and quickly began stuffing clothes into a backpack. And so she has returned. Lucy spun around and whipped her wand from her pocket, pointing it towards whoever had just spoken. Merlin, Lucy. It's only me. Lisa Turpin was laying in her bed across from Lucy's, a copy of Teen, which weakly open on her pillow. Lucy sighed and let her arm fall. Sorry, Lisa. I thought you were. It doesn't matter. Lucy returned to her packing. So, Lisa let the word drag out. How was he? Huh? You know, Henry. How was he? What has the rumor mill come up with now? Lucy fixed Lisa with a look. Don't be ridiculous, Lise. What? I'm just pointing out what everyone else is thinking. He dramatically stands up for you in front of everyone, loses 100 house points. You two get detention together. It's terribly romantic. And then you sneak back into the tower after having been out all night, still in the same clothes. So, come on, don't insult my intelligence. How was he? Lucy sighed. Teenage girls and their overactive imaginations. Nothing like that, really, Lucy said. We just finished our detention, and then I need to explain why I won't be here for a while. Anyway, then some bullies showed up. They wanted to, rough us up a bit. So Henry scared them off and we ran for it. Lisa frowned. So you didn't dash? No. He just defended you from some bullies. That's right. We hid in an unused classroom and pretty much fell right to sleep. We were both pretty worn out. That's even more romantic. Lucy banged her head against the bedpost. Despite expecting danger around every corner, whoever had it out for Henry and her were clearly either scared off by how ferociously Henry had defended themselves, or warned off by John and Kyle accompanying them everywhere they went. It was stressing Lucy out, but they only had a few days before the end of term to go anyway. 2 nights before term did end, however, Lucy still had one more detention to serve by herself with Professor Flitwick. Good evening, Professor, Lucy said, closing the door to the Charms classroom behind her. Miss Williamson, come in, come in. Flitwick was as chipper as he always was. Now, as I said to you before, destroying other students' work is not an acceptable behavior for students at Hogwarts. Yes, sir. Lucy tried to sound abashed. Now, that being said, I'm incredibly proud of how you've stood up for your values during this whole situation regarding Professor Lupin. Thank you, Professor. That actually means a lot coming from you. Flitwick smiled at her. You're welcome. Now, for your detention, I wanted to be clear that you are doing lines. Lucy paused for a moment as she considered his words, and then nodded. Oh, yes, sir. I hate doing lines, it's so boring. That's the spirit. So, what are we actually doing? Flitwick winked at her and flicked his wand. Here's a useful little book, he said, as a familiar book floated towards them. You'll be able to find a copy in the library, of course. Ah, Lucy said. Is that Techniques for Magical Mastery? Flitwick's face dropped. You've already read it? Yes, sir. And you've tried the visualization techniques? For 5 minutes every day, since first year. Oh dear, Flitwick said. He seemed genuinely upset. And here I was really hoping to level up your spell casting a bit. Sorry, Professor. Flitwick waved his hands. Oh no. Don't apologize, my dear. I should have expected that someone as hard-working as you would have come across it at some point. We'll just have to find another way to help you this evening. He spent a moment deep in thought. Well, the traditional advice to give to someone in your situation is to focus on a narrow repertoire of spells. Flitwick sighed. And, of course, you already knew that. Sorry, Lucy apologized. I had a similar conversation with Professor McGonagall at the end of my first year. Very well, then. Why don't you tell me what you've been working on, then? Lucy hesitated, nervous about sharing just how destructive some of her spells were, but only for a moment. It's not as if it's illegal to know them. They're in our textbooks, for Christ's sake. The levitation charm, the severing charm, the slowing charm, the general counterspell, the disarming charm, and the fire-making charm. Aha! Well, I must say that I'm disappointed in you, Miss Williamson. What? Why? Because you've been practicing these spells, every week? Every day, in some cases for years, and you didn't once think to ask your charms professor for advice? Lucy winced. When you put it that way, I didn't want to be a bother, Lucy said meekly. Miss Williamson, I am one of your professors and also your head of house. It is my job and my duty to help guide you to be the best, which you can be. Sorry, I hadn't even thought about asking for help. Well, now you know. In any case, let's see what you can do. Can you levitate this book for me? And so they began. For the next hour, Flitwick had her perform all of her spells in front of him. He gave her minor bits of advice regarding her wand motions and pronunciation and told her the best ways to progress in her training going forward. What next? Flitwick said. Yes, that's a good idea. How about this? Try and counter my next charm. Okay, Lucy said trepidatiously, bringing her wand point up. Silencio. Well? Flitwick asked. He knows I can't cast anything non-verbally. Lucy glared at her kindest professor. Don't look at me like that, he said to her. Yes, I do know that non-verbal spell casting isn't part of the curriculum until you're newts, and no, I haven't forgotten what year you're in, but with your familiarity with these 6 spells, casting without the incantation is the next big step. Lucy stopped glaring, but still looked at him skeptically. You see, he continued, nonverbal casting becomes easier as we grow more and more accustomed to magic generally, but it's always easier with the spells we know best and cast often. Even I still rely on the incantation for spells that I only cast infrequently. If you've been casting the general counter spell for the last 2 years, I think you should be able to do so without speaking. Lucy still wasn't convinced. Besides, nonverbal spell casting isn't a question of magical ability. It's more a case of determination and how loud your inner voice is, and you strike me as a person with quite a loud inner voice. Do you really think so? Why don't you give it a go? Come on, Lucy. Give it your all. She straightened her back and flicked her wand. Finite incantatum. Not quite, Flitwick said. Try again. Finite incantatum. Again. Finite incantatum. Lucy felt the spell break as her wand tip flashed with light. She gasped for breath as she blinked away the spots that had appeared in her eyes. Well done, Miss Williamson. Flitwick cheered. The first time is often the hardest. I still think it's a mean way to teach, Lucy said, but she couldn't keep the smile off her face. My dear girl, you should have seen the way they taught us when I was a student. Now, that's more than enough for tonight. You've got plenty to work on when you get back in September. Just make sure you visit me at least once a month so that I can check on your progress. Yes, sir. Now, let me escort you back to Ravenclaw Tower. Call me paranoid, but ever since you made your declaration of support for Professor Lupin, I've been worried that some students might try and single you out for a spot of bullying. I'm afraid to say werewolves have quite a terrible reputation, and many students here have lost family members to them. Lucy tried her best to keep her expression even, but it clearly wasn't effective. What is it? Flitwick asked. Flitwick sighed. They've already got to you, haven't they? Oh dear. Well, at least you can tell me who was involved and I can give whoever was involved a stern talking to. If not detention, they can serve it in September if they have to. Lucy repeated herself. I couldn't actually tell who they were. They were wearing hoods, you see. Flitwick's expression quickly turned very serious. Students accosted you wearing hoods, so they couldn't be identified? What did they do to you? He demanded. Nothing, Lucy assured him. Henry was with me, see, and he scared them off. They attacked you? Yes. Flitwick rubbed his fingers against his temples. Students attacking each other in the school. Not in the last 10 years. Why didn't you tell me about this? Well, we couldn't really prove anything, could we? She said, feeling increasingly awkward. And well, Henry was a little zealous, acting in my defense. I didn't want him to get into trouble. What did he do? I don't want to say. Sorry, sir. Flitwick grumbled under his breath, but seemed to be willing to let it go for the moment. In any case, he said, you may well still be in danger. There are some protective spells in Ravenclaw Tower, but they're hardly comprehensive. It's okay, sir. We, and I mean Henry, John, Kyle, and I have been sleeping in random and used classrooms each night. The boys think we'll be safer together. Okay, I disapprove of that for an entirely different reason. There's a reason that we separate the boys' and girls' dorms. Lucy let out a small laugh. I'm only 14, sir. Flitwick gave her a level look. Do you know how many 14-year-old girls I've taught over the years? Point taken, but you can trust me when I say that I'm not interested in that. Flitwick did not seem convinced. Rude. You can trust Henry at least, right? Slowly, Flitwick nodded. In that case, I insist that I come to where you are staying this evening. I cannot leave the safety of any of my students to chance. I'm not sure that the boys would appreciate me having given up their secret, Lucy said. We can always go straight to the headmaster, Flitwick countered. In that case, right this way, sir. Having considered the problem of Lucy's detention with Flitwick in advance, the boys had secured an unused classroom just a little ways down the charms corridor. Hello, Lucy, John said as she opened the door. I thought you were going to signal us with your ring when you were ready to be picked up. Kyle had come through rather quickly to give them each cheap copper rings connected with a simple linking charm. Yeah, about that. Lucy stepped back to let Professor Flitwick into the room. He spent a moment staring each of the three boys in the eye before he let out a breath and deflated slightly. Why don't you tell me about the charms you're using to secure this room? It took a few minutes for them to explain everything. Having given themselves the problem, Lucy thought that the three of them had gone a bit overboard trying to cover every possibility. The imperturbable charm on the windows to prevent an assault from the outside by broomstick was just silly, in Lucy's opinion. Flitwick gave a curt nod when they had finished. I must say that I don't approve of all of this. You really should have come to us professors, no matter the circumstances. And if something like this happens again, I expect you to do so. Nobody disagreed with him, but they didn't agree with him either. Very well. If it were not the end of term the day after tomorrow, and if it were anyone other than Mr. Owens involved, I would take you all straight to the headmaster, your own desires for discretion notwithstanding. And speaking of Mr. Owens, I understand that you acted rather vociferously in yours and Miss Williamson's defense. Are you willing to share exactly how you did so? Henry remained calm, despite the seriousness of the situation. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Professor, he lied. But theoretically, hypothetically, I would never have cast anything that could cause permanent injury, nor that someone couldn't have readily defended themselves against. Flitwick frowned, but let the matter drop. I must impress upon all of you the degree of my disapproval of this situation. Only because of your collective outstanding character am I permitting this. I will be discussing this with the headmaster, but I suspect if I vouch for you, he will begrudgingly agree with me. Do not do anything to make my trust in you misplaced. Of course, Professor, John said. Nor should this behavior be continued in September. If you have any concerns for your safety in the future, I am demanding that you inform the staff. Your safety is our responsibility. Yes, sir. Flitwick closed the door behind him, and John sealed it with a powerful locking charm. Phew, that went a light, I think, Lucy said. By the looks on the three boys' faces, they didn't agree. They bundled into the first empty carriage they found on the train and set about putting away their luggage. John cast a silencing charm and a minor spell on the door to prevent it from being smashed open suddenly, and then let out a sigh of relief. Hopefully that's the end of that. The summer holidays should be long enough that whoever it was that attacked you has a chance to calm down. Some of them probably graduated anyway. It'll be nice to have my own bedroom again, Lucy agreed. We'll find a nice holiday home we can rent out for the summer tomorrow, Henry said. We've still got a ridiculous sum of money to throw around. Any preference for where? John asked. Spain, Lucy said without hesitation. Italy, Kyle countered. The south of France? Lucy suggested. How about Prague, said Kyle. How about the Lake District? Henry said. That'll be fine, John agreed. Where's that? Lucy asked. Sweden or something? In England, Henry smiled. It's not too far from Blackpool, actually. Lucy just stared at him blankly. It's a lovely place, I promise, Henry assured her. We can go for some walks, rent a little boat, and travel up and down Windermere. Ah, and now that takes me back, John said wistfully. All right, Lucy said hesitantly. But there better be a roller coaster or something. By necessity, Hannah had joined them for the journey back to London. She would have to stay with them over the summer, naturally, because she had nowhere else to go. How was your first year, Hannah? Lucy asked as the Scottish scenery sped by outside the window. Hannah wore a thoughtful expression as she unwrapped a cauldron cake. It was not as bad as I expected, she said eventually. Didn't you expect it to be a terrifying experience with danger around every corner? Asked John. Yes, and it wasn't quite as bad as that. But you did enjoy learning magic, right? Kyle asked. And did you make friends? Asked Henry. And flying, added Lucy. Flying was great, right? Hannah was slowly chewing her cauldron cake. It wasn't all terrible, she admitted after swallowing, but I'd still rather be back in the real world. I guess that whatever I did at Christmas has either worn off or was never that potent in the first place. Hopefully she'll enjoy next year more. Oh, speaking of next year, Lucy said. No, we weren't, said Kyle. I was internally monologuing, shush, Lucy said. As I was saying, do you think we'll get another one in September? Another reader, do you mean? John asked. I don't see why not. That being said, I still don't see why we should be here in the first place, but it would be strange for it to stop now. I vaguely thought that it might stop happening if, and when we defeat you-know-who. What do you mean if? Lucy demanded. John shrugged. Call me a pessimist, Dash. You're a pessimist, Lucy said. John glared at her. I'm just trying to keep a realistic view on how we're doing. We did well to expose Quirrell and Pettigrew, but there are still 6. No, 5 what's out there, and we have no way to get at the cup or the locket, let alone any idea of what to do with Potter. We've still got years to think of something, Lucy argued. When we get Crouch Jr. at the World Cup final, you know who won't have anyone to help him get a new body. You worry too much, John. Maybe, but sometimes I still worry that we're going to wake up one day and find out that everything we've done so far has been for naught. As ever, Platform 9 and 3/4 bustled with activity as several hundred students all tried to disembark and find their families while trying to drag their luggage and pets behind them. Lucy and her friends eventually managed to squeeze out of the train and to the busy platform. She shared a handful of brief goodbyes with other Ravenclaws and classmates as they slowly made their way towards the barrier. Spotting someone in particular, however, made Lucy abruptly change direction. Hey, Potter, she said, weaving through the crowd to reach him. Oh, Williamson, it's you. Hey, I didn't get a chance before, but I just want to say bad luck about the Quidditch. It's all right, he shrugged. I was just lucky where, and when the snitch showed up, Lucy continued. I guess you did fly very well regardless, Harry said. Thanks. You too. Yeah, anyway, have a good summer, Williamson. You too. Oh, and by the way, Lucy lowered her voice. You did check out Cho's ass, didn't you?